schedule. The council is meeting, deliberating the budget, and our deliberations are still yet ongoing, but I was in the middle of a conversation that I had to conclude before jumping over here to start today's hearing. Today, the committee convenes its annual budget oversight hearing for two agencies central to child safety and well-being in the district, the Child and Family Services Agency and the Office of the Ombudsman for Children. Over the past year as chair, my focus has been on improving outcomes for children and youth in the district, particularly those who come into contact with our child welfare and juvenile justice system. The committee has invested significant time and energy in understanding the real experiences of systems-involved youth and families, holding performance oversight hearings, and most recently, convening a youth center roundtable with dozens of youth witnesses. Today's hearing is a continuation of that work and an effort to ensure that we maximize the impact of our limited resources to serve district youth and families. The committee will first hear from the Ombudsman, Patrina Jones-Jez. The Office of the Ombudsperson for Children was established by the Council in 2021 as an independent, impartial agency charged with investigating complaints and improving outcomes for CFSA-involved children and youth. While the mayor's budget typically sweeps the office's funding, the fiscal year 27 proposal keeps it flat funded at $733,094, funding 4.8 FTEs. Over the last year, the committee has worked closely with Ombudsperson Jones-Jez to navigate her office's mission area and scale its impact in the district's child welfare system. We will seek to learn more about the office's progress this year, its next chapter of growth, and ways the committee can support its mission moving forward. The committee will also hear from Director Torres Trice regarding the fiscal year 27 proposed budget for the Child and Family Services Agency. CFSA is the district's lead agency responsible for ensuring the safety, permanency, and well-being of abused and neglected children. The fiscal year 27 proposed budget includes $203,908,000 in operating expenses at a 5.6% reduction from fiscal year 26 levels. I'm grateful to the many advocates, community members, and lived experience leaders who are here to help the committee think carefully about how we direct these resources. Some of our witnesses today are familiar faces. The Lex leaders who worked alongside this committee on the SOL legislation have been here before, and we appreciate their presence here again today. The SOL Act, which passed the council earlier this year, will create a new legal permanency pathway for older foster youth in the district. It represents years of work by young people who know firsthand what it means to navigate a system without a stable, lifelong network of support behind you. I'm proud of what these young leaders have accomplished, and I'm committed to working closely with my colleagues to identify the funding necessary to make SOL a reality for the district's older foster youth. That said, I expect this hearing will not be without tough conversations. The mayor's proposed fiscal year 27 budget includes significant cuts. I'm going to say that one more time. It includes significant cuts, including the elimination of CFSA's 10 family success centers, representing $3.5 million in cuts to primary prevention efforts, which are currently largely carried out by the district's neighborhood collaboratives. These centers are often the first point of contact for families before a crisis develops, offering resources such as assistance, navigation, food support, housing assistance, and clothing. The committee will seek to understand clearly what the agency's plan is for filling that gap and what it will mean for families across the district if they lose access to these resources. I'm going to go off script here. What we were actually talking about before I jumped over here, and the reason why I was a little bit behind, are the reductions to our social safety net that are also being proposed in this year's budget. Cuts and reductions to TANF with the imposition of a step-down policy after 60 months and a removal of the COLA, greater sanctions. Why am I mentioning this? Because at the same time, we're seeing a removal of these family success centers. Families are also feeling the walls close in on them as their social benefits are also being reduced. I am troubled by the omission of $1.35 million in funding for Safe Shores, the district's child advocacy center, which plays a specialized and critical role in investigating cases of child sexual abuse. This is not a function CFSA can simply absorb, and we will press the agency directly on the point today to understand how the agency plans to move forward. We will also dig into staffing and capacity at CFSA. Last year, this committee made a one-time investment in hiring bonuses to address several social worker shortages. I am heartened to know CFSA leveraged those resources to successfully onboard over 24 new social workers over the last fiscal year. Yet at the same time, CFSA continues to carry significant vacancies. I will ask questions about what the agency is doing to close those gaps, reduce social worker caseloads, and improve retention over fiscal year 27. With all of this in mind, my priorities for today's hearing are: 1, ensuring adequate support for the district's foster youth and families; 2, understanding CFSA's primary prevention model in the face of proposed cuts; and 3, examining the agency's staffing and capacity needs. I look forward to hearing directly from Director Torres-Trice today on each of these issues. First, we will begin with public witness testimony. Witnesses testifying on behalf of organizations will share 5 minutes collectively, and witnesses testifying individually will receive 3 minutes. We have over 80 witnesses registered for today's hearing, with some participating online, so we will do our best to abide by the clock to ensure everyone has an opportunity to share their testimony. For those joining the committee via Zoom, the committee will promote you to panelists. When your name is called, please remember to accept the promotion, and you then will be able to proceed with your testimony. And with that, we will jump right in. All right, we're gonna call until this table is filled. First, we have Ralph Belk with the National Center for Children and Families. Thomas Selashev, the Family Place, Washington, D.C. Tracy Velasquez, who's like a resident testifier at this committee. We appreciate it. With the Council for Court Excellence. Joshua Miller, another resident testifier, Open City Advocates. All right, we're going to keep going. We also have Fernanda Ruiz from Mary Center, who should be joining us virtually. Carlos Merchan from Mary Center, who should be joining us virtually. Tammy Werasinga Cote, the Children's Law Center. Leah Castellas. All right, I'm going to stop. Mr. Miller, we called you, so if you could join. So I'm actually gonna go back. So we'll just stop this panel at Carlos Merchan. So Ralph Belk, Thomas Selashev, Tracy Velasquez, Joshua Miller, Fernanda Ruiz, Carlos Merchan. All right, and with that, Mr. Belk, you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker. I am Ralph Belk, the Executive Director of the National Center for Children and Families, NCCF. By now, you are familiar with NCCF's 110-year history of fighting for impoverished children and families in this region, our accreditations, and our 28 years of delivering dependable, high quality, and results-driven foster care for children of the District of Columbia. We have supported the district for decades through both policy and paradigm shifts, including leading the reduction of the model from 7 private agencies worth of foster parents, youth, and staff down to 1, and collaborating with CFSA to finally release the district from court oversight. I myself have been doing this work for nearly my entire career. I've worked with 8 different CFSA directors, including our newest partner, Director Trice. There has never, in my 26 years in this business, been a more important time to fight for the funding needed to support the district's children who are suffering from abuse and or neglect. This is a mandated service. The city must continue to invest in these young people and their families, or will surely pay a higher cost later. Any reduction to CFSA's budget affects NCCF's ability as a long-term provider to produce the results this committee has come to expect. Birth parent engagements, kin networking, tutoring, transportation, in-house mental health services, et cetera, all contribute to our exceptional outcome statistics, as well as to our bottom line. I understand the nature of this current fiscal crisis. After all, I am a nonprofit executive. I know better than most that we all must do more with less. NCCF has chosen to lead in CFSA's many transitions because we bring with us a whole continuum of services. We have at our disposal much more than what CFSA gives us in any particular budget cycle. Our agency includes institutional knowledge, professional experience, well-documented infrastructure, as well as a portfolio of community supporters, in-kind donors, volunteers, and partnerships built throughout our 100 years of existence. I brought with me today just a fraction of the staff members who have dedicated their careers to this work, and actually ask them now to stand. Please stand. So you can see the faces of those who serve this very important mission. These are the people who have increased DC's permanency rates. These are the folk who have excelled in birth-father engagement. These are the people, in response to CPS's recent uptick in removals, is responsible for taking on nearly 20 children in the past 3 weeks, including 2 large sibling groups of 5 children each. These folk are the people that have found foster parents for these kids and allow those siblings to be together, which is rare, but NCCF has done it. NCCF now, you may be seated. Thank you. NCCF now has the burden of maintaining educational continuity in the face of CFSA's current transportation freeze. My staff are the ones transporting these children back and forth twice daily from homes in Maryland, in some cases Southern Maryland, sometimes taking 3 hours round trip. So these kids can stay in their schools of origin so the education will not be disrupted. We understand that the city finds itself needing to make cuts, but now is not the time for change. Now is the time to hold firm, keep steady, and weather the storm. Any cuts to CFSA will halt the incredible progress I've seen in DC over the past 3 decades. It also may imperil the district's federal funding capacity and put kids in harm. So again, I urge the city to continue its investment in young people and supporting those that have been surviving abuse and neglect. And I thank the council for this time to share testimony, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Thomas Selishow.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. My name is Thomas Selishow. I serve as a managing director of the Family Place, and in my role, I help oversee our family support, early childhood, and 2-generation programming, including our HIPPY program, which works directly with parents and their young across the district, specifically in a Spanish bilingual context. We are one of the oldest and largest serving organizations that serve Latinos in the district. Thanks to the CBCAP network and CFSA, we receive funding through those pipelines to support families. Since I last spoke before the council last spring, a lot has changed for our families. The need is deeper, especially for our Latino families. The barriers are more complex. Families are facing rising food insecurity, housing instability, community violence, and daily challenges of navigating services in a language that isn't always their own. For many families, the Family Place isn't a program, it's not just an organization. We're a first point of contact. We're a place that is a real foil, a real sounding board for families when in need. We come to we are a trusted place to come when parents don't know where else to go. One of the clearest examples of our impact is HIPPY, our home instruction for parents of preschool youngsters. HIPPY is a 2-generation model, a home-based school readiness program that supports children with their parents to not just prepare a child for school, but the parent to support their child lifelong. Through weekly home visits, role play, structured lessons, developmental screenings, and family engagement, parents gain tools and confidence to support learning at home. But home visitors also flag living concerns, environmental concerns, neglect, abuse, insecurities that might not just be nutritional, might not just be housing. It's all of the wraparound concerns that home visitors in our program catch. Not only do we catch that, but we also begin as the first screener for children to check their developmental concerns and markers. This year, HIPPY program has served 125 families. In 2025, HIPPY served 125 families with children ages 2 to 4. Families participate in a 30-week model focused on early literacy, math, social emotional development, and parent-child learning. We also completed progress tracking, referrals to connected organizations, and additional supports when concerns arise. But HIPPY doesn't work alone. It's a power that sits inside a larger wraparound model, the wraparound model. When our staff enter their homes, they're not just bringing in lessons, they're bringing in real support. They're addressing safety concerns. They're identifying developmental needs, quickly referring them, and looping back around. That's why 10 of our families are now in early stages. That's why families are now in new living situations. That's why now, thanks to CBCAP dollars and CFSA, we have had a 100% graduation rate the last 3 years through HIPPY. These budget dollars go further. For every dollar invested, we associate that the impact is 3 to 1. The public dollars can connect families to early childhood education, family support, and concrete-based needs. Maintaining this budget is essential because needs have not gone away. They've grown, and they might change, but for now they've grown. If funding is reduced, families will lose more than a program, more than just housing support, more than just referrals. They will lose trusted relationships. At the heart of this, we need to discuss what it means to stabilize a family. What does it mean to get into a home and really understand the needs? I respectfully urge the committee to maintain this funding. These dollars have real-world impact. They show up every week in living rooms, in parent-child learning, in food support, in developmental screeners, and children becoming more ready for school. As we know, when children are ready for school, they're ready for life. They become independent, self-sufficient adults that don't just become a part of society, they are leaders in society. When we invest in HIPPY and organizations like the Family Place, we invest in real solutions that pay back the city and its residents. We lead to stability. It eases the strain on already used civic services, and it serves as a model that we can do anything together. Thank you for your continued support to the young.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Tracy Velasquez.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and members of the committee. And thank you for this opportunity to testify today on the budget for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, OFC. My name is Tracy Velasquez, and I am the Policy Director for the Council for Court Excellence. OFC was formed when the district's child welfare system was exiting 3 decades of federal court oversight. Council members wisely realized that an independent oversight body that reported to them was needed to hold accountable those tasked with protecting the district's most vulnerable children. The Office of the Ombudsperson for Children Establishment Amendment Act passed the council unanimously in December 2020. For years, the mayor's proposed budgets failed to fund this office, and each year the council has restored that funding. We appreciate that the proposed fiscal year 27 budget fully funds OFC at the FY26 level and even supports additional staffing. And I would like to thank the mayor and her team for recognizing the office's critical role, both as a necessary watchdog and as the one agency charged with reporting on outcomes for crossover youth. That is, youth who have been involved in both the child welfare and the juvenile justice systems. I'm here today, first, to urge the council to retain this full funding. OFC has shown its value to district children and families, even in its current bare bones budget. For example, in addition to responding to a growing number of complaints, the office also investigated the deaths of 3 children who had been involved with CFSA. This is especially important given the absence of recent public reporting from the Child Fatality Review Committee, which has not issued a public report since 2020. OFC has also reviewed whether CFSA appropriately responded to the 77% of hotline calls screened out for abuse and neglect allegations, and has played a critical role in current efforts to improve DC's response to crossover youth through the initiative led by Georgetown University's Center for Youth Justice. I am also here to ask the committee to consider a modest additional investment in FY27 to study whether OFC's mandate could be expanded to provide independent oversight of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, DYRS. Like CFSA, DYRS spent decades under federal court oversight because of unsafe conditions and inadequate care of youth in its custody. And as with CFSA, DC Council created a body that would report to them, the Office for Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight, OIJJFO, to make sure that there was no backsliding and our kids were kept safe in healthy environments focused on positive youth development. While Council has continued to maintain OFC, OIJJFO was allowed to sunset, and the provisions of the Road Act passed recently that would have backfilled this role were not funded. And in part, we know this was due to a lack of an appropriate independent agency to take it on. The need for independent oversight of DYRS is clear. Rising populations, delays in placement, unsatisfactory outcomes, violence and injuries in facilities, and safety concerns with the buildings our kids are locked inside of. For kids in their custody, DYRS acts in loco parentis, that is, as a parent. But if the agency were held to the same standards as a child's parent, CFSA likely would be demanding that their custody be terminated. We cannot simply hope that these longstanding systemic problems will resolve themselves. We need an independent body that can consistently monitor conditions, investigate concerns, and hold the agency accountable for the treatment of youth in its custody. And this independent body needs to be properly funded so that it can do its job. Councilmember Parker and members of the council, you have the body, the framework you need to restore independent oversight right in front of you today in the Office for the Ombudsperson for Children. If properly resourced, since it reports to you, it can be a natural extension of your oversight of DYRS. And given that many youth are duly involved with both CFSA and DYRS, it could be a natural extension of their current work. Yes, making OFC the oversight body for both CFSA and DYRS require additional expertise, funding, and legislation, but the cost of failing to act, both for young people and for the district, would be far greater. Funding a study to evaluate and recommend key components of such an expansion of OFC's mandate would be a wise investment and an important step towards restoring independent DYRS oversight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Joshua Miller.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parker. My name is Joshua Miller, and I'm the Research and Advocacy Director at Open City Advocates, which provides legal representation, holistic advocacy, and mentoring to youth who have been committed to the DC Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. We are grateful that the proposed budget preserves the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, and we appreciate the Council's defense of OFC last year. But preservation alone is not enough. Our request is straightforward. Preserve OFC, but do not stop there. Extend OFC's jurisdiction to all youth committed to DYRS, not only those who have a CFSA case. Give the office statutory authority to enter facilities and placements, interview committed youth directly, review relevant records, and protect youth and families from retaliation when they engage with the office. We are submitting with this testimony a comprehensive red line of the OFC statute that would accomplish substantially all of this. We commend it to the committee's consideration. The broader oversight picture for children in the care of DYRS has progressively gotten worse. I'm just going to say OIJJFO is gone. The successor function lodged at the Office of the DC Auditor is also gone. And I just want to note something that you know well, that it's no longer the Road Act because we got rid of both the O and the A, which was oversight and accountability for DYRS. While the revenue forecast remains difficult, we must not continue responding to difficult times by withdrawing oversight and protection for young people. Without expanding OFC, the district will have preserved an office while leaving the central oversight gap intact. DYRS has 308 youth committed to its care in the most recent JSTAT reporting year, and DYRS has worked with a little under 310 committed youth annually. OFC can reach a DYRS committed child only when that child is also actively involved with CFSA. For most of those committed youth, that means no ombuds at all. The child who is dual jacketed is covered. The child in a DYRS placement whose CFSA case was perhaps closed specifically because they were committed to DYRS is often unable to access the office, even if they are in a placement that is far from home, clinically inadequate, or unsafe. This is the wrong line to draw. DYRS acts in loco parentis when a child is committed. It decides where that child lives, what treatment they receive, what school they attend, when they come home, and what happens when a placement breaks down. Those powers require independent oversight. When OIJJFO with OIJJFO defunded, OFC is now the only standing body that is positioned to collect and evaluate data from DYRS, identify gaps in service provision, and recommend improvements to daily practices. It should also be able to examine the experience of DYRS committed youth in inpatient behavioral health settings and contracted placements. OFC needs affirmative access to do that work. Our colleagues at DRDC, Anya Kreider, who you know well, have shown the difference such access can make. Without it, oversight runs on grievances and incident reports that are internally monitored by DYRS, and those systemically exclude what staff would not want to surface. The office must be independent of CFSA and DYRS, and it must have authority to enter facilities, interview, review records, and protect those who engage with it from retaliation. Authority without funding is a paper mandate. We estimate that giving OFC the capacity to do this work would require at most $1 million and as little as $500,000 above what OFC's current budget includes, depending on how aggressively the office is expected to monitor out-of-state placements and produce regular public reporting. That is a small fraction of DYRS's $104 million FY27 proposed budget, one of the few that grew this year. The fiscal impact statement for the Road Act estimated approximately $1.46 million per year to place that same work with the auditor, which would have built that function from scratch. OFC can do it for less because the office already has the infrastructure to absorb much of the overhead. You passed the Road Act without funding accountability. We are asking the council to not repeat that choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll go online and hear from Fernanda Ruiz.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Fernanda Ruiz, and I'm the Home Visiting Director at Mary Center and a district resident from Ward 5. In my role, I oversee the Father-Child Attachment Program, or FCA, funded through the Child and Family Services Agency. I am here today to respectfully urge the committee to restore the $200,000 in CB-CAP funding in the fiscal year 2027 budget and to make those dollars recurring. The FCA program is a prevention-focused home visiting program that supports fathers and families from pregnancy through early childhood. Our work strengthens parent-child relationships, increases family stability, connects families to critical resources, and helps prevent child welfare involvement before crises occur. Unfortunately, in fiscal year 2025, due to decreases in funding, we had to eliminate one staffing position within the program. In fiscal year 2026, our FCA program then experienced an additional 50% reduction in funding compared to fiscal year 2025. As a result, Mary Center had to absorb approximately 25% of our home visitor salaries in order to maintain staffing and continuity of care for families. We also absorb costs associated with our 24/7 dad group programming because we know these services are too important to eliminate. With regards to the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget, we are grateful for no cuts to home visiting. However, a loss of one-time funding of $200,000 will have a deep impact on the CB-CAP and home visiting programs in CFSA. We therefore ask the committee to not only restore a minimum of $200,000, but to make it recurring dollars. If this money is not included in the fiscal year 2027 budget, funding levels for all programs will return to fiscal year 2022. And for Mary Center's Father-Child program will return to fiscal year 2009 funding levels. Let me repeat this. FCA will return to fiscal year 2009 funding levels. This means programs will shrink both in number of staff and families served. Our program is a critical piece of the prevention work of the agency, and we as a city cannot further choose to disinvest from prevention. We are submitting written testimonies from enrolled fathers and their partners who could not attend today due to work obligations. Across their stories, families describe how the program helped fathers become more emotionally present, stable, and engaged fathers. These stories are a reminder that prevention works and that early support changes outcomes for children and families. Chairperson Parker, we would like to warmly invite you to our Father's Day celebration on June 6th in the afternoon, so you can meet fathers directly and hear firsthand how this program has impacted their families and communities. Thank you again for your leadership and your continued support of children and families across the district. I respectfully urge the committee to restore and sustain the $200,000 in recurring civic cap funding to ensure programs like FCA can continue serving district families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. And it's Reese. Sorry for mispronouncing your last name. Next, we'll hear from Carlos Marchand.
Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the Council. My name is Carlos Merchan, and I serve as the Program Manager of the Father-Child Attachment Program, or FCA, here at Mary Center. I'm here today to respectfully ask the Council to continue protecting and investing in this program by restoring a minimum of $200,000 in funding to civic cap and to make it recurring dollars. Father absence is a reality in our country. Approximately 18 million children live without a father present in their home. That is 1 in every 4 children. In the district, 63,000 children under the age of 18 live in a single-parent household. Research has shown that children raised in father-absent homes are at increased risk for poverty, school disengagement, substance use, involvement in the justice system, and other adverse outcomes. These outcomes are preventable with supports like the FCA program. In our program, the FCA program currently has 30 active fathers enrolled in home visiting services, and this fiscal year, our small team has conducted 317 home visits already. During our visits, we use evidence-based curricula focused on child development and fatherhood, where fathers can strengthen their parenting skills, reflect on communication, and learn how nurturing relationships support their children's healthy development. They also receive individualized support to work towards their personal and family goals. Children in the program are also screened for developmental needs to identify early delays and connect families to appropriate services. We distribute concrete supports such as diapers, baby items, and food assistance. We also connect fathers to services that support employment, education, housing, legal needs, and public benefits. These supports reduce the stress, strengthen protective factors, and help fathers remain connected to their children. Our home visitors become anchors for fathers in our program, offering stability during difficult times. In our current climate, many fathers feel persecuted and are afraid to work, seek medical care, or take their children to school. Home visitors are a crucial part of their support system, navigating services and advocating on their behalf when needed. Finally, I want to thank you and the Committee on Youth Affairs for your continued support and investment in home visiting and civic cap programming. With regards to the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget, we are grateful for no cuts in home visiting. However, a loss of funding of $200,000 will have a deep impact on our civic cap and visiting programs in CFSA. We therefore ask the committee not only to restore a minimum of $200,000, but to make it recurring dollars. If this money is not included in the fiscal year 2027 budget, funding levels for all programs will return to fiscal year 2022. And for Mary Center Father-Child Attachment Program will return to fiscal year 2009 funding levels. This means programs will shrink, both in the number of staff and families served, and our program is a critical piece of the prevention work of the agency. And we as ACT cannot further choose to disinvest from prevention. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you. Mr. Marchand, if you could submit your testimony as well as Mr. Miller as well.
Absolutely.
All right, I have a few questions. Mr. Belk, NCCF had contract modifications last fiscal year, if I recall. Were those based on growth or demand?
Demand.
Okay. Can you just say a little bit more about that?
We got one modification that increased our census from 200 to 220. So that was one modification. We've recently received modifications to extend our contract through September 30th. Our TSH contract we've been working under for the last part 8 years, termed March the 16th. And so now we're operating on modifications to take us through to September 30th and awaiting the response from CFSA around the award for the TSH RFP.
And can you say a little bit more about staffing needs and how they've evolved over this last year?
I think because we have not been able to give, I think, appropriate staff increases due to the constraints of the budget, probably for the last two budget cycles. We have been challenged, I think, with maintaining. I think we've done a great job because of our benefits and the supervision, supports, and training we offer, the benefits we offer to our social workers and family support workers and other team members. But it's a challenge, and it's an ongoing challenge. And so it's going to come to a head, I think, this year if we aren't able in this new budget receive enough funding to provide a minimum increase or a COLA. Will continue to be challenged. And it's unfortunate because we have assembled an awesome team, dedicated team of workers at all levels. And we see it in the outcomes that we've been able to produce for the city with increased permanency. We've done a great job with dads, I think unprecedented rates of serving fathers and having permanency with dads. I work with Ken, and our Ken Network team has been stellar in finding, after kids have been referred to us, finding relatives for kids to be in, because it's important for kids to be with families. I think that gets challenged when we continue to have flat budgets. And we do understand that there is a fiscal crisis, but I would hope that the city is able to look at other resources and other areas for cuts, because this is important work, and these are young people. And like as I said in my testimony, if we aren't investing now, there's a higher cost. If you aren't servicing kids and providing the supports that they need because of trauma, you'll see that the results of that trauma played out as they get older. And I think you see that in our city. When you see such violence in our city, you see young people that have not gotten the services that they need with mental health and other supports. I think it's the results of much of the violence you see with young people, and they're getting younger. You're now getting 12 and 13-year-olds that are involved in serious crime because of, I think, lack of supports to them and their families.
Yeah. I want to come back to that as it relates to something playing out in the city, but I want to move on for the sake of time. Mr. Soloshev, you talked about the hippie model. How is that currently funded?
Thank you, Chairperson Berger. We are funded in 3 different streams: grants, fundraising, and the large chunk is through the CB-CAB CFSA grant through the Center for Collaborative Community Solutions. Collaborative Solutions for Communities.
And what's the size of that grant?
It's please don't misquote me. We receive around 160,000. It's somewhere in that ballpark, but please don't quote me. I'll get you a accurate number as soon as I can.
It's like 175,000.
Okay, so it's increased a little, yes. But the cost of doing this program is much larger than that. The cost of doing this program, all in all, with food, wraparound services, case management, visiting, is closer to $400,000. And so it's just a part of all the work that we do to bring this service to the community. However, yeah.
Okay. What level of funding would be necessary if you're saying that's insufficient?
I want to be very clear. It takes a collaged effort to do this work. I'll be very frank with you. We are thankful. We use every single dollar that this grant gives us, and we're thankful for 175.
I got it, but you're not answering the question.
No, thank you. I don't need an increase. I need to maintain the funding.
Okay.
I can do my part. I can go and collect the other dollars. It's the decrease that concerns me. I'm not asking for an increase. I'm asking for maintenance or maintaining what we have. We need to do our part. We as an organization must pull our weight. But the decrease in funding really concerns me.
Got it. Got it. Okay, I am clear there. Ms. Velasquez, you spoke about OFC and DRS as well as oversight. That is something we're looking at. I will say transparently, we have questions about OFC's capacity to take on DRS, which is a behemoth of a agency in addition to CFSA. And so we're exploring like how could we expand oversight, even if it's not necessarily within OFC. But should we be able to expand that oversight? Where do you, and I'll ask Mr. Miller the same thing, where are there areas that you think would be most advantageous for a person or a team to focus in on?
Well, they have their choice almost right now because there are so many issues. I would first look at reducing the YSC population and have them look at the issue of why kids aren't getting placed quickly. I also would want them to look at conditions and services that kids are getting. OIJJFO's last report, which was frankly shocking to me, was the lack of mental health care that kids are getting in those facilities. I think looking at issues around violence between youth and between staff and youth is another issue that the other agencies, independent oversight agencies, have looked at. The Disability Services Group, for example. I think looking at how youth who are charged as adults are being treated, because they are still kids, even if legally, criminally they're adults, is another issue that you have some serious concerns we've raised in the past. So I think those would be some places to start. And also, just looking at getting more feedback from staff, I think, on, what are the challenges that they're facing every day, and so we can retain and keep good staff.
Okay, and Mr. Miller, same question.
I mean, so Tracy, Ms. Velasquez has been pretty complete. One of the things I want to point out is that the last OIJJFO report that we all talk about a lot, still haven't seen any action on, about the behavioral health treatment options at New Beginnings, was the first report that was done by the auditor under her own auspices and not by OIJJFO under its narrow sort of Jerry M extension role. And it was significantly more hard-hitting because it had that freedom. And so if the auditor was willing to accept this sort of ability to engage in ongoing systemic research into the juvenile justice system, sometimes allowing itself to be pulled into conversations about the role of the federal government, of the court social services, of the USAO, of Title 16, all, sort of pulled across the panoply, that would be very exciting. But what we've seen is that, she's been pretty forthright about this, that she's not willing to take the role and she's opposed it. In that sense, having an organization, having an agency that has facility access, that has sort of responsibility for out-of-state facilities and not just the 2 facilities here in the district, and that has some expertise and knowledge about what treatments can look like and should look like, and doesn't just sort of accept as a given that the agency's story is correct, I think would all be really, really welcome.
Okay. And then our friends from Mary's Center, I hear you loud and clear in terms of funding levels and the need to maintain your programmatic outreach. Ms. Reese, you spoke about the need to restore the committee's $200,000 enhancement for the CBCAP home visitation funding and to make it reoccurring. What impact do you anticipate the loss of such funding having? And if you could speak about it in terms of numbers, like how many families or individuals will be impacted should that funding not be there?
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. We're hoping to not have to eliminate any of the positions that we have currently and see if Mary Center could absorb furthermore this cut. It would mean absorbing about 5 to 10% additional costs related to salaries from our staff. So if that is possible, that would be our choice. We would also be eliminating Carlos' time under this grant, which he provides a lot of support. Running the numbers about the cost to actually implement the program, we're $100,000 short. So restoring the funding and making sure that the funding is sustained at the level that we are, like, allows us to continue to provide the program and supports and continue with our current staffing. It doesn't necessarily mean that it covers the entire cost of the program.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to leave it there for the sake of time. I want to say thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Marchand and Mr. Miller, if you could submit your written testimony as we go back, that would be really helpful. With that, our next panel, we will have Tammy Rarsinga-Cote with the Children's Law Center, Leah Castellas with the Children's Law Center, Chris Gamble with the Children's Law Center, Susan Punnett with the Family and Youth Initiative. Is Susan Punnett here? Going once, going twice. All right. Princess Sims. Okay.
These ones are the youth flex leaders that will go after. So we want to keep.
Understood. And Susan, if you wanted to go, do you want to go with the youth on the next panel? All right, feel free to stay there, but I'll just have you give your testimony on the next panel. All right. With that, you may begin, Tim.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Parker. My name is Tammy Rarsinga-Cote, and I'm the Policy Director for Children's Law Center. I'm also a Ward 4 resident and the parent of 3 children here in the district. In this most challenging budget year in recent memory, we are largely relieved to see the mayor's proposed operating budget for CFSA include only a modest cut of 5.6% and practically no FTE cuts. The mayor's proposed budget leaves mostly intact the budget for critical program areas, including out-of-home placement and services, and the grandparent and close relative caregiver subsidies, and we are grateful for this. The mayor's proposed budget does include several concerning cuts to community prevention services, including home visiting and the Family Success Centers. My written testimony will address our concerns about those changes, but for today, I would like to focus the committee's attention on the need to find funding for SOL. As you know, SOL passed its first full council vote unanimously last week, and we expect it will pass its second vote shortly and become law in the district by the summer. We are so grateful for LEC's leadership and the committee's partnership in getting SOL this far. Councilmember Parker, you and your staff have done so much to turn our LEC's leaders' vision into a reality. From introducing this bill, to quickly holding a hearing, to getting it through not 1 but 2 markups, and now through passage before the full council. Children's Law Center now urges you to take the final step and make sure SOL is fully funded in this year's budget. We know that it is an extremely tough budget year, and the conventional wisdom is to focus on saving what can be saved and mitigating cuts where possible, and not trying to find money for new things. Although generally true, SOL must be the exception. As you will hear from our LEC's leaders, SOL fills a critical gap in our foster care system by providing older youth in care an alternative to aging out. By enabling youth in care to build families that work for their individual circumstances, that can be dynamic and flexible in structure, and that don't have to fit within preconceived notions of what a family should look like. SOL offers youth who would otherwise languish in care before aging out a way to take ownership and agency in building their own futures. For this reason, we strongly urge the committee and the council to ensure that SOL is fully funded. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm a big fan of SOL as well. Ms. Castellas, you may provide your testimony, and I don't have you all's written testimony, so if you could make sure you submit that.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker, and good afternoon. My name is Leah Castellas, and I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children. We are glad to see the funding remains level for OFC. This is the first time since fiscal year 2024 that the mayor has chosen not to defund this office. Children's Law Center, like this committee, knows well the need for OFC as an independent, impartial legislative office. The office's core functions, effective oversight, systemic trend analysis, interagency coordination, and investigation and day-to-day problem solving are critical to directly helping district children and families, as well as building the capacity of the DC Council. We are hopeful that with funding stability, OFC will continue to work on implementation, expand their reach, and ultimately we'll see the impact of the office grow. We therefore ask the committee to maintain funding for OFC. Our work also tells us that the current funding level is not sufficient for OFC to realize its full potential to support district children and families. Therefore, we ask the committee to consider specifically establishing and funding a DYRS deputy ombudsperson with OFC, and more generally, leveraging OFC to overcome challenges of interagency coordination and ensure accountability in the executive branch beyond child welfare involved children and families. As discussed in our recent testimony on Streamlining Services for Children Act of 2025. My written testimony provides more detail on these opportunities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Chris Gamble.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker. My name is Chris Gamble, and I'm the Behavioral Health Policy Analyst at Children's Law Center. CLC represents over half the children in foster care, some of whom have experienced physical or sexual abuse. Across the district, there are thousands more youth and families navigating the traumatic effects of abuse. They deserve to seek justice and healing in a supportive environment. Children's advocacy centers fulfill this purpose by coordinating entities involved in abusive investigations, conducting expert forensic interviews, and providing mental health services. Without intervention, abused children are at higher risk of PTSD, disrupted relationships in later life, and further re-victimization. We testified last fall in support of the Child Abuse Investigation Multidisciplinary Team Certification Act of 2025, with some key recommendations for how to strengthen the intent of the legislation. We encourage the committee to continue working with Safe Shores to ensure the bill supports the essential role of CACs. Support for CACs also includes providing adequate funding. For years, Safe Shores has had to depend on unreliable funding structures when it comes to government funding sources. For one, they apply annually for varying levels of grants from OVSJG, and through CFSA, there have been a series of one-time enhancements in the budget that have created a pattern of uncertainty that ultimately harms the youth in need of services provided by CACs. Instead, we need a long-term solution that creates sustainability. DC law requires child abuse to be investigated using the MDT model. For the sake of efficiency and stable teaming dynamics, there is only one CAC per MDT. So funding Safe Shores is not an act of favoring a particular business, rather it ensures MDT investigations operate effectively in accordance with the law. We urge this committee to minimally restore the one-time enhancement of $1.35 million to fund Safe Shores through FY27 while seeking a long-term reliable funding solution. Youth and families in DC dealing with abuse need certainty that help will always be available. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you have.
Awesome, thank you, and I do have your full testimony. So I'm gonna stop there because we're gonna take you on the next panel with the youth. And I would just say with the SOUL Act, we have every intention to try to fund it. The matter, as you can imagine, finding money in this budget is tough. So, but it is on our radar, and I agree with you. But let me ask this, what aspects of the SOUL legislation do you think could help reduce, do you think could be reduced to help us get the legislation funded through the budget cycle? Have you all thought about it in a piecemeal fashion, like take this part, leave this part?
I think that the agency that does the implementation can speak the most authoritatively, but I will say, like, I think without funding, there are parts of SOUL that will be accessible to some youth, right? So for youth who may already by happenstance have the right adults in their life, and this creates a legal pathway, the legal pathway will be available to those youth. But for most of the youth, we're gonna need support and services to build up those relationships, to get those adults prepared to take on a lifelong commitment of supporting that youth. Those resources are necessary to help those youth get to the place where they can form a SOUL family. So for this to really be available to make the difference we want it to make, it needs to be funded.
Understood. I would just say, Ms. Castellas, as I mentioned in the previous panel, we are looking at the OIJFFO and trying to find a place. We are not convinced OFC is the right place. In an ideal world, yes, but I don't want to say too much. But right now, as I say too much, we are looking at the feasibility of making the office independent. Should we be able to fund it under the council? The auditor, for instance, is an independent office under the council. So more to come on that. It may not be feasible, but it's something we're exploring.
And I'll just add, OFC is also independent under the council
Yes.
too. So I think, and they're the only legislatively mandated office that oversees crossover youth
Yes.
and dual jacketed youth. So I think
Yes.
there's a good opportunity there.
Yes. Yes. I'll leave it there. But I want to say thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Gamble, I have your testimony. I take to heart your testimony on safe shores. I agree we need long-term solutions, and that could start with the executive not cutting the funding every year. So with that, we're going to move on to the next panel. And Susan, why don't you stay there? Next, I'll have Princess Sims join you, Zanaya Torres, Sierra Bailey. Okay, if someone can flag them. Are they in the hall because it's not space in here? Okay. We have an overflow section today, you know. 2 overflow sections. Okay. You see that guy in the very nice brown suit? He regulates it, so he's in charge. Welcome back. We're thrilled to have you all. Allie, I'm not sure if folks in the waiting area have the witness list. It may be helpful for them to have it just so that they can transition as we get closer. But I am thrilled to have you all here. You are all familiar faces. I'm going to start with Kanaya Parks. Okay, Kanaya and Olivia, why don't we just pull up a chair? And you could just kind of park it on the side here. Thank you all for being flexible. These are some of our Lex leaders, our young people with lived experience, and I'm glad to have you all. All right, and so here's our order. We're going to hear from Susan, then Princess, then Zanaya, then Sierra, then Kanaya, and then Olivia. Sorry about that, Olivia. Okay, and with that, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Parker and members of the Youth Affairs Committee. My name is Susan Panett. I'm a District of Columbia resident and Executive Director of Family and Youth Initiative, a DC nonprofit that has worked for over 15 years to connect teens who are in foster care with adults who commit to staying in their lives. We're proud of having helped some teens find adoptive families and of connecting others with adults with whom youth are still connected long after they've aged out of care. We believe all young people deserve to have adults they can trust and who will be there for them no matter what happens. We hope many more youth in foster care get the opportunity to develop supportive relationships, especially the ones that lead to legal permanency. For the last 2.5 years, DCFYI has worked with this group of lived experts and others, Child and Family Services Agency, Children's Law Center, and the Office of the Attorney General to design SOUL, a new permanency option for teens in foster care, and what we see as an important extension of our core work. You have heard multiple times now from Lex leaders about why SOUL is needed and how it will allow more youth to leave foster care to permanency. Thank you for listening and becoming such a champion of SOUL. In addition, you and Councilmember Pinto have been both consistently highlighted the work of the Lex leaders as a model not often seen in policy development. So thank you for doing that and for ensuring the SOUL legislation has continued to move forward, both at the committee level and now with the full council. It is unfortunate the mayor was not able to fund SOUL in the FY27 budget. In addition to being a very small amount in the first year, SOL will save the district money in the long term. Over time, CFSA will spend less for each youth who leaves foster care to a SOL family rather than remaining in care until they age out. A fiscal analysis conducted as part of the SOL design process documented that costs will be more than offset by the cost savings from those youth not remaining in care. In addition, by implementing SOL, the District of Columbia has the opportunity to be the second jurisdiction in the nation to implement this new permanency option and to be at the forefront of what we expect will become a national innovative movement. Already, as other organizations and jurisdictions are learning about SOL, they are asking how they can bring it to their states. We also believe that implementing SOL has the potential to change child welfare practice for all youth in DC foster care. Adopting SOL's youth-led focus and prioritizing youth's family and community connections should result in youth having better understanding of their options, deeper connections with the people who are already in their lives, and the opportunity to build more of those connections, and therefore better outcomes all around. Thank you for helping move the SOL legislation so more youth can leave foster care to real permanency, meaning they will have the family all of us need and deserve. Youth should not have to choose between services and lasting relationships or have to choose between maintaining birth family connections and building connections with a new family. SOL will give youth the ability to exit care to a family they have chosen and which meets their own unique circumstances. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. And then next we'll have Princess.
Oh, really short. Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Parker and members of the committee. My name is Princess Sims. I am one of the proud Lex leaders that has been a part of the creation of the new permanency option SOL. Today, I am testifying for the funding of SOL. I will start off by saying thank you again, Chairman Parker and members of the committee, for your collaborative efforts with moving the SOL bill forward thus far, especially partnering with the Lex leaders, hearing our testimonies, and recognizing just how important and impactful this legislation is for us as current and former foster youth. Today, we ask that you walk alongside us as we take the next big step towards making SOL a reality for these youth. Once enacted, SOL could be a viable option for youth in care within a matter of months. During my time in care, I had over 15 different placements, and the longer I stayed in care, it became less about trying to help me foster connections and achieve permanency, and more about just trying to find me an empty bed or some type of holding place until I aged out. With the delay of funding SOL, my nightmare could be the reality for a lot of youth in care that get brushed off into aging out. When you age out, it's very easy to assume that you as an adult can choose who you connect with, where you live, and how you navigate. But when I aged out and all the responsibilities fell on me, I began to prioritize survival over stability. I struggled to ask for help because I already felt like a burden, as if no one wanted me. I isolated myself and did whatever it took just to get by. Instead of asking how to renew my health insurance or how to apply for housing or food stamps, I just stayed up late at night working to keep a roof over my head, even if that meant I lived with pain or no food in my fridge. No youth should ever have to feel like a burden or unwanted, as if they were. No youth should ever have to feel like a burden or unwanted because they were thrown into a system that was never designed to sustain them long term. It's called Child and Family Services Agency for a reason, not Teens and Young Adult Services. The agency's efforts towards change and growth without the funding for SOL will only reach but so far. So in closing, I ask that you fund the SOL legislation in the FY27 budget. The future of the youth of tomorrow begins with our efforts of today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Sanaya.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the council. My name is Anaya Torres, and I'm a lived experience leader. I'm 18 years old, and I'm a DC resident who is currently in foster care. I've been involved in the SOL family work for the last year and a half. I'm currently a co-chair of the regulations work group and serve on the communications work group. I've been an avid supporter of the SOL family in the process to get the legislation passed across the finish line. I would like to start by thanking Councilmember Parker and all the members of the council for voting SOL family out of the markup. This is a significant milestone, and seeing the progress gives us hope. It shows that the system is listening to the needs of the youth in care. Soul Family is important because it stops the system from choosing our futures for us. It gives young people the freedom to choose who we call family, and it ensures that we have the proper foundation for success in adulthood. For too long, the system has forced young people to choose between financial support and a legal family. Soul Family is revolutionary because it acknowledges that we need both to succeed. It provides the stability of family without stripping away the resources that is required to be successful. Soul focuses on a forever family, and although I'm aging out of care soon and the journey with the system ends, my need for a family doesn't. Soul creates enduring familial connections that do not expire at 21. Because of this, it is with full confidence that I know Soul Family will pass. The legislation is built by us and for us and reflects the real-world gaps that we have lived through and offers an effective solution that fits the reality of modern foster care. However, the promise of this legislation can only be realized if it is supported by the necessary resources. In closing, I ask you to please ensure that the Soul Family is fully funded in the FY27 budget. Passing the bill is the first step, and funding it is what makes permanency a reality for youth like me. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Sierra.
Good morning, Chairperson Parker, members of the committee, and everyone here today. My name is Sierra Bailey, and I am a LIV expert from Washington, D.C., testifying today in support of the Soul Amendment Act of 2025. Firstly, I would like to thank each and every one of the council members who voted Soul out of the markup. I know all too well the benefit of having a family and support around you. I entered care when I was 8 years old, and I aged out at 21. When I aged out, I honestly always wanted a family, or at least to feel like I was welcome in one. I decided that since services were cut and dry and more guaranteed, that I would focus on my eligibility for programs, and family wouldn't be as important to me once I got my housing, my health insurance, and just those basic living necessities. But I was wrong. I still felt the emptiness and loneliness, even though I knew I had all those services set in place for the future. With all the services, I was still unprepared. I had a voucher, but didn't know how to apply for an apartment. I applied for food stamps and got them and didn't know how to cook. And then I met my mentor when I was 19, and he has been my forever family that I was always looking for. No matter how different we look, how different we eat, he's vegan. He has been the one constant thing in my life. And I'm 28, and my mentor has been there for the highest of highs. I have a 2-year-old. He was there with me the entire 5 days I was in the hospital, to my lowest of lows, sitting down in college, doing math, or even worse, budgeting. He taught me how to sign up for benefits and helped me to figure out housing, how to be an adult. He gave me the tools to be a light in my community. And it is important to have reliability and structure to have a family. It's an extra voice in your heart and your mind, and is a resource to you. He has shown me what consistency, love, support, and family are. And without him, I would have been going through life missing something essential. My fear is that that is the case with more youth than I can count each and every year. And every day somebody else ages out without the correct supports. I am confident that Soul will pass the council because I believe it is a support to the youth of DC, as well as the child welfare system as a whole. This would be the first permanency plan embracing that social norms and a family dynamic look different for each and every person. It is a permanency that encompasses more than just your traditional family structures, and allows for non-conventional relationships and families to shine, letting every youth, caregiver, and professional know that we understand that families and the idea of family has evolved, and everyone deserves one and the chance to create one for themselves if they don't have one. My hope is that with the implementation of Soul legislation each day, we have more success with connecting the youth, and every year the number goes down until the statistic of youth aging out with community is completely destroyed. I ask this committee to please make sure that Soul is funded in the FY27 budget, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Zanaya. No, I lied. Kanaya.
Hey, everyone, and greetings to the Committee of Youth Affairs. I'm here today to voice my strong support for Soul being fully recognized and fully funded in the FY 2027 budget. Soul is a new permanency option through CFSA that gives older youth the ability to choose their family members, caregivers, and supportive adults who will play a vital role in their lives. It creates a different pathway within the child welfare system, one that places youth in Washington, D.C. in an important and a responsible role when it comes to decisions about their own cases and futures. SOUL stands out as a transformative initiative because it was designed and led by lived experts, us. People like me who have directly experienced the child welfare system firsthand, alongside other and current former foster youth, in partnership with CFSA and OAG. I helped shape the concept and draft the legislation creating SOUL. This approach has been a game changer because it ensures that the solutions being created are informed by the real needs, experiences, and voices of young people, not just theoretical ideas. By prioritizing lived expertise, SOUL creates an authentic opportunity to improve outcomes for youth and young adults in a meaningful and lasting way. However, in order for SOUL to be successfully implemented, it must receive the proper funding and support. It must receive the proper, my bad, y'all. That is why I'm here today to respectfully ask that you fully fund SOUL as you finalize the youth affairs budget for fiscal year for 2027. I genuinely believe that this initiative can be transformative for youth currently in, exiting, and entering the child welfare system in Washington, D.C. We have an opportunity to be one of the first cities to fully implement SOUL and create a meaningful change for youth and families across our community. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your commitment to supporting the well-being and futures of young people in the district. And also, thank you for supporting SOUL for this time.
Awesome. Thank
that we've
you
been
for your
doing.
testimony. And then last but not least, Olivia.
Good morning, Chairperson, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity for me to testify today. My name is Olivia Thomas, and I am a Lex leader. I want to sincerely thank the council members for voting SOUL out of the markup. That step meant a lot to me personally, as well as it did to many others who have been pushing for the change. It showed that you are listening and you understand how important this is for young people and families in DC. Because of that, I am confident that SOUL will receive its second vote and pass the full council. SOUL family is personal to me because I know what it feels like as a young person in foster care to not have consistent, lifelong support. And aging out isn't about leaving the system. It's about being expected to figure everything out on your own without the guidance and stability all young people need and deserve. Right now in DC, too many young people face the harsh reality of aging out of foster care. They are leaving care without permanent connections, without someone they truly depend on long term, and that's why SOUL is needed now. While SOUL family isn't a permanency option for young people in DC yet, we have been doing work to prepare. We've been building the structure, having the conversations, and putting the right supports in place so that when SOUL family does pass, it can be successful from day one. We're not starting from scratch. We're ready. And that readiness matters because young people can't afford to wait for systems to figure things out after the fact. They need something that works the moment it's available. SOUL is more than legislation. It's about making sure every young person has a chance to at least have one committed, legally recognized caring adult in their life. Someone they can call, someone who shows up, someone who stays. As you continue moving this legislation forward, I ask you to make sure SOUL family is fully funded in the FY27 budget. Passing this is crucial, but funding it will make it real for young people across the district. Thank you for your time and for continuing to take steps towards supporting young people in DC.
Well, I want to say thank you all. I think you did a great job testifying. And this is a full circle moment. I'm looking over there, Director Trice. I know you all have been at the table for a long time, brainstorming, writing, giving feedback. You were there as we introduced the bill, you testified and advocated for it, and now you're here to fund it. And this is one of my key priorities this year to make sure we can get this funded. And when we do get it funded, I want you all to feel very proud of the work that you contributed to, not just for yourselves, for generations of future young people coming through our system that will now have this benefit. I do have 2 or 3 quick questions. I would just ask you to be as concise and err on the side of brevity. There are some people that still don't understand why we need SOL. What would you say? I kind of was looking at Sierra, but what would you say is the reason why this type of permanency option is needed?
I will be brief, but as far as permanency with SOL, I feel like every youth should be able to have the autonomy to say where they want to go. 9 times out of 10, that's where you're going to end when you age out anyway. And a lot of times it's hard for us to be in a system where we were for a long period of time and be forward about what we need and what we want. And there isn't a space where you can come out and say, this is what I want to do. And now we have SOL where we have youth that are over the age of 16 who are saying, this is where I want to go. These are my ideas about permanency. This is what I want to do. And I'm willing to take the steps that's needed for me to create my
Let's go
family.
a step further, because I still think that lives up here. So in our current system, we have adoption.
Mm-hmm.
And what I've heard from you all is adoption isn't the best answer for every young person. There are some people that will say, I don't want to be adopted. Why? Give me just one example why someone may not want to pursue adoption.
Because you have them choosing between resources and community. That's the reason why you need SOL.
Okay, say more, but make that plainer. I'm talking to the people out there that
I wouldn't compare it to adoption. I would compare it to APLA, which is aging out.
Let's talk
And
about
adoption, older youth, 9 times out of 10, that permanency plan is, they're not going to do that. They're not going to go into a place with people who they don't know most of the time.
Understood. Princess, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah. So for me, I had the option of being adopted on several occasions. And, I entered care at 16 years old. Adoption was not suitable for me because I'm left with just that one person. So if anything happens, anything goes wrong with just that one person, then everything falls right back onto me. And that's similar to being the equivalent of aging out. You just got that one person. And that's what Sierra means by a sense of community. You don't just have to rely on one person. And of course, you could say outside of an agency, you can, call up whoever, you can reach out to whoever. But if they have not seen you, if they have not heard from you, if they have not been a part of what it took for you to get to school, for you to get that job, for you to potentially either have or not have whatever resources that you already needed and should have had before you aged out. Now you're an adult, now you're scrambling, and then you still have to face whatever ups and downs you are facing on the day-to-day.
Zanaya, you seem like you wanted to jump in.
I feel like a lot of people think that adoption secures stability, but honestly, I don't think it does. I do think that at some point, adoption doesn't really become an option because for me, I think as the older that you get, you don't really think of adoption as an option because unfortunately, a lot of people that are looking for adoption are looking for younger kids. Not only that, we have so much trauma on us already, we can't change who we are. And unfortunately, I feel like people think that when you adopt somebody, you're about to get this picture perfect child, and that's not what you're doing. When you adopt somebody, you're having like a lifelong contract with that person. You can't just adopt somebody and then just throw them away when, they're already aged out.
I think you all made it very clear. I see you want to jump in. Adoption is a beautiful thing. If you're watching, adoption is a beautiful thing. We want more families to adopt. The point I'm trying to make is adoption just isn't the perfect solution for every young person. And so what SOL was seeking to do was to provide yet another option. Okay, now sell SOL. Why? What is it to you? I know that's probably not what you were about to say, but what is it to you and why is it another good option?
Honestly, I was going to just kind of go with this because we was on the adoption subject. I am adopted, and honestly, now that I've had my experience with it, I honestly wish I didn't do it, if I'm being completely honest. If I would have had something like so, I feel like a lot of things would have been prevented with my experience. I'm now 18. It's honestly too late for me to go back, so I've honestly just been going through with things, like how almost everybody has said, some people think you're going to get this perfect picture child, things are going to be different. And me being adopted, I just rushed into it because honestly, I didn't want to be in care no more. I was tired of dealing with the social workers, this, that, and et cetera. And I just want to be out. And now that I'm here, it's just so many things that are going on that I wish that like I've known from like dealing with soul and things like that I would have known before I made the decision that I was going to make. Like
Thank you
soul
for
could have
sharing.
saved me from a lot. So I feel like just having the other option where it's not like, you're aging out or you don't just, you have multiple people in your corner. You don't just have one person, you have multiple.
Thank you for sharing and being vulnerable. If
So,
you don't mind,
Can I just get one quick, because
I just want to get Zanaya and then I'll come to you if you don't mind. Go for it.
I think that like you try to please everybody in their case. And I feel like that's the worst part about it because I know like the first thing they go for is reunification, but sometimes that's not the best thing to do.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, some people want to be able to have multiple people in their family. They don't want to have to go back to that parent that they had because it might not be the best option. They might not want to go to anybody else. But I feel like with Soul, you can have multiple people inside your family. So you don't feel like you're letting somebody down or you're choosing somebody else's side or that you're just going against your family or whatever the case may be.
Okay, I got it. You wanted to jump in, but you all still need to sell Soul.
I am a proponent of adoption, which is a whole other conversation.
Yes.
And I think there's a whole piece about how young people are introduced to adoption, introduced to families. That's separate.
Understood.
I think the other piece that's interesting is like families have changed over the decades. What used to be a quote unquote traditional family is not how families look. And yet foster care still treats families as a parent or a couple that's it, where other people have extended families and step families and blended families and all those things. And that Soul, in effect, is creating that sort of option for young people who are in foster care, where you can have all of those people. You don't have to, none of them is mentioned. The other piece about adoption is termination of parental rights.
Yes.
Which especially
I was
older
surprised I
youth
didn't hear that.
is something that many young people don't want to do. Soul does not require that they make that choice. They don't have to sever the legal relationship with their birth family. So there's a lot of things that are positive about Soul that give them more options in terms of what feels comfortable to them and what the people that they want, not to have to choose just like this person or this couple and ignore all these other people who are important to them.
And with this legal structure that Soul provides, it allows those chosen family members, which could be a mentor, could be a cousin, it could be a neighbor, a teacher.
Right, to be to be recognized as part of the
to be
family.
legally recognized,
Correct.
which is incredibly important when we're talking about decision-making, when we're talking about legal standing. And, I was talking to foster parents a couple of weeks ago, and decisions even around where do they enroll in school? Where do they go to the doctor? When you can't make those choices, you don't understand how important those things are. And Soul provides a legal framework to provide a support network around these young people as they age out and enter adulthood. I'm off my soapbox, but I'm going to give you all the last word. Any last words? It seems like you want. Okay, I'll give you the last word.
Was it? I'll just close it, keep it short and sweet. Soul was literally like, we have been doing this for 3 years. Like we really put out all of our thoughts, all of our experiences, all of our past experiences, all the things that we might think might happen. Like we've really put our all into this, and it is different for DC. And I say DC because I was born and raised here. The youth is different. I know them. I know what they want. I know what they're looking for. I know what I was looking for. So I really feel as though this will be a great thing for our city. I wish I could have chose the people to be in my life that I had around me. I wish the system would have pushed me more to cultivate those relationships and really keep those people around, because now I'm 26. I aged out of foster care at 22, all because of COVID. I would have been gone at 21 if it was COVID. And I was lost. Like, I really was lost. I didn't have nobody. I still don't have nobody. I mean, I do now because of what we created. But I didn't have nothing. I didn't know nothing about financial stability. I didn't know nothing about bills. I didn't know nothing how budgeting. Like, I'm still drowning to this day, y'all. Like, seriously, I wish I had somebody to teach me the things that becoming an adult, like becoming an adult. I wish I had that. I wish I had somebody to guide me into this world, and I didn't. So that is what we're trying to create. We want the youth to be able to pick their people, their right people, to support them all throughout their life, not just
Emphasis
for the
on
moment.
The right people. Yes. I am so incredibly inspired by you all. And so I'm going to try not to get sappy up here, but thank you. And when we get it funded, I want you all to come back. Deal? All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Parker. You're great.
All right. And thank you for moving the chairs back. Thank you. Thank you. Next, we'll have Kari Wood, Time for Change, who is virtual, I believe. Christy Matthews-Jones, DC Girls Coalition, who is virtual. Natalia Otero, DC Safe. Mary Ellen Ryan with DC Kin Care Alliance. Dante Massey with DC Kin Care Alliance. Any seat is fine. Okay, we're gonna keep going.
No, Kari Wood is here. Sorry.
Tara Martin, Families for Justice.
Kari Wood was.
Yes, Kari, we have you. We're just still calling witnesses, and we'll turn to you in 1 second. Tara Martin, Melody Webb, Angel Brand, Blair Green, Aqua Dankwa. All of these are with the Mothers Outreach Network. I see Angel online. Sharon Harris. Hi there. We'll get started in 1 second. Sharon Harris with the Mothers Outreach Network. Amy Allen with the Mothers Outreach Network. Shirley Smith. Max Tapp with the Collaborative Solutions for Communities. I see Shirley Smith online. I see Sharon Harris online. We will turn to you momentarily. I'm trying to fill this empty seat. Dr. Dawn Sherman with the Community of Hope.
I'm here, Sharon Harris.
Yes, we'll turn to you momentarily.
Okay.
Thank you. Dion Reeder with the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. Penny Griffith with the Collaborative Solutions for Communities. Lucy Geber. So my apologies for likely mispronouncing your name. With the Collaborative Solutions for Communities. What's your name? Max Tapp, got it. Melody is online. But she's not here.
Just said she's.
Okay. All right, we'll stop there. Say that again. All right, we're gonna, Max Tapp is here. Is Don Sherman here? If you could have a seat, we'll get you on the next round. So if you're following along on the witness list, we are at number 30. I don't believe Dion Reader is here. It's 31. People are saying she's downstairs, so she'll be on the next round. Dion Reader, Penny Griffith will be on the next panel. For this panel, we will start with Kari Wood. Time for change.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Kari Wood. I am the program manager with Time for Change, and we currently have a grant with CFSA. I'm speaking on behalf of for CFSA to be able to retain their full budget, and also go over the benefits of them retaining their budget and us being able to have a grant with them due to them retaining their budget. Time for Change is in the second year with CFSA, and we've had the privilege of providing financial literacy and building financial independence for students aged 15 through 21 that are in care. This extensive education covers credit, savings, and starting a business, and many other topics that support both basic financial fundamentals and advanced financial practices like investing, buying a car or home, and interest rates. For those 18 and over, we take a deep dive into credit reports, defining good and bad credit, and checking credit reports for accuracy. We have served 58 students who have participated in our financial literacy program. Of those 58 students, 28 of them have active accounts for match savings portion, which we have partnered with Chase Bank to facilitate. Each student who has a match savings account has an interest-bearing escrow account with Chase Bank. The match savings accounts allow students to save money, and their funds are matched at a 1-to-1 or a 2-to-1 ratio, depending on the student's age, for an approved purchase. An approved purchase can cover housing, education, health or dental expenses, a car purchase, or even starting a small business. Time for Change has also been able to host monthly Money Talk Tuesday with students, where we go over various topics that lay the foundation for healthy money habits and future planning. It is an interactive setting where we have discussions about money, savings, spending, budget creation, and many other topics. Students can be themselves, and there isn't a such thing as a stupid question during our Money Talk Tuesdays. In addition to Money Talk Tuesday, the match savings, and the financial literacy portion, we also contribute to the youth transition meetings. There we help youth preparing to age out by informing them of how they can benefit from the MMG program and how to maximize the benefits for housing, cars, education, and etc. In closing, I am here to ask the committee to retain the full budget for CFSA because the impact will have immediate impact on the youth and the families that we do serve. And also it sets the foundation for them to be able to have financial independence and for a bright financial future for not just only themselves, and for their families. It is important that we invest and continue to invest in the CFSA agency and the partners that support CFSA's mission. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could submit your written testimony, that would be helpful.
Yes,
next, we will have Christy Matthews-Jones with the DC Girls Coalition.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christy Matthews-Jones, and I'm the director of the DC Girls Coalition. DC Girls Coalition works to elevate and amplify the voices of young women, girls, femmes, gender nonconforming people, and young girls with trans experience of color in DC. DC composed of youth-serving organizations and advocacy organizations, while being managed by a youth advisory board made up of young girls of color, will adopt and fight for the implementation and policy recommendations that centers the youth that we serve's leadership and address the needs as defined by them. My testimony today will focus a little bit on the mandatory reporting, but mostly focus on the impacts to budget cuts that we're seeing across the board to families and how that will negatively affect the young people's experiences with CFSA. In Washington, D.C., we've had a history of over-reporting to CFSA for Black and Brown communities, like many other jurisdictions in the country, for issues that aren't related to abuse and neglect, while at the same time, we've seen severe cases of abuse and neglect oftentimes underreported. CFSA data from the first quarter states that of the 8,170 phone calls that have been made through the hotline, 53% of these cases did not lead to an investigation, and 64% of those cases did not lead to an investigation last year. 25% of these calls have come from school this year, with 42% coming from schools last year. I think we all can agree that children and young people who are experiencing abuse and neglect and trauma need to have a safe space to go to receive resources. However, there is concern that the inherently biased racism that comes with mandatory reporting and seeing Black and brown people in certain ways have led to unnecessary interventions and experiences for children to receive trauma as well as their families. This makes it harder for families to reach out to resources within CFSA and see CFSA as a preventative agency or a supportive agency for families to keep families together, more so as a punitive agency and a punishment to tear families apart. We often have seen young people who are adults aging out of foster care or adults within foster care have struggled to have agency over where they will be placed. And we've also seen, as we work with a lot of young people who have exited out of foster care, who still have maintained a relationship with their family, but their family relationship is strained because of the experience that they've had with CFSA. We want to see more resources being put into prevention and family-based interventions. Cutting programs that support families that families are receiving reports will only lead to more trauma for children and families. We think it is critical that we focus our funding on prevention. We think it is critical that we support families in navigating systems that will help ensure that they don't have an open CFSA case. Cutting programs like childcare, family-based programs, youth resources and supports only lead to more trauma and sends a clear message to the community that families and children are not the priority, and experiencing trauma within families and communities are not necessarily what we want to resolve. We must support families in ensuring that they have access to basic needs in order to ensure that families do not experience mental health breakdowns, traumas, and abuse. This budget is not equipping families, children, or young people with resources which will help them. It is only leading to more incidences of trauma, abuse, and neglect. It is critical that funding be restored. We understand that the actions of city leaders are sending a clear message to children, youth, and families. These messages are that they don't matter, that they're disposable, and their needs are irrelevant. We have seen an increase in costs of basic needs. We're expecting families to continue to provide basic support without increasing their income. We have to support families. We have to support young people. We have to show them that they matter. And that's what we should be making our investments in our budget. Even when we have to make cuts, it shouldn't come on the backs of those who are in the biggest need. I welcome any questions, and thank you for having me here today.
Thanks for your testimony. Next, we'll have Natalia Otero with DC Safe.
Thank you, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee. My name is Natalia Otero. I am the Executive Director and co-founder of DC Safe. We serve a critical role in the city's public safety infrastructure as the only 24/7 crisis intervention organization for survivors of domestic violence. We serve over 12,000 clients annually. This includes 2,279 who are considered to be high-risk individuals, which include 476 families and 549 children that we housed in our emergency shelter last year in FY25. As a critical intervention organization, we have clients for a very short time, an average of 14 days. We see the most intimate part of our clients' lives, and it is extremely important that people are treated holistically, free of judgment, and with dignity and transparency. It is not uncommon for CFSA to discount or simply not communicate with community advocates that are working actively with families in the community. This may seem to be more of a performance versus a budget feedback, but we want to emphasize that DC has invested in building a critical infrastructure for DV-specific advocacy services, as the city recognizes the unique and critical value add of these services. We understand that the district's budget has constraints. but are concerned that cuts, even if minimal, decrease the agency's capacity to both cooperate but also work towards creative and workable solutions for families and children. We have had recent progress, but with changes to the DC Code and potential new legislative changes around the penalties for abuse in front of children, we are more concerned than ever about training and technical assistance in domestic violence for CFSA. Our efforts hit a wall, especially when domestic violence remains pervasive, especially in active cases where an abusive party flagrantly ignores a survivor's attempt to maintain separation and safety. In CFSA's own PIP goals and strategies from 2025, it listed exploring financial mechanisms to provide support to DV offenders in the district. Creating mechanisms of accountability is essential, but CFSA must have something to offer in terms of support, intervention, and services for offenders as well. Current interventions and treatment programs are available exclusively through court intervention. This is very specifically a budget ask, as program implementation and sustainability requires appropriate funding. However, there must also be budgetary considerations in order to provide CFSA with the capacity to explore and identify resources and best practices in offender services. DC Safe called CFSA approximately 77 times last year. Our advocates are trained to assess risk and support survivors. That means they have made an expert assessment, they have historical data on the situation, and they have witnessed things that have prompted them to connect with CFSA in the first place. Their partnership with CFSA could be crucial in the success of an intervention with a family. Yet we continue to have challenges in creating a clear partnership with them. The existing framework places the entire burden of child safety on the survivor's shoulders to meet agency requirements. This strategy is fundamentally lopsided and cannot be maintained. I need your help creating a dignified and transparent response from CFSA to the children in our shelter experiencing domestic violence and neglect, ensuring training and technical assistance on DV, as well as trauma-informed and clear internal DV protocols for the agency. We welcome your support as a thought partner on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mary Ellen Ryan with DC Kin Care Alliance.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker, and to your team. My name is Mary Ellen Ryan, and I'm the Community Organizing Specialist with DC Kin Care Alliance. I'm proud to live in DC and to work in partnership with relative caregivers who step in to raise district children when their parents cannot due to crisis, illness, incarceration, substance use, or other challenges. I would like to thank Councilmember Parker for his leadership in passage of the Increasing Support for Grandparent and Close Relative Caregiver Act into law. We are now asking for full funding for grandparent and close relative caregiver program subsidies. These subsidies are essential supports that help children remain safely with family members they know and trust. Approximately 22,000 Black and Brown children in the district are living in kinship care arrangements. Over the last 9 years, DC Kin Care Alliance has supported more than 1,100 caregivers, raising over 2,500 DC children. Many caregivers are older women of color living in wards 5, 7, and 8 who already had tight budgets before unexpectedly taking in children. The grandparent and close relative caregiver program subsidies often determine whether kinship families can afford rent, groceries, transportation, and other basic necessities. Children whose parents cannot care for them have the same needs, whether they are placed in foster care or live with relative caregivers outside of the foster care system. Without the increase passed by the council last fall, foster care maintenance payments have a much higher daily rate than the grandparent and close relative caregiver program subsidies, $38 per day in foster care versus a range of $15.79 to $27.92 per day for kinship care. Foster children also receive supports that are not available to children in kinship care outside the foster care system. For example, up to $1,000 to attend summer camp, SAT preparation classes, and dental and mental health screenings. I've attached to my written testimony a chart illustrating the services available to foster children that children in relative caregiver homes cannot access. We know that poverty and instability have serious long-term consequences for children. As CFSA increasingly relies on relatives to care for children outside of foster care, it is critically important that the council fully fund the grandparent and close relative caregiver program subsidies at the rate envisioned by the Increasing Support for Grandparent and Close Relative Caregiver Act. Finally, we ask CFSA to ensure that all public-facing information about these programs is accurate and up to date so that caregivers are not discouraged from applying or confused about eligibility requirements. We also urge CFSA to publish the 2025 annual report on the Kinship Care Navigator website, as access to this information is necessary to verify how subsidy funds were distributed last year and to inform future funding decisions. In closing, we urge the council to fully fund these subsidy programs and continue investing in kinship families across the city. Relative caregivers are providing stability, safety, and connection for thousands of DC children, and they deserve meaningful support from the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, Dante Massey.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee. My name is Dante Massey. I live in Ward 7. I am also the co-head of the DC Kin Care Alliance Community Board. I want to first begin by thanking the council for changing the law to increase the grandparent caregiver program and the close relative caregiver subsidy rate. Thank you so much. The change reflects the original intent of the law, which was to provide funding to kinship caregivers that is similar to foster care maintenance program. If the council fully funds the caregiver subsidy in the fiscal year 2027, that change will make a real difference for my family and other kinship families like mine, because raising a family in DC keeps getting more expensive. Without funding behind them, the grandparent and close relative caregiver program are just words on paper. In 2018, I suddenly became responsible for my younger brothers and sisters after my mother experienced mental health challenges and could no longer care for them. Overnight, I went from having 0 children to caring for 4 kids who depended on me for everything. Before the close relative program existed, things were extremely hard. We lived in a shelter, and I did not know what we were going to live long term. I was constantly worried about food, transportation, and how I would get my siblings safe at school every day. Our neighborhood did not feel safe, so I needed a reliable transportation, which meant paying for a car, gas, while all trying to hold our family together. The close relative caregiver program subsidy helped stabilize our family. I used that money for housing, grocery, utilities, transportation, school supplies, and clothing. It helps me provide stability and consistency for my younger brother so he can focus on school and building a future. My brother has been playing tennis since he was 9 years old, and now he's a junior tennis pro at 17. Tennis equipment, tournaments, shoes, clothing are all expensive, but this is a healthy, positive opportunity that keeps him engaged and focused. The close relative caregiver program made it possible. Participating in tennis and the speech therapy he needed. The council created the caregiver program because kinship families do the same work that foster parents do to care for traumatized children whose parents can't take care of them anymore. More importantly, children being cared for by kinship caregivers outside of the foster care system have faced the same kinds of problems that children in foster care have. They need and deserve the same kind of financial support and services that children in foster care do. The grandparent caregiver and close relative caregiver program stabilizes families and keep children connected to families and community. If the district does not support the kinship families now, it will pay far more later through the foster care and juvenile justice system. I urge the council to fully fund the caregiver subsidy program and to continue its commitment to supporting kinship families across the district. Thank you for your opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Melody Webb, who is online.
Good afternoon. We ask your indulgence as an organizational panel, and we will do our best to stay within the 5 minutes. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker. My name is Melody Webb, Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network, a legal and advocacy nonprofit. Thank you for this platform. It is a testament to their faith in you that mothers feel so comfortable showing up here to share their perspectives. Mothers Outreach Network's Mother Up pilot, independently evaluated by Harvard Law School's Access to Justice Lab, shows what happens when you give Black mothers cash without conditions. Families stabilize. Thank you for championing the child tax credit to do that as well. I'm here because CFSA's flex funds were designed to do the same, and they have not. In fiscal year 2026, CFSA spent just 4.8% of its flex fund budget through quarter one, $0 on food, $0 on clothing, $0 on emergency funds. A FOIA request I filed in October of last year found no written eligibility criteria. Social workers decide case by case with no standards. That is not a system, it is a gap. The recommendations I have are these. The council must, 1, transfer flex fund administration out of CFSA to agencies whose mandate is support, not investigation. 2, fully distribute the $1.79 million approved for fiscal year 2026. 3, publish written eligibility criteria so families know what exists and whether they qualify. 4, require public reporting of what was allocated, what was spent, and what was left on the table. The only other substantial fund for parents, chairperson, is TANF, and that's facing drastic reductions, as you can see. So making funds like this are very critical to be spent, and I'll now yield to my colleagues.
And I believe Angel Brand, you're up next. Or Sharon Harris.
Hello.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Angel Bryan. I'm a mother of 9 children, born and raised in Northeast DC, Ward 7. I'm a member of Mothers Outreach Network, and I'm aware of what families in this city experience with CFSA. I'm here today because I have seen how this agency's money is and is not being spent. And I want this committee to hear what that looks like on the ground. The goal should be keeping children with their families, and that means making sure families have what they actually need. Housing vouchers, food, furniture, clothing, the basics. CFSA has a flex fund that exists for exactly this purpose, but families are not seeing that money. I know people who asked CFSA for furniture and were told no. Why? Because they had received help once before. One time only, that is the rule. No matter what their situation looks like now. I just moved. I know what it costs to start over. If CFSA has unspent flex fund dollars and a family cannot get a bed or extra clothing for their child, the agency is failing the very people it is funded to serve. Honestly, if they are not going to spend it on families, they could give it to me. I could furnish a whole house with what they are sitting on. Meeting basic needs is what keeps a family from reaching a crisis in the first place. I'm not even sure CFSA is the right agency to be doing that, but someone has to make sure the money follows the family. Maybe I know you care, but the council funds CFSA, so the council is responsible too. This is not just about investigations open and cases closed. Real outcomes, families stabilized, children staying home, parents supported. That is what this funding is for. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Now I see Blair Green, Aqua Dankwa, and Sharon Harris. I do
Yes,
not
I'm
see
here.
Sharon Harris, but I see Shirley Smith.
I'm here.
I'm sorry. Okay, I do see Sharon Harris. All right, you have 3 people, 1 minute.
I'm first. Oh.
We have Blair Green next. What
Hello.
I would recommend instead of reading your scripts is just kind of paraphrase it for us for the sake of time.
Okay, sure. So, hello, Chairman Parker. My name is Blair. I will be quick. So basically, what we're advocating for is for the Child Protective Services to not be receiving the funding that they are, someone else to receive it, maybe a different branch that could receive it that way. All the families that are in need can feel comfortable to actually go to this other entity and ask for the help without being at risk for their children to be taken.
Understood. Why don't we let Aqua jump in?
And to add on to that, I would say that it would be important to establish a family stabilization division in DC government that solely focuses on preventing removals by assisting families within 45 days before the crisis escalate and the families have to be separated. But it should be by someone other than CFSA that manages this division.
Understood. And then Sharon Harris. And you're muted.
I look at the many faces, frustrated, feeling hopeless, feeling like their lives are just over from not having their children. And I understand that CFSA needs to give us the funding to show us that they are here for us. I went through my calls. I had everything. I accomplished everything that they gave me to do. But my issue I had was they wouldn't give me the funding for me. They looked at me as a young mother, a mother that was hurt, mother that got into the case later that didn't know
And
anything
I'm
about
sorry to
it.
jump in, Ms. Harris. If you could just give your last thought. So I want to honor the clock because we have a lot of witnesses.
Okay. I think they should just give people the money that need it. Because we are well off or involved in certain aspects of our life, we need the funding as well, even if we do have family and we do have a backing. Sometimes our backing just falls because it's so long we have to wait to get our kids back. Even with the
Understood.
kinship.
Okay, thank you. I let the record show I gave you all an extra minute. But no, thank you for your testimony. We have notes and I do have some questions. So if you can stay on until we get to the questions. Next, we have Shirley Smith. Shirley Smith, I see you online. You have to come off mute to give your testimony. All right, maybe Shirley stepped away from the computer.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
You can hear me? Thanks, Councilman Parker, for having me today. My name is Shirley Smith, and I am with the Grandparents Caregivers Program. I know you said you have to make it quick and short. I've been in this program for several years, I'm sorry. And I am Washingtonian. I live in Ward 8, and I have 3 grandkids that I have in the program. I have a 17-year-old who's graduating this year and had the opportunity to go to Livingstone College in North Carolina under Director and Mr. Dion Jackson and the rest of the staff there, an opportunity with a 4-year college degree, a free ride, room and board for 4 years under this leadership. It couldn't get no better than that. When he graduates after his 4 years, he do not have to pay 1 red cent back. And that's awesome. And that's a blessing. I have never heard of any organization out here in DC that has that program. And that's pretty much what I need to say, because
Understood.
without the program, we as grandparents would not be able to have stability for our grandkids, especially living in Washington, D.C. I live in a 3-bedroom apartment in a decent neighborhood. My grandkids go to charter school. My grandson goes to an all-boys prep. Without the program, I wouldn't be able to do none of this for my grandkids. Uniforms, after-school activities, tutoring. All that takes funds. Without the funds, it wouldn't be possible.
Well, thank you for your testimony. And we love our grandparents, and I appreciate you just making clear how this program is helping you,
Yes,
so many others like you.
And I just need to shout out Mr. Jackson, Dion Jackson, Director Tanya, Teresa, Danita, Yvonne, Mr. Obi. If I forgot anybody, please, I love you all.
You didn't shout me out.
Oh, yeah, I shout you out beginning, Councilman Parker. Come on now, I shouted you out first.
Oh, you're right. I'm totally joking, but no, it's in all seriousness. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. And one more thing, I know my time is up, but you know, as a grandparent who is battling stage 3 kidney disease, these people call me. They check in on me. They go beyond what their job titles is required. And that is a gift in itself.
Yes.
To think about somebody else's health and take that in consideration. They just call and just check up and say, I just want to make sure you're okay. Do you need anything? How your health going today? How you feeling today?
I gave you a little extra time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to move to Max Tap.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker. My name is Max Tapp, and I'm the Program Manager for the Family Support Services Program at Collaborative Solutions for Communities. For the past 30 years, our organization has been providing direct intervention and support to families across the district, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As a program manager, I work closely every day with staff who are directly in families' homes, in schools, and throughout the community supporting parents and children who are navigating significant challenges. Our staff are helping families address food insecurity, access benefits, connect to mental health services, stabilize housing situations, and advocate for educational support for their children. These are families who are often facing overwhelming personal and systematic barriers, not families who do not care about their children, but families trying to maintain stability with limited resources and support. And without support, many of these families could find themselves becoming more deeply involved in the CFSA system. Our role is prevention, to help prevent crises from escalating and to increase support so families can build stronger foundations for long-term stability. Through our program, we provide case management, parents and education, family group conference, access to workforce development, and ongoing community-based support that helps families remain connected, organized, and stabilized during difficult periods in their lives. I have seen firsthand how community-based support can help families stabilize and prevent deeper system involvement. Our family engaged with CSC while navigating significant medical, one family engaged with CSC while navigating significant medical and mental health concerns within the household. Our staff supported the parent with reinstating medical insurance for the children after coverage had lapsed and connected the family's daughter to ongoing therapy services following concerns related to severe trauma and self-harming behaviors. In another case, a mother caring for 7 children engaged in services to address healthcare, educational support, and benefits-related needs. Through consistent case management and support, all children became connected to medical care, educational evaluations were initiated for additional school supports, and the parent built confidence in navigating systems and advocating for her family. We also worked with the mother returning home from incarceration who sought support around reunification, employment, and mental health stability. Through connections to behavioral health treatment, workforce development services, and ongoing support. She secured employment, strengthened her mental health stability, and developed a healthy co-parenting relationship with her children's father. These families are examples of what can happen when parents are provided with support, guidance, and access to resources before challenges escalate further. Programs like ours rely on funding through the Office of Thriving Families, which is currently facing a proposed reduction of approximately $4 million in the upcoming budget. When we invest in prevention programs, we are investing in keeping children safely with their families, reducing the need for foster care involvement, and strengthening the long-term health of our communities. I urge the council to continue investing in prevention and community-based family support services to recognize that this work is essential to strengthening families across the district. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the residents of the district.
Thank you. I'm gonna, just quick follow-up. So, your organization is funded through the Office of Thriving Families. Is that through a routine grant?
CFSA, yes. CFSA grant.
But it's a grant?
Yes.
Yeah, understood. Okay. If you did not submit your testimony, if you could, that would be helpful. Ms. Otero, I don't think we have your testimony, but I definitely want to make sure, because you raised some concerns. You made a note that you've referred 77, you've called CFSA 77 times over this last year. And can you just elaborate on what the interaction was like? Did you get a timely response? Did someone come out? What was the follow-through?
Yeah, well, usually when the calls I'm talking about are coming from our crisis shelter.
Yes.
So those are clients who are at higher risk. If we're calling, that means that they are staying with us, we've seen something happening, we have some concerns. Most of our calls are, I would classify as neglect. Many times it's due to the incidents of domestic violence and the caregiving parent struggling. When we're reaching out, we are getting responses. We're getting people coming out from CFSA and speaking to families. So I do want to be clear, they're very accessible. I think where we run into problems or disconnectivity, especially in communication, is after that initial call to the hotline. We're told many times to continue to call the hotline while the family's with us, but really what we're looking for is more of a collaborative conversation around what an intervention looks like. And I think I heard other people.
So hypothetically speaking, sorry to jump in. So let's say you witness something in your shelter. You call CFSA to say, we are concerned about the well-being of the young person with mom. CFSA comes out, and it sounds like after that, you kind of lose contact and you are not aware if they're doing anything or what the status of that young person is.
Exactly.
Okay. Recently, I visited CFSA and was able to shadow their social work team. And this came up, actually, not your specific reference, but these type of cases came up. And that is something I will follow up on in terms of what is the communication protocol back to those making the reference. Now, I would imagine I'm going to hear CFSA say there are protective reasons why they are not reporting back to those making the referral because the investigation is ongoing or there may be necessary steps. But I can also understand from your point of view, especially if mom and the child are still in your shelter, you don't know what to do and or you don't know what the outcome is. So I could see that misalignment there.
Yes, I think there has to be an answer to that. I mean, we, as DC Safe, we work collaboratively with all kinds of federal and local agencies and have gotten into a good cadence with others around what information can be shared and how do we move and prevent further harm with families without, because obviously we protect survivors, so we certainly don't want to do anything that wouldn't be protective. But really what we're talking about is if there's an agency coming into a facility that is not a government facility, and that agency is providing additional support to the family that we are not always equipped to provide, then what is the responsibility that the agency has to the facility and the advocates there to ensure that we are part of the intervention rather than just kind of letting us question and struggle with the family that we're trying to support.
Understood. Understood. Again, if you could submit your testimony, so we can follow up with CFSA about that, that would be great. From our friends from DC Kin Care Alliance, very proud to push on the grandparent subsidy program. Now we just have to find money for it. And so the challenge is to fund it. I will say transparently that will be tough in this year's budget just because there are so many reductions elsewhere, but it is something we're still prioritizing and pushing on. And appreciate your push for just greater transparency. This is something we've also worked with the agency on. Worked with, maybe too generous of a term. It's something we flagged for the agency that we've heard across the board. How do we make things more transparent so that there is a one-stop shop? If there's a website or a pamphlet to just say, here's the program, this is how you qualify, this is how you apply, just so that there's little ambiguity. And that's something I heard from foster parents. I've also heard from you all. Our friends at Mothers Outreach Network, I hear you loud and clear about the flex funds. We will follow up and ask CFSA about this. Ms. Harris, I think you were the one that said you applied but were denied access to the flex funds, if you're still there.
Yes, sir.
What reason or rationale was given from CFSA why you couldn't utilize the flex funds?
Honestly, Mr. Parker, because I have memory loss and other things, they didn't even give me a chance to even tell me anything.
All right, if you could, it's hard to make out what you're saying. If you could say it again.
Because I am diagnosed with memory loss and have a traumatic brain injury, they didn't even take me serious in any of my caseload. It took me 13 years to even get back my funds and my care. I don't know what happened, but they didn't even accept me as an individual or anything. They gave me nothing. Everything that ever happened to my son came out of my pocket wholeheartedly.
Understood. Melody, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, as I will detail in our testimony, there really are no standards. It's not transparent, the manner in which they go about making decisions to provide flex funds. It's a somewhat complex setup whereby the collaboratives are provided with flex funds. The agency, presumably social workers, have a part of the funds that have been created, but it is not transparent. There is no published documentation as to how people qualify or request those funds. And I'm happy to share in our detailed written testimony what the conundrum is. And, you know, we hear this from moms all the time. The moms here, some of them can speak to this, that they have had needs for furniture, for other items. And we're told in one case, you've received, I think Angel said this, that you received funds already. So we can't provide you with additional funds for this child, for this child's furniture.
And you are recommending, or you all are recommending, that we move the flex funds. Where are you recommending we move the fund to?
We don't have an answer, but we are happy to study this with you. We believe that agencies that are in the primary business of providing these kinds of supports would be better suited, given the core mission of this agency, which is more to address removals and placing children into foster care. It's just not their core business. And
that's an interesting framing. With all due respect, that's interesting framing, that you see the mission as removing kids and putting them in foster care. I think our friends at CFSA would say their mission is about youth well-being and fostering the well-being of young people. And
yeah, I mean, and with all due respect, this is a multi-year problem that we testify about every season. And we think that it's just not within their capabilities. We also find that there are parents who do not want to accept funds because of the strings that come with this, the surveillance, the reporting. And so it makes sense to us that
Can you say more about that? So once someone gets the flex funds, what reporting requirements are there? Or as you put it, the strings attached?
We don't really know how it's done. We know that it's within the agency's purview to provide these funds. And we know that when a parent is receiving those funds, it's typically under situations where they're being monitored by a social worker. And we would prefer that if a family identifies a need, that that need is met through agencies that are in the business of providing emergency funds. It could be Department of Human Services programs. It could be continued as delivered through nonprofit partners receiving grants through, again, other agencies. We think that's the best way to meet the needs of parents without continuously being subjected to surveillance.
Understood. One more follow-up. Has any of the witnesses or the parents on have received flex funds, or am I to understand you've all been denied access?
I mean, I don't want to speak for them, but to some extent, people feel somewhat like it's confidential information because it might mean disclosing
But you all
a
are testifying.
relationship. Well, they had prepared a way to talk about it that they were comfortable with.
Okay.
So I don't want to put anybody
I
on
hear
the
you. Well,
spot.
if you could
Yeah.
follow up offline, you raise an interesting point about the strings attached and the reporting requirements. And so if that is happening, I just would like a better understanding. But I understand people would rather share their experiences offline.
Can
So
I briefly add on here?
yes, please, please do.
There was a time that I had a need, and I did not accept help because I would have had to have an open CFSA case to receive the help,
Got it.
which is
Okay.
not something that, you
now-
would want to do.
Is that the flex funds, or when you say help?
I'll be specific. So I'm a homeowner, and there's some water that started seeping from the bathroom upstairs down into the kitchen, and it made an ugly water stain on the ceiling. And in order to receive help, because I did not have a founded case, the only way to receive the help was to agree to have an open case. For employment reasons and the stigma, the constant visits from CFSA, what that would do to my children, my family, I went without the help.
No, thank you for that. That's insightful. I just want to make sure I'm tracking this. When you say you requested help, you're talking about the flex funds or another fund?
To receive flex funds, I would have had to be willing to have, because I wasn't found guilty of neglect, abuse, anything like that. But in order to receive flex funds or any type of financial assistance, I would have had to agree to have an open case.
Understood. I hear you loud and clear. And you opted not to do that for obvious reasons.
Absolutely.
Understood.
Councilmember Parker, what we recommended is that there's some publication that it be publicized how one would request funds, because
I
it's
think
not
that's very
clear.
fair, and that's in line with what we're hearing from the Kin Care Alliance about the grandparent subsidy. That's what we're hearing from foster families about supports that they're entitled to, that there just needs to be a one-stop shop or website, something where people are just clear on what's available and how to apply. So that I take to heart. All of this I take to heart. I'm just trying to parse out some of what you're sharing in terms of your testimony.
Right. And so I'll submit written testimony. It was a little bit challenging to provide all the details, Councilmember Parker, and I hope we can talk about this, given that we had to split our time between so many participants. But thank you for the opportunity.
Understood. Thank you all. Your testimony is always impactful. And then last, Max Tapp, thank you. You spoke about the need for more consistent case management and support, as well as the grant funding that is in jeopardy given just the reductions across CFSA's budget. Again, we're going to do everything we can. Just to put it in perspective, when I said I was late coming here, the council were having meetings about all of the many cuts, all of the many service program cuts across government. And so normally, if our committee was cut, we can reach over here and say, can you share money or send money in? But literally every committee is kind of reeling That doesn't mean we won't do what we can, but I just want to kind of paint the picture while also families are feeling the burden of higher costs and social programs being reduced as well. I'm going to stop there for the sake of time for this panel. I want to say thank you all for your testimony, and we're going to keep moving for the sake of time. And it is my understanding Amy Allen is here in the chamber. Okay, Amy, you could join. Then Dr. Dawn Sherman from the Community of Hope, Dion Reeder from the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative, Penny Griffin from the Collaborative Solutions for Communities. I'm going to try this name one more time. Lucy G from Collaborative Solutions for Communities. I'm sorry, you're going to have to tell me how to pronounce your last name. I don't want to butcher it. For the sake of time, I'm going to call, I know there are others here, but you have to testify in person. So I'm going to take a couple more virtual people. Karen Austin from the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative, who should be online. Is she available? She's not? Okay, maybe I'll try two more. Tita Jang Sang from the Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative should be online. No? Pamela Long from the Georgia Avenue? Nope. Okay. Maybe I'm being too ambitious, and we'll just stop with Lucy. And Amy, you can begin with your testimony.
Good afternoon. Greetings, Chair, member of the DC Council, constituents, colleagues, and citizens. My name is Amy Allen, a mother, a grandmother, a frontline healthcare worker, and an advocate. Although I'm an active advocate for Advocates for Justice and Education, Fair Budget Coalition, Spaces in Action, Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless, today I'm representing Mothers Outreach Network. I've testified previously about my experience with CFSA and offered my support to Councilmember Parker's Bill B26-0409, Empowering Parents in CFSA Investigations Amendment Act of 2025. I'm very passionate about today's topic at hand because it hits close to home. I would like to provide my testimony and suggestions on how I would hope the funds for family resources, which are all controlled by CFSA, should be allocated, directed, and tracked. Mine, along with everyone else's tax dollars, pays this agency's salary, which also makes these benefits possible for others when in need. For one, I personally felt that CFSA had a tendency to bait parents, guardians in with services and funds in which they have control of distributing, like using a dangling carrot over a hungry rabbit's head. Because it almost happened to me. Let me explain. My bout with CFSA was initiated last year, all due to my daughter's mental instability. Not because I couldn't afford to care for her, because I've been employed consecutively in the laboratory world alone for well over 25 years. This also doesn't include my other streams of income. I do not receive public benefits, and I pay my share in taxes. My daughter is currently refusing in-person school, but is learning virtually. Backstory: a year ago, the school, IEP team, principal, parents, therapists, lawyers were all in agreement to allow my daughter to temporarily resume virtual learning, awaiting to reconnect with a permanent psychiatrist. A temporary psychiatrist whom was assigned to her denied the request to temporarily allow virtual learning. Virtual learning also included any assignments or homework packets distributed in paper form completed at home. Her permanent mental health care was interrupted because she was removed off of the network's caseload with no warning or notice. The issue was investigated by her former health care plan at the time. The reason given to them was still unclear as to why my child would be on psychiatric medications prescribed by a psychiatrist, yet dropped from care. For a moment, no one was monitoring her medications. I had to do a brand new intake and wait another 8 months to be assigned a new provider. The whole time, my daughter was having a heavily documented mental health crisis with her primary health providers. This denial from the temporary psychiatrist forced the school to comply, meaning all in-person physical absence absences were now unexcused. This triggered CFSA. CFSA turned the school situation from mental health crises to educational neglect and Munchausen's by proxy on me. So to wrap all of this into today, during my voluntary 3-hour interview with CFSA, the individual slid me a piece of paper full of services. I felt this individual was baiting me in to admit I was in need. I asked CFSA, why would I get this? I was told, oh, just in case you may need help. The problem was I didn't ask for help financially. I was trying to get help for my daughter mentally. Now, I feel that if I would have looked over the paper and asked for help financially, CFSA would have had probable cause to say I was negligent or unable to care for my child. Case was closed shortly after with no findings, of course. However, CFSA never offered me help for my daughter's mental health. CFSA should be funded from a third party to remove the stigma of entrapment/baiting. The focus should be on 3 main priorities: keeping children safe, supporting families, creating stable and long-term outcomes, not criminalizing families because they are low, middle-income families who don't know their rights or law. Furthermore, I really hope this is not a tactic for CFSA to create caseloads just to have justification to tap into resources. Because again, I didn't even ask for help and the resources literally fell in my lap. Keep in mind, these are the same resources that many needy families wait hours in line at Department of Human Services for, but this is another topic for another day. In closing, strong oversight from a third-party committee with accountability parameters, clear, transparent results with tracking of benefits and funds, ensure funds are used effectively and timely. Every dollar should directly improve the safety, stability, and well-being of all children and families. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And I know that was personal, so thank you for being vulnerable in your testimony. Next, we'll have Dr. Dawn Sherman.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members and staff of the Committee on Youth Affairs. I am Dr. Dawn Sherman, Vice President of Community Impact and Evaluation at Community of Hope and a Ward 7 resident. Community of Hope is a federally qualified health center, offers services for families and individuals experiencing homelessness, and operates the Bellevue Family Success Center at our Conway Health and Resource Center in Ward 8. The Bellevue FSC is one of 9 family success centers funded by the Office of Thriving Families under Families First DC. I am here today to urge you to restore funding for the family success centers. Elimination of funding is disastrous at a time when DC residents are facing higher needs and more barriers to accessing services. When the Families First DC initiative was launched in 2019, I worked at CFSA as part of the team that helped the agency exit over 30 years of receivership. The intent of the initiative was to keep families from entering CFSA's front door by supporting families in the front yard, with with family success centers serving as a tool for primary prevention embedded in our communities with the highest risk for CFSA involvement. Prevention works, and the elimination of funding for the family success centers weakens our city's commitments to preventing child welfare involvement and keeping DC families together. The Family Success Centers are a vital component to provide upstream services that prevent crises before they escalate. We see the impact of this every day in the Bellevue Family Success Center. As part of a community health needs assessment completed in April 2026, we received survey responses from over 1,400 DC residents, including 300 residents who live in the Bellevue community. The survey data told us that over 22% of survey residents experienced housing instability within the last 12 months, with nearly half of those residents in immediate danger of losing their homes. Nearly 44% of surveyed residents worried about having access to food for themselves and their families, with 40% skipping meals due to cost. This reflects what we see in the Family Success Center every day for food, housing, and employment assistance. Community of Hope sees families by appointment and via walk-in, and our family success specialists regularly connect families with food resources, housing resources, and employment supports. Staff often provide referrals to residents for our medical, dental, emotional wellness, WIC, and homelessness prevention plans. Through our service navigation assistance, on-site supports, specialized programs, and community safety events, the Bellevue Family Success Center serves over 550 households in 2025, and we expect to surpass this number in 2026. The Bellevue FSC's Community Advisory Council is a vital part of the program's design. The 14 members of the CAC, all Bellevue residents, provide feedback on the types of services that would benefit Bellevue residents and help design programs to meet the community's needs. Family Success Centers allow community members to lead, leveraging their lived experience to promote healthier families and a more resilient community. We urge the council to restore the proposed cuts to the Family Success Centers in the amount of $2,925,000. When we invest in families early, we prevent deeper system involvement, reduce long-term costs, and create stronger, safer communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Dion Reeder.
Thank you again. Can we switch and Penelope go first and then I go after? Thank you.
That's totally fine.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee. I'm Penelope Griffith, Executive Director of Collaborative Solutions for Communities. CSC is one of the original 8 Healthy Families Thriving Communities collaboratives founded in the early 1990s. As of today, the remaining 5 collaboratives are Collaborative Solutions for Communities, East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, Edgewood Brooklyn Family Strengthening Collaborative, Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative, Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative. My testimony is intended to remind you of the critical and intentional role the collaborative plays in the district child welfare system. This year's marks 30 years of providing a citywide network of community-based prevention and supportive services, working in tandem with CFSA. As part of its efforts to restructure the child welfare services in the early 90s, the District of Columbia initiated steps to create a neighborhood-based system of services and supports to help families better care for their children. This model was part of a broader shift toward a population-based approach to child welfare, aiming to strengthen all families rather than focusing solely on those in crisis. In 1993, Congress enacted the Family Preservation and Family Support Act, which provided funds for states to plan and develop community-based services for families. The legislation encouraged states to include a wide range of stakeholders, especially families and neighborhood-based organizations, in both planning and delivering a wide range of family prevention and family support services. In response to this legislation, the district formed a citywide steering committee to develop an application to the federal government for funds available to serve families. The work of this committee led to the development of neighborhood collaboratives that would have a substantial role in the design and delivery of child welfare and family support services. LaShawn A. versus Barry, a class action lawsuit that was brought against the district on behalf of the children in 1989 resulted in a court order requiring the city to improve its services to abused and neglected children and their families. The order includes a requirement to develop a neighborhood-based services. To be specific, the order states, in developing decentralized community-based services, the department shall move towards ensuring the availability of needed resources in each ward of the district to assure that the needs of children and families are met within their own neighborhoods. To the extent possible, new resources should be located in agencies and organizations which are accessible to parents. A general receiver appointed by the U.S. District Court in 1995 to run the a general receiver was appointed by the District Court in 1995 to run the Child and Family Service Agency, spur the movement towards neighborhood-based services. The receiver's plan for the new community-based child welfare system also called for social workers to be detailed or co-located within the collaboratives. In other words, social workers were intended to be physically embedded in the neighborhoods where the families where the families on their caseloads lived, working side by side with the collaborative staff to deliver coordinated family-centered services. Together, this integrated team would partner with families to develop a comprehensive safety plans for children, as well as a robust network of formal and informal support. It is critical to underscore that the creation of the collaboratives was deliberate and mandated by the U.S. District Court through the legislation in 1995. Collaboratives were specially established to provide co-located services, essential parent support, and vital neighborhood-based services. Although the proposed budget does not formally reduce the collaborative's baseline funding, the elimination of these core services functionally represent a budget reduction. The impact is compounded by the fact that the collaborative's budget have remained flat for the past 9 years, effectively eroding our capacity to fulfill the very purpose for which we were created. I am asking that you continue to honor the LaShawn A. versus Barry class action lawsuit by maintaining these services, co-location of CFSA staff, and critical prevention services such as parent education and family support. Thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you. And then next we'll have Dion Reader.
Yes. Again, good to see you, Councilmember Parker. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to testify. I won't repeat a lot of what Penny has said, but I am Dion Bussey Reader, the Chief Executive Officer of the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. And I'm here today to join Penny to testify on behalf of all of the remaining 5 Healthy Family Thriving Communities collaboratives. Our commitment to families and communities remain unwavering as we continue to ensure that families living in the shadows of the city, struggling to provide for themselves, waiting and wishing for change, receive the support they need to become more self-sufficient and healthier. As Penny stated, this marks 30 years of providing a citywide network, and I have to say, we're the only organizations that have a collective citywide network that we all provide the same work to families throughout the city the same way. That's important. As a system-wide network, we use clinical strength-based approach and the same practice standards in every quadrant of the city. We are uniform, tested, and we have shown that despite constant changes and constant budget reductions with fewer resources, we have consistently exceeded our benchmarks and provided the prevention and intervention supports CFSA needs in the communities for the families who are often difficult to reach. In an effort to demonstrate the impact of the Healthy Family Thriving Community Network, the following data is provided, and you have this in my testimony. In the last fiscal year, October 1 through 2024 through September 30 of 2025, the collaboratives provided vital support to communities facing complex challenges across Washington, D.C., making meaningful differences by serving 10% of the households that fall below the poverty line. This includes children reaching all 8 wards, families predominantly in wards 4 through wards 8, providing family supportive services to at least 2% of those families 6 to 9 months. Let's be clear, there's approximately 121,000 people in the District of Columbia that live below the poverty line. We know that. Collectively, we touch 10% of that population through one or more of the collaboratives programmings. Significantly, the collaboratives outpace anticipated goals by 25%, a clear indication of both the capacity to serve despite challenges to multiple funding sources over the course of the year, as well as increasing demand for preventive services in the district. This achievement is not only showcased operationally success, but also signals stronger community trust and an urgent need for early intervention. As families seek assistance to overcome barriers from CFSA involvement becomes necessary, the collaborative's effectiveness is further highlighted by 42% increase over projected service targets for community prevention cases, underlining our central role in safeguarding families before barriers become insurmountable at communities level. Throughout the year, collaboratives report that most families engaged in case management sought help providing with pressing housing challenges, including struggles to find safe, affordable housing, and to keep up with the rising rent and utility costs, extremely high utility costs. Citywide, the collaboratives provided emergency assistance through our flex funds to assist with the rising costs of housing, utilities, and other daily expenses. Families also discussed and achieved case management goals related to our other impactful areas. The scope of our services provided by the collaboratives are
often extends beyond initial requests to address more pressing needs not initially presented. By working with the collaboratives, families benefit from job readiness programs connected to a vast network, of other resources, providers, and support in navigating the often complex systems needed to provide for their children. This comprehensive approach recognizes that family stability relies on the network of support to overcome interconnected barriers for stronger, thriving families in DC. The impact of our cases is clear. 90% of our children served by the collaborative remain safely at home by case closure, surpassing outcomes for the service team. Furthermore, no collaboratives reported that children were removed into kinship or foster care by CFSA during the FY25 service year. Just want to highlight a couple of our data points. 40% of the families receive housing supports. 34% of our families receive utility supports. 19% receive rent assistance. In addition to the concrete housing supports, families also receive household management, including furniture, homemaking services, financial management, budget, and assistance. 32% of our families receive services related to employment. 17% of our families receive support to obtain and maintain eligible benefits. 23% of our families receive mental health services for adults in the households, and the collaboratives provided access to family success centers across the cities. That's parent cafes, employment and job readiness workshops, daily meals, nutrition services, access to hygiene items, diapers, baby supplies, and more. All families had access to wraparound case management services, as well as, including but not limited to, parenting support, caregiver education, emergency assistance, and address immediate needs. Again, you see in my testimony, you actually see the data points, council member, and it's important that you see the impact that we're making. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you and look forward to more conversations.
And I'm gonna jump into questions. Where do I want to start with the family success centers. Like, I get it. I think to restore that cut, it's something like $3.5 million or something in that neighborhood. And so having the data is helpful. There was a question of which of the family success centers are most successful?
Well, all of us are going to say our own, right?
Of course.
I think that we all have specialties throughout the entire city. And it's really focused on the community that you're serving. So depending on where you are, we meet that immediate need. And I can speak for those that I know of, at least 7 of them I work with closely. 5 of us are in Ward 8. So we see the need growing. In our report, you'll see over 600 families per week we feed in separate quadrants of the city. So it will be hard for me to say to you, Councilmember Parker, which ones have the greatest impact, because our impact is based on the needs of the communities and the quadrants that we serve.
Okay. People held back from giving a round of applause. If there was only, and I hate to ask it this way, but if there was only a fraction of the $3.5 million, how do we go about that?
I knew you were going to ask that. And I think it will be fair for us all to look at the impact and the data points, and we all collect data. And I think that decision should be made based on the impact and the data. And then I have to also add this, and I'm going to get my colleagues on.
You all collect the same data?
Well, no, there's all different data based on, it's the same data that we have to submit to CFSA. However, how we collect it is based on your own organization.
Yeah.
The collaboratives have a tendency to use efforts to outcome. And we also use the impact data that CFSA has asked us to use.
Let me ask another thing that has come up. How do I know the need is there. I totally get it. In fact, I worry that we are underestimating the impact of so many cuts to services and programs. We talk about public safety, we talk about truancy, we talk about mental health, and yet all of the preventative services and programs that are keeping people upright in many ways, we're cutting back.
Yes.
That said, when I look at services and programs where it's rental assistance and utility assistance and food assistance, how are we thinking more towards sustainability? That yes, I'm gonna pay your rent or I'm gonna help you with food, but then in 3 months, we shouldn't keep having you come back every month because you should be
That's exactly right.
getting on your feet. Like, how are the family success centers tracking that metric?
So I'll yield to one of.
Thank you. So as part of our work, all of the Family Success Centers implement an evidence-based program. For example, at the Bellevue Family Success Center, we have a program called Let's Get It, where we provide residents assistance with employment or housing. When a resident comes to us and they express a need in employment or housing, we take that opportunity to get a better sense of that family's needs and what barriers they may be experiencing that are causing them to not have stable employment or stable housing. Our goals are really to build resiliency in our families. We understand that crises happen, and we do have some funds and resources available to meet those emergency needs. However, we want to be able to build within them the capacity to meet the need as it is right now, but thinking ahead, getting them out of the sustained talk and putting them in a mindset of change. What can we do to put ourselves in a better position to provide for ourselves and our families? And so it's more than just that one-time, one-off emergency support, but also building strength and capacity within our families to fight to be more resilient, link with other resources and community-based organizations to build their network of care and those that can support them, and hopefully set them on a path for being more resilient so that they don't need to get those emergency services anymore.
If I may, I wanted to also add that the other piece is really, really important is making sure that we get them in employment opportunities that they can sustain themselves. So in doing that, we're looking at what's out here, what are the jobs that are out here, and how do we get our families prepared for that? We were excited in Ward 8 when we saw the hospital come because we thought that that would be a track for many of our families to get sustainable employment to stay in the city. Well, quite frankly, the hospital is failing us. So then what do we do, Councilmember Parker, when we prepare families for the jobs that are available, and then the jobs that are available actually fail the residents? So we have to, what we're doing, I know, and we're doing this all across the board, we're not just looking at the typical traditional employment opportunity anymore. We're looking at jobs that can sustain our families, upward $50,000 to $60,000 that are on career tracks. So we are also partnering with Far Southeast is doing specifically is partnering with our adult public charter schools. What are the job tracks that are there that we can put our families into those job tracks and ensure at the end of that training that they have jobs? We've now formed the MOU with the Community College Preparatory Academy in Ward 8, and we're filtering our families through that track once they come with us so we can get them, like my sister said to my right, get them on that train so that they can just sustain themselves. And that's, but again,
And if you
we can't do that if you cut us out.
And if you can enumerate the impact to the loss, let's say there's no funding for family success centers.
That's a problem.
What, like, just draw out the impact as you see it.
Well, I'll let Penny talk about the balance that you're going to see, because it's going to.
If you could push the mic. Fine.
So I've been in DC for over 40 years. I've seen the ebbs and tides of what we do when we cut funds. People get frustrated. Naturally, we will, right? Youth decide to make money for their families. They decide to earn money for their families the best way they know how. Whether it's brown or black or white, they're going to try and fend for their families. So you're going to see an increase in youth activities, behavioral activities that we don't want to see. We've seen some of that right now in a different way. So we're trying to curtail that by not having the young people become the breadwinner of the family in the way that they shouldn't. You're going to see an increase in educational issues coming to the forefront because families are stressed out. And when I'm stressed out, I can think about taking my child to school. I can think about doing those things.
Yeah.
So the mental health issue is going to exacerbate to some degree. So there's going to be a family crisis, and we know that. As social workers, as therapists, we know
I
that's
got
coming.
it.
It's coming.
Yeah, I asked that question, and you know, while our mayor is on TV, standing next to the U.S. attorney lecturing and talking away about Black kids in the city, the programs and services feeding them, supporting their families are being cut back. and a budget where we're seeing programs slashed, where poverty is on the rise in the district, homelessness is on the rise. We see investments in more beds at DRS. And so it just, to me, we have to get serious about where our values really are as a city. And I just worry that we are a bit askew. Now, that's no shade to the leadership of CFSA. There's no secret. I'm a fan of Director Torres-Trice. Ascribe these words and feelings to me, but I just feel as though this budget is a damning indictment on the vision for the future of the district.
Exactly.
And that may sound pretty strong, but I think say what you want to say about the family success centers, but the people need their rent paid. People need food. People are desperate. And I agree with you completely. There's only so much people are going to do when they're desperate. And that's not excusing violence and delinquency and other things, but it's human nature. There's a misalignment with our stated values, this budget, and the goals that we say we're striving towards. And so I just want to level set that, because anytime you get on TV demonizing Black kids, I have a problem with that. And when you are investing in the very catalytic forces that are going to send more of those young people either into our child welfare system or into our DRS system, I think we should name that clearly. I'm going to give you the last word.
No, I just wanted to echo what you stated. And I think we have to look at what's going to happen, the rippling effect. Once we cut these resources, what's going to happen? And the pressure is going to be on your nonprofit community-based providers. And we cannot do any more. We have sustained cuts since 2017 to this budget each and every year. And we're still doing more with less. And it's unfair to assume that we can do it again. So we have to do something if we're serious about keeping our families safe and giving them hope to be able to thrive. We have to make sure that we're not cutting what they see as their sustainable foundations to keep them going.
And I can already hear people say, well, it's a tough budget year. We have to cut.
It is.
We have to cut. I just will remind people the cuts and choices that have been made over multiple years to our social safety net go further than what the Trump administration has proposed. What we are watching are tens of thousands of residents, and it's no surprise where they live in the city, wards 5, 7, and 8 predominantly, walking towards a cliff.
That's right.
And so we can rave about a Commander Stadium. Now, I don't even know this is where I get in trouble. I'm now on my soapbox. But I just, sometimes it's like we're screaming into the void.
No, you're absolutely
It feels like we're screaming into the void, and it's like, is nobody paying attention to this? And so that's why the SOUL Act is important. That's why the child tax credit is important. That's why these investments in early education and workforce are important. And then you hear the talking heads on Twitter that say, oh, well, DC gives so much money away, and oh, you do so much, and we have to work about growing our economy. Well, I'll just end with this. Again, it's about the vision for the district.
That's right.
We can grow our economy and take care of our people. And this budget doesn't do that. I'm pretty clear-eyed about that. So I can't make promises on the family success centers. What I can say is, I know there is a need. We will do our very best. I do want guidance from you all if there's only a fraction. If we can only scrape up $2 million, do we divide that? Or do you just fund some of the family success centers? Now, I know you all aren't going to say that. But that's where we're at.
No, I got you.
If we can fund all of it, that is what we will intend to do.
We sent you a letter especially from all of the success centers. We all joined the letter and sent it to you directly with some suggestions and recommendations.
You will or did?
We have sent it. We've already sent it over. You should have it. I even sent it with my testimony. I did it twice.
Okay, I will make, I have not read it in full transparency, but I will make sure I read it. If you all can just note that. So I will go back and get that.
Councilman, we're also available to think this thing through.
Yes.
I know you have to, I know the city council have to make the decision.
Yes.
But allow us to be in that space.
That's right.
Probably give some suggestions.
So here's the tension.
Since we have
Now,
cuts, we could make ourselves.
Here's the tension. I'm going to let you in on some inside baseball. So there's limited wiggle room in my committee in terms of moving money around. So if you're talking about $3.5 million for family success centers, Safe Shores is how much? 1.5 million, let's say. Safe Shores, they investigate child sexual abuse, by the way. That was cut too. if you talk about, now you see how it quickly adds up. We don't have $10 million to move money around, which means now we have to talk to my colleagues. And at the same time, they're saying, well, I need vouchers. I need support for justice grants, and the list goes on. So what, I will take you all up on that. Let's strategize, but I also think we need to tell the story to the broader council so that they're clear on the value add of our family success centers. I will be there going to bat for you, but I think if, as much as we can tell the story, I think that will be helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Raman Branch from the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, and I think I saw him, yep. Isaiah Williams from the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative, Gabriella Pointer from the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative, Christine Dupree from the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative. And I'm going to call up the next two just because you all are here on the same group. Crystal Ferguson, I'm going to just ask if you could pull up a chair on the side from the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative, and Tamitha Davis Rama from the Edgewood Brooklyn Support Collaborative. I called early, but I'll do it again. Karen Austin from the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Collaborative, who may be virtual. Okay. Mr. Branch, it's good to see you, and you may begin your testimony. You're kind of surrounded by us Edgewood Brooklyn folks, but.
So you'll soon find out that the collaborative network is a family in its entirety. So I'm with my people right now. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker, members of the committee. My name is Rahman Branch, and I'm the CEO of East River Family Strengthening Collaborative and a proud Ward 8 resident. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Healthy Families Thriving Communities Collaborative Network. While the mayor's proposed FY27 budget doesn't explicitly cut the collaborative's core contracts, it calls for a $4.06 million reduction to CFSA's Office of Thriving Families. This line item funds the collaborative's community-based and primary prevention programs. So a multi-million-dollar reduction there directly and immediately impacts our budgets and service capacity. The truth is, collaborative funding has been flat or declining since 2017, even as costs have risen and needs have grown. Removing critical prevention dollars now is effectively another significant cut that our organization cannot absorb without reducing service. Today, the district's most effective prevention outcomes are a result of sustained investment from the Healthy Families Thriving Communities Collaborative Network. We're the system that makes those sites work. The network is not a collection of independent programs. It's a coordinated, community-led prevention infrastructure that has functioned for nearly 3 decades to keep families stable and children safe with their families. Its strength lies in the collective accountability, shared data, aligned practice standards, trusted community relationships, and seamless coordination with district agencies. None of that exists if the funding is reduced to individual centers operating in isolation. When funding is redirected to single locations without reinforcing the network itself, the district weakens the very structure that prevents deeper system involvement. Fragmented funding forces collaboratives to operate in silos, increase duplicative work, and ultimately drive families back towards crisis-driven and far more expensive interventions. What appears flexible in the short term becomes costly in the long term. The Office of Thriving Families was built on the principle of being community-led and government-supported. That principle only works when government invests in the collective backbone that allows community organizations to function as a system rather than competitors. The network provides that backbone, coordinating services across neighborhoods, ensuring quality and accountability, and allowing district to scale rather than react to emergencies. Supporting the network's not an enhancement, it's the foundation. Put simply, when prevention programs are cut, families don't vanish, they reappear in deeper crises. They still need help, but end up seeking it in emergency rooms, shelters, or through formal child welfare investigations. The collaboratives will keep doing everything we can to assist these families, but without adequate funding, we cannot meet the demand effectively or proactively. That means higher costs for the districts down the line, and more important, worse outcomes for children. To avoid that outcome, I respectfully ask the committee to take the following actions. Restore the full $4.06 million reduction to the Office of Thriving Families, thereby reinstating support for not just family success centers, but the myriad of programs they house within it. Maintain the co-located CFSA staff with the collaborative offices, preserving a proven model of coordinated service delivery between government and community partners. Continue investing in community-driven, prevention-focused approaches that strengthen families and keep children out of crisis and foster care. And sustain and reinvigorate the partnership between district agencies and the collaboratives, using CFSA as a model, as an exemplar. Ensuring trusted neighborhood organizations can continue to deliver cost-effective service, culturally responsive services at scale as well. Prevention is not ancillary to child welfare, it's foundational. Prevention works when we fund systems, not silos. And right now, the system that prevents harm is being asked to do more with less. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, you all with the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative. I'm going to let you all just go one after the other, but who I have first is Isaiah Williams. And so then you all can just go instead of me having to jump in.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker. My name is Isaiah Williams, and I serve as the Service Navigator at the Carver Langston Family Success Center. I'm here today speaking from the heart, because what we do at the Family Success Center is just not work, it's people's real lives. I've sat across from mothers who came into our centers holding it together by a thread, asking for diapers because they didn't know because they didn't know how they were going to make it through the week. And you can see it in their eyes. They're tired, they're stressed, but they're still showing up for their children. I've talked to fathers who feel like they're failing, not because they don't care, because they don't have the resources or opportunities they need. And sometimes all it takes is one conversation, one connection, one moment of someone saying, "I got you," to change their direction. I work with families facing evictions, struggling with bills, dealing with mental health challenges, and they come to us just not for services, but for stability, for reassurance, for hope. And what I've seen, what happens when they leave, they walk out a little lighter, a little more hopeful, with a plan. There's a quote by Maya Angelou that says, "Try to be a rainbow in someone else's cloud." That's what family success centers are. We are the rainbow in some of the hardest moments in people's lives. We are often the first place people go when everything else feels like it's falling apart. A place where they are treated with dignity, where they are heard, and where they are reminded that they are not alone. So when we talk about closing these centers, we're not talking about buildings. We're talking about removing a safe space. We're talking about cutting off access. We're talking about running away families who already feel like the system doesn't see them. And the truth is, without family success centers, some of these families won't have anywhere else to go. Our residents deserve better than that. Our family deserves support before they reach crisis, not after. Please don't take away something that is actively holding communities together. Because I've seen firsthand, when you invest in people, when you support families, when you give them a place to turn, they rise. And family success centers help make that possible every single day. So today, I'm asking you not just to hear our stories, but to act. Protect these centers. Continue investing in our communities. Stand with the families who depend on services every single day. Because when we support families, we strengthen our entire city. Thank you for allowing the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
And keep in mind the clock. So you all are sharing time. So I would just be mindful.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. My name is Gabriella Pointer, and I serve as the Partner and Development Manager of the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative. Today, I'm providing testimony to address the reduction of $2,925,000 per center in Success Center funding. I chose to serve within a community-based organization in the district because community-based organizations like mine are uniquely positioned to serve residents effectively. As we are embedded within the communities we serve, we are not distant providers, we are neighbors. We understand the lived realities of the families we serve, and we respond to them in real time. Our commitment to residents is demonstrated through our work. Our programs provide families and residents with access to food, hygiene products, technology, skills, and assistance navigating complex systems such as housing, employment, education, government benefits. In addition, we provide safe, welcoming spaces for families to gather and items that directly reduce families' financial burdens. For example, our diaper bank program and our partnership with DC Department of Health in efforts to reduce sudden infant death syndrome in our community, which is higher in Ward 5 than our neighboring wards 2 and 3. Our agencies were created on a foundational belief that by increasing positive change within residents and families and being a resource in their environment, meaningful, sustainable change can occur in both.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Dupree, and I'm here representing the Carver Langston Family Success Center. In the coming weeks, I know you and your fellow council members will be tasked with making very difficult decisions on next year's budget. As you give thoughtful consideration on where to allocate resources, I'd like you to consider our center's impact and the numbers that meaningfully drive our programs. 5,260. This represents the number of diapers that have been distributed from our Success Center since we launched in March of 2025. 7,950 represents the number of packaged meals we've distributed to the community in partnership with DC Central Kitchen. $4,252.93 represents the value of fresh produce we have brought to the Carver Langston community in partnership with Fresh Farm. 300 represents the number of hygiene bags we've issued from our center since the start of FY26. Behind these numbers are numerous families and community members who have placed their trust in us to fill the gap and provide much needed essential resources that, if the center is not funded in FY27, will disappear. Let me provide you with another number, 10. This represents a number of our core partnerships that support our programs. These partnerships represent workforce development, on-site mental health, financial literacy, food access, youth enrichment, medical services, and essential infant and toddler resources. It's our Family Success Center that is the anchor, leveraging these partnerships and meaningfully integrating them into the community. In the absence of the Success Center, this critical service network will be dismantled. Before I close, I'd like to provide you with one final set of numbers. Our performance indicators across the key component areas of the Family Success Center. Since our inception, 133 residents have been connected to city resources through service navigation. 466 residents received tangible concrete support and workshops through on-site services, and 32 have been enrolled in our workforce development program. We have strived to create at our center the needs that our families have to improve family and resident well-being, and I urge you to protect the funding for the Family Success Centers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. You all are at time, but I'm gonna, feel free to jump in. I would ask that you just kind of paraphrase versus read, because it seems like you have a lot written there and you're not gonna make it through it.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairperson, Councilman Member Parker, and the committee. Since our inception, our center was intentionally created for programs based on what residents said they needed the most. Through one-on-one service navigation, community outreach, and relationship building, we took the time to get to the root of the problems of what families are facing, whether it's unemployment, housing, instability, food insecurities, and mental health challenges, or lack of access to work opportunities. In response, we developed and facilitated full workforce readiness cohorts that focus on transformational thinking, job readiness, and career preparations. Now we're connected to career pathways in security, construction, and environmental service, and customer service industries. We also fully covered the cost of pre-employment clearances for 7 participants so they could move through the process with ease. Overall, 32 have completed our class to date, with additional classes scheduled monthly for the remainder of the fiscal year. These cohorts help residents strengthen communication skills and rebuild their confidence, prepare resumes, and participated in interviews that led to employment opportunities and certifications. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker. My name is Tamitha Davis Vermont. I am one of the co-CEOs at Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative. I won't repeat what my colleagues have stated, the need for the Family Success Centers to stay. We're here to prepare and present the work, the direct work that is happening by those who are doing it on the ground. We also have residents here to testify on the impact from their perspective. But I will say what our ask is. Our ask is to recognize that the Family Success Center should be a permanent part of child welfare's continuum in reference to services. District of Columbia has become a national example of what preventive-centered child welfare looks like. So let's not go back. We also are asking to recognize that Family Success Centers are a core prevention strategy within the District of Columbia's child welfare continuum. Continue investing in community-driven approaches that keep children safe and families together. And last but not least, sustain the partnerships between government agencies and trusted neighborhood organizations that are producing measurable impact. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all. I'll ask the same two questions. How are you measuring impact? And the other is, if only there's a fraction of the $3.5 million that is needed, how would you recommend we divvy that up? It sounds like the collaboratives are going to team up on a letter, so we can table that last question. But if you can speak to, like, how are you defining impact, or speak a little bit more to your impact that you're having? And Mr. Branch, I'll let you go first since you testified first, then I'll let the Edgewood Brooklyn Collaborative jump in.
So part of East River's mission is to help families move towards self-sufficiency. So we measure that in a growth model on how folks get closer to that through the various programs that we provide, whether it's youth programming, child and family service-based programming, case management, or senior programming. It's to move people towards a space, to something you brought up a little earlier around, not needing us again in 3 or 4 months. So we measure that by the growth that we see in our residents after we give them, intense case management.
I'll respond by saying that for the Family Success Center, what is built into our KPIs through service navigation, which is connecting residents to those city resources, is that we are tracking whether or not that connection is successful. We're having conversations with those families who we're working with, as well as with those providers who they're being connected to ensure that that service linkage and connection is successful to meet their needs that they're coming to us and presenting to us. In addition to that, some of our internal programs, such as our workforce development program, which is our evidence-based model, we are tracking our families who come to us for that class, their their career connection once they leave our class, and whether or not they stay enrolled, or I'm sorry.
And how many families?
So to date, we've had 32 families who have gone through our workforce development class. And for service navigation, the number that I reported out on, and this is since our inception in FY25, we've worked with 133 residents. And we have to track that in the quick.
But how many of them have gone on to say they now have a stable job or stable housing, or because it gets back to what I was asking before, how do we ensure the Family Success Centers don't become like a hamster wheel of sorts, that you're just coming every month for the same resources, but that you're actually moving people to sustainability?
Well, I will say there's 2 parts to that. I do think that given the climate of what we're dealing with in the city, there will be families who will come back to us for food needs, for food insecurity, for hygiene. But on the other side of that, as we're working with families and we're doing a deeper dive into what is the root cause, we have the Family Strengthening Program within the collaborative, which is a longer-term case management program where we can then refer them to in-house our case management program outside of our Success Center. So we're the immediate short-term, but then as we're assessing and digging deeper, we can then refer to our Family Strengthening team for a longer-term case management.
Okay. More to come on this. I would just, my advice is as tight as the evidence can be, I think that's going to make a more compelling case because everything is cut. And so if we're arguing for $3 million, we're going to have to justify why $3 million should go here versus vouchers or versus schools or what have you. And my colleagues, rightly so, are going to say, where are the numbers? Where's the evidence? How many people are being impacted? As I mentioned before, I'm going to be advocating for this, but any help you all can provide us.
Can I just add one thing?
Yes,
In
last word.
reference to impact, recognizing some of the trauma and soft skills that our families are coming to with us, that one hit and that's it's not real. You know, some families require a little more hand-holding and building up their capacity to get to the point where they can launch and no longer need a resource. So I just want to level set that.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you all for your testimony. I'm tempted to recess. Only for 5 minutes. In fact, I am going to do that. When you don't have colleagues up here and you need to run out, it's hard to do that when you're up here by yourself. So the time is now 3:30 p.m. I'm going to recess for 5 minutes and then resume the hearing. Next up, we'll start the panel with Yolanda Facey, and then we'll move forward there. And Director will be with you in no time. So we'll return at 3:35. Okay, we're just waiting for one or two people to return so we can resume. You ready? All right, we are resuming today's budget hearing. And thank you for your flexibility. We will resume with public witnesses. Next, we will hear from Yolanda Facey, Crystal Daniels from the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, Wanda Duckett from the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, and Takessa Allen from the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. Sorry, what is your name? You're Yolanda. And then what's your name? You're Crystal Daniels. Is Wanda Duckett here? Is Takessa Allen here? Deborah Giddens from the Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative? Okay. And what is your name? Katrina? Okay. Tita Jang Sane from the Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative? She's online, she's virtual. And then Pamela Long is virtual. I understand they may be sharing a screen, although I don't see either one of them. But they will hopefully join us shortly. Then we have Zakaila Ahmad from the Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative, who is virtual. Megan Clayton from Horton's Kids, who is virtual. Lauren Wallace from Horton's Kids, who is virtual. Lakia Mabel from Horton's Kids, who is virtual. And with that, Ms. Facey, you can begin with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the Council. My name is Yolanda Facey. I am Ward 5 resident from the Longston community. I am also the proud grandmother of Zakaria, who is here with me today. I am testifying in support of continue and following resource funding for the Family Success Center. My family has been visiting the Family Success Center since 2025, and it has truly become a trusted support system for us. I participate in workforce development class, which helped me gain confidence and connect with resource and continue working towards my profession, working towards my personal and professional goals. I have also participated in community field trips and field trips and receive great support and navigate immigration release assistance through the Jamaican embassy. Their staff took time to guide and support me through a difficult process, and that means a lot to my family and me. Being connected to the center has helped me feel supported, encouraged, and connect to my community instead of feeling alone. The program brings family together and create opportunities for both adults and children to grow. Go ahead, Bree. Hello, my name. Bree. Go ahead. Come on. Hello, my name is Zakaria Facey. And I am 5 years old. Read it. I went on 2 trips with the Family Success Center. I went to the African American Museum and Bucklers. Ocean I made Success Center. I went to, come on, and learned about African American cultures. I had fun and made new friends. Okay. I respectfully ask the counselor to fully restore funding for the Family Success Centers so family like me and can continue having a safe, trusted, and supportive place in our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. And if you can stick around, I'll have a question for you. Crystal Daniels.
Hi, good afternoon. Council member, everyone, my name is Crystal Daniels. I am speaking on how these services are needed by people in our community who are facing life crisis and challenges, and how these services has helped me and my children. I was staying in an unsafe and bad neighborhood, also dealing with my own crisis at home that was affecting me and my children's well-being and safety. When I was referred to the East of the River Collaborative, which has been helpful and resourceful organization that really helped me in maintaining the basic necessities and goals and needs I needed. They have not only been helpful to me, but my children. At the collaborative, I have maintained mental health services and or referrals. I've attended financial literacy classes that was able to help me get my credit better. Job readiness, such as resume and cover letter. I also received job leads and how to apply for the jobs that I was getting the leads. I have also found out about job training programs that would help me to be more qualified and have gained more experience to gain employment. I have been able to get out at an unsafe environment and obtain housing that is in a better environment and neighborhood and larger space for me and my children. And my children are very happy and safe in our new neighborhood and environment. I've also gotten food assistance with referrals and resources. I was able to get job interview, business attire. I decided to just further and go to culinary class, which I just completed last week, and I received my Safe Search certification. So I finished culinary school. I'm still going to advance it and apply for college and just see where it's going to take me all. If it wasn't for the assistance of the East of the River, I would probably be still in that bad situation and living in an unstable environment and neighborhood that would not be good for me and my children. I was able to accomplish my goals and look forward to accomplish my goals more and keep pushing. So I recommend fully funding for the collaboratives and success centers. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony and congratulations. Next, we have Katrina Coates on behalf of Deborah Giddens.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and members of the committee. Again, my name is Katrina Coates. I am the Chief Program Officer at the Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative, as well as the Project Director for our Brightwood Family Success Center. And I'm testifying on behalf of our Chief Executive Officer, Deborah Giddens. Today, I appear before you representing the 9 community-based organizations operating the district's family success centers, funded through the Child and Family Services Agency. On behalf of the executive leadership of the 9 nonprofit organizations operating family success centers throughout the district, we would like to thank you for your continued leadership and commitment to strengthening supports for children and families across Washington, D.C. On May 7th, 2026, a joint letter was sent to your office, signed by all executive leaders of Family Success Centers, expressing our collective concern regarding the proposed fiscal year 27 funding reductions impacting Family Success Centers. This letter has been attached for your immediate reference to the submitted testimony. The organizations include Community of Hope, East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative, Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative, Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative, Martha's Table, and the North Capitol Collaborative. Today, we are here with a unified message. Prevention works, community-based investments work, cuts to prevention create crises, protect prevention, protect DC families. Cutting family success centers is a costly mistake. Family success centers must be sustained. The proposed reduction to CFSA's Family Success Center funding threatens one of the district's most effective prevention-based strategies for keeping children safely with their families and out of foster care. This is not simply a budget discussion. This is a discussion about whether the district will continue investing upstream in prevention or be forced to pay significantly more downstream in crisis response, foster care placement, homelessness intervention, behavioral health emergencies, and family destabilization. Over the last several years, the district has intentionally shifted toward a prevention-centered child welfare approach through the Families First DC initiative and CFSA's broader Keeping DC Families Together framework. This shift matters. For decades, child welfare systems across the nation have been structured to intervene after families reach crisis. The District of Columbia has begun changing that narrative by investing in trusted neighborhood institutions that can identify challenges early, stabilize families quickly, and reduce unnecessary system involvement. Family Success Centers represent what modern prevention looks like. Launched initially in Ward 7 and 8 in October 2020, Family Success Centers were intentionally placed in communities experiencing longstanding inequities and disproportionately high rates of child welfare involvement. Their expansion into wards 4 and 5 in fiscal year 25 reflects the district's recognition that prevention infrastructure is essential citywide. Currently, Brightwood Family Success Center is the only success center located in Northwest. Today, Family Success Centers serve as neighborhood-based hubs where families can receive support before challenges escalate into crises through service navigation, on-site support, family and youth-focused events, and workshops. According to CFSA's publicly stated prevention priorities, the agency continues to emphasize strengthening protective factors, reducing trauma, supporting kinship networks, and decreasing unnecessary family separation. Family Success Centers operationalize those goals every single day. One of the most important realities we ask the council to consider is this: trust is infrastructure. Family Success Centers are successful because they are operated by deeply rooted community organizations that have spent years, sometimes decades, building authentic relationships with residents. That trust cannot be replicated quickly, and once lost, it's extraordinarily difficult to rebuild. At a time when families are navigating rising housing costs, economic uncertainty, mental health challenges, food insecurity, and community violence, this is precisely the wrong moment to reduce primary prevention community-based supports. The district has already laid the foundation. Now is the time to strengthen it, not scale it back. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Tita Jang Sain. My apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name.
You got it right. Good afternoon, Chairman Parker. My name is Tita Jagni Singh. I'm the Family Service Program Manager for Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative. I am here today in support of continued funding for our family service program. For many families in our community, the Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative is more than an organization. It's a lifeline. Every day, the collaborative provides critical support to children, families, and caregivers facing housing instability, food insecurity, unemployment, mental health challenges, family crisis, and barriers to increasing basic resources. These services strengthen families before problems escalate into deeper crises that are far more costly to individuals, communities, and the district. The collaborative's family-centered approach has consistently helped families remain stable, connected, and empowered. Through case management, crisis intervention, parenting support, employment referrals, and community partnerships, families are able to access the tools and support they need to thrive. This work directly contributes to safer neighborhood, improved education outcome, and stronger family stability across the community. Continued FY27 funding is essential to sustain these services at a time when many families continue to experience economic hardship and increased social needs. Reduction in funding would significantly impact vulnerable families who rely on these programs for prevention, early intervention, and ongoing support. The cost of losing these services would be felt not only by families, but also by the schools, our healthcare systems, and other public agencies that would ultimately face this strain. Continued support to the Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative is an investment in prevention, equity, and community well-being. The collaborative has demonstrated a long-standing commitment to servicing families with dignity, compassion, and ability. Its program creates opportunity for families to build resilience, long-term stability, while helping children grow in safe and supportive environment. I respectfully urge the Council to continue and strengthen FY27 funding for Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative Services Program so that these vital services remain available to families in communities and that depend on them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued commitment to serving district residents. Now I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Long. She's right here with me.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and member of community. I'm sorry, I'm taking my time. Comedian. My name is Pamela Long. I have been a part of Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative since 2020. Through this experience, I had gained deeper understanding of mental health and the impact on our community and loved ones. As a member of Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative, the support they offer for not just for the client and others who need assistance, like myself, who care for children with several disabilities and mental health disorder, and solely depend on Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative. That give us the support they will all need, depend on for one another, like the community. Our children, I learned to lean on for help and support. I am able to reconsider the same understanding that mental health matters. By closing, you are not only be letting the employee down, but it will also have impact on our community, the client and the parents who depends on the organization as a whole. With Parent Cafe, I learned how to understand what other people are going through with people with special needs. The Parent Cafe is a big support to the community. I live in Southfield, Ward 8, but I travel every month to Parent Cafe. Thank you, Georgia Avenue, and the opportunity to let me testify. Thank y'all.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I believe we have Zakila Ahmad.
Zakia Ahmad.
Zakia, sorry about that. You may provide your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and the members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council today. My name is Zakia Thurman Ahmad. I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I'm testifying about the Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative. The Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative mission is to support children, youth, family to become empowered and connected. My son passed when he was 2, so it's just me and my daughter. I am from Washington, D.C., and have been a resident of Ward 4 for going on 3 years. I love my neighborhood. Growing up for me was being loved and sheltered by my family, but also watching them go through things I didn't understand until I got older. Some parents work, some rely on DC benefits, some do both. When their income doesn't meet the cost of living and they have to lean on community resources to keep the lights on, Georgia Avenue has helped with putting together activities for kids in the community like family game night, where they give out pizza and let the children play games for free. But those type of things need funding. Or to be able to ensure kids don't go to school day in and day out worrying about their situations at home, utility and rental assistance does matter and is essential for families going through hard times. I had hard times and I needed utility assistance. Georgia Avenue has been there for me. Everyone's situation is different, and cutting Georgia Avenue programs do harm to the community, not because people are lazy, but because it's the only time we can rely on each other and share what's going on with someone in hopes that they care. They care enough to try to help you with what's weighing you down. Georgia Avenue has helped me and my daughter in a state of crisis that I didn't really think I would be in. They have given parental guidance and offered resources for the summer to keep her out of trouble. They are a big staple in our community and they deserve to continue to be funded to help our community. Thank you for letting me talk to you all.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Megan Clayton from Horton's Kids.
Good day, Chairperson Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Megan Clayton, and I serve as the Senior Director of Community and Family Programs at Horton's Kids. I am here today in support of continued investment in family-based prevention programming through CFSA's Community-Based Child Abuse Prevention, or CBCAP funding. Since 1989, Horton's Kids has been a trusted, supported presence for children and families in Anacostia. Alongside our youth programming, we provide family-centered supports designed to strengthen protective factors, reduce risk, and promote long-term stability. One example is our Community Caregiver Collective, or CCC, a relationship-based program that builds leadership, resilience, and community connection among caregivers. Funded by CFSA, CCC equips caregivers through evidence-based programming to become advocates and leaders who promote safe, nurturing environments for children. Over the past year, CCC has continued to grow in both reach and impact. In the past 2 years since the program's onset, we have graduated 88 caregivers, significantly exceeding our initial targets. Participants engage in topics such as trauma-informed care, restorative parenting, communication, and positive discipline, gaining practical tools to navigate real-time challenges at home. Caregivers consistently report stronger relationships with their children, increased confidence in managing behavior, and a greater ability to respond with empathy and consistency. Importantly, the impact of CCC extends beyond the individual families. Graduates are stepping into leadership roles across the community, recruiting peers, supporting new participants, and strengthening networks of trust. 5 CCC graduates now serve as program team members on Horton's Kids, demonstrating a powerful cycle of leadership and lived experience shaping program delivery. On May 8th, last week, we hosted a CCC graduation at the National Children's Museum, bringing together current and past cohorts to honor their accomplishments and reinforce a strong sense of community, belonging, and shared leadership among caregivers. As we look ahead, we plan to continue expanding CCC by graduating additional cohorts, launching a formal alumni network, and continuing the Effective Black Parenting program to further strengthen culturally responsive supports for families. Continued CBCAP investment is essential to sustaining and scaling this work. These resources allow us to support families beyond crisis, reduce the risk of child abuse and neglect, and build lasting caregiver leadership that strengthens the broader community. Thank you for your time and consideration. And I have Lauren Wallace and Lakia Mabel here with me, and I'm going to pass it over to Lauren.
Good day, Chairperson Parker and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Lauren Wallace, and I'm a parent in the Community Caregiver Collective, CCC at Horton Kids. This program is made possible by funding from the CFSA. CCC has made a huge impact on me, not just as a parent, but as a person. It helped me through one of the hardest times in my life when I was raising my kids alone without much support. Instead of giving up, this program taught me how to slow down, how to really talk to my children, and how to take things one day at a time. Honestly, if I never came to CCC, I don't know where would I be today. Before this, I felt stuck in my environment, making choices that wasn't leading me anywhere and not really seeing a future for myself. Walking into Horton Kids one day changed everything. I met staff who believed in me before I believed in myself. They helped me build my resume, think about going back to school, explore careers where I could give back that lead me to a opportunity with DC Central Kitchen. And now I'm just weeks away from completing the program and starting work in a school kitchen. Horton Kids has supported me and my family in every way, helping me with jobs, food, holidays, and making sure my kids have tutoring and support in school. They helped me advocate for my daughter to get a IEP, support my son through behavior challenges, and stood by me as I worked through abuse and addiction. They helped me become someone I'm proud of. Through CCC, I learned how to listen to my children instead of just reacting. I realized my son wasn't just acting out, he needed connection. I had to face hard truth about myself, but I also learned how to rebuild trust, ask for forgiveness, and show up differently. As a parent, this program didn't just teach me skills, it gave me community, it gave me a space where I felt heard, supportive, and cared for. During one of the darkest times in my life, it gave me the push I needed to believe that something better was possible. Programs like CCC don't just change individuals, they change families and entire communities. They reduce isolation, build confidence, and give people a second chance. They help parents become stronger so children can grow up in a safer, more stable home. Without continuing support from the CFSA, family like mine could lose access to the very programs that help us turn our lives around. This is what it looked like to invest in families before things reach a crisis point. CCC give hope. It give us tools, training, and a voice. It help people who feel lost find a way again. I'm proof of what this program can do. I urge you to continue and expand CFSA funding so more families can have this opportunity, so more parents can rebuild, reconnect, and create a better future for their children. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Did I hear right that Lakia Mabel is also with you?
Yes. I'm
Okay,
right here.
awesome.
Afternoon. Good day, Chairman Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Lakia Mabel, and I'm a parent in the Community Caregivers Collective at Horton Kids, a program made possible by CFSA funding. When I first started this program at Horton Kids, I didn't feel courageous. I was hesitant to speak up and unsure about trying something new. But I took a chance and shared a vulnerable part of myself. And in doing that, I found something powerful. I found a community where I was understood, supported, and not alone. That meant everything to me. Through the Nurturing Parenting Program and effective Black parenting classes, I learned how to communicate differently with my children, how to shift my mindset, and how to better understand their development. I was also connected to resources in my community that I didn't know ever existed before. This program came into my life at a very vulnerable time, and it truly changed my path. After completing it, I took a step I have been afraid to take for years. I started therapy. I began family therapy and started healing. I learned that mistakes I once thought were irreversible were not, and that was life-changing for me. Today, I'm different. I found my voice. I advocate for my children and my community. I went back to school, and I brought my family into this experience because it was that much impactful. We have real conversations about trauma, parenting, and how to support each other in ways we never did. Programs like the Community Caregivers Collective don't just support individuals, they strengthen entire families and communities. They reduce isolation, improve mental health, and help parents show up stronger for their children. But programs like this only exist because of funding. In my community, many families are struggling and opportunities can feel limited. Without continued support from CFSA, programs like this could disappear and families like mine could lose access to the tools, support, and hope they made change possible. If more parents have access to programs like this, I truly believe we would see stronger families healthier children, and more connected communities. This is prevention. This is what it looks like to invest in families before crisis happens. My community has so much potential, and programs like this help unlock it. I urge you to continue and expand CFSA funding so more families can experience this transformation, so more parents can find their voice, build confidence, and create a better future for their children. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that is it for this panel. I want to say thank you again. I know we're hearing a lot of testimony for our family success centers. I'm not going to keep repeating the same question. Just know that we are going to do everything we can to secure funding. I do, in fact, have the letter that the collaborative sent late last week, and my team has it as well. So I'm not going to ask questions of this panel, but I want to again say thank you. And we're going to move on to our next panel. Next, we'll have LaTanya Ames, Brian Haskins, LaToya Matthews, who should be virtual, Kelly Sweeney McShane, hi. If you could just, what's your name? What's your name? LaTanya, okay. And then your name is Charmaine. Okay. And then what's your name? Charmaine, what's your last name? Bloomfield. Got it. Is LaToya Matthews here? Oh, LaToya is online. I got you. Deborah McCall, Brightwood Family Success Center. Angela Drawn, Martha's Table. All right, we'll stop there. And LaTanya, you may begin with your testimony.
Good afternoon. To the honorable congressional member and honorable.
I appreciate the promotion, but I'm not.
But
I'm merely a council member.
Honorable DC council member. I got you. My name is LaTanya Ames. I actually didn't want to read from my statement here. I actually just wanted to talk from my heart. Sure. I am a mother and a member of Ward 8. I have been there for quite some time now. I have raised 11 children there. And being on the southeast side, I have been fortunate to be a recipient of a Smart from the Start program. I have been able to obtain employment, help with food. I've been able to do so many things that a normal mom wouldn't be able to do on a regular basis, okay? My kids have graduated from high school and gone off to various parts of the country, outside of the country. Due to the stability of Smart from the Start program, the afternoon programs have kept them engaged. The afternoon programs have kept them fed, in a time of loss from a job. The program has really been, I want to say, monumental for my sanity. Because even though I lost the employment, I was able to go back and be helped properly and guided properly, you know, because sometimes as mothers, we lose our way, you know. So if this funding stops, and me being of the age that I am right now, it's hard to start over. But I'm thinking about the younger people that's coming behind me. They need these programs. If they do not exist, where do they turn to? The streets, you know? It's important that these programs stay in place and that we have the funding for them, you know?
Absolutely.
And that's basically what I wanted to say. I mean, I could read off this paper, but that is truly from my heart.
And we really appreciate your testimony. If you can hang out, I may have some questions for you, but thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Charmaine Bloomfield, who's testifying on behalf of Brian Haskins. Were you just testifying earlier? We're on to you. Gotcha. No, you can give your testimony. It's fine.
I'm testifying on behalf of myself, but also on the behalf of Brian.
Okay, and if you could just talk a little closer to the microphone, or you could pull it closer to you. There you go.
My name is Charmaine Bloomfield. I'm here to testify from my heart also. I lost my job a couple of years ago, and wasn't able to, as I'm looking for a job, I'm not able to find one, but I also found the center, Knox Hill Family Success Center. And I love to help my peoples out. They help me out, I help them out. I basically volunteer there. So as I'm going through my mental state of mind of losing my job and trying to get back into working, I can't find that, but I find success in helping others out in my community. And I love doing that. And I'm not even getting, of course I'm not getting paid because I'm volunteering, but I feel so much, I don't know, it feels so good to help others out, and it feels good that they're here to help us out. And like, it's just all comes together of a community of helping each other and doing for each other. You know, we have all these big old corporates and all this and that we gotta go through to find a job and do all this and that. But in reality, we need a mental state, a place to go, which is Success Center. We need somewhere that we could help and support each other as moms, dads, and kids. And me volunteering there, it's a success center for the whole family. And sometimes there is a lot of parents that work, single parents that works. And how we can help out with them is having the kids, you know, help out with the kids and stuff like that. It's just been a very hopeful cycle for our neighborhood, for our people, for our mental minds, for our state of minds, and so forth. That's what basically I have to say. Like, it's just been a mental state of cycle of mine to help our families out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sometimes the best testimony is heartfelt testimony, so I appreciate it. And next we'll have LaToya Matthews, who is virtual.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the Committee on Youth Affairs. My name is LaToya Matthews, and I serve as the director of the Bellevue Family Success Center. I am here to talk about how Family Success Centers are deeply rooted in the community, which creates a safe, welcoming place for people to seek help. This trust is essential in effective prevention work. I speak from experience. I've been a resident of the Bellevue community in Ward 8 for 14 years. I started as a family success specialist in May of 2020 and was promoted to director in January of 2022. I know firsthand how hard it is to find resources for my family and how many barriers there are. I bring that understanding to my work, ensuring that we are responsive and low barrier. We hire from the community, with all of our specialists currently being Ward 8 residents, from Washington Highlands and Congress Heights currently. We all have lived experiences, so we can relate and empathize with those we support. Families trust us because they know we understand what they are going through. Every day, community residents walk in looking for help, and we're able to provide same-day support, whether that's connecting them to emergency food, helping to prevent eviction, or addressing immediate safety concerns. For example, we worked with a single mother who came to us at risk of losing her housing. Through on-site support, emergency resources, and employment support, she was able to stabilize her situation and keep her children safely in her care. We have served over 500 people in a year in similar situations. We also provide workshops and family engagement activities that build connections and reduce isolation. Events like family game night and family movie night may seem simple, but they create safe spaces for families to bond, access resources, and build supportive relationships with staff and other families. We also partner with many community organizations, including the Bellevue Library for a back-to-school bash, complete with hundreds of backpacks that we give to often about 1,000 attendees. We also address community safety with groups like Cure the Streets, Busy Bipolar, Wake the 8, and so many different other organizations. But we need funding to ensure our ability to continue providing these services. The current budget proposal to eliminate funding for the Family Success Centers will be catastrophic at a time when DC residents are facing a higher need for services and increased barriers to accessing them. I urge you to prioritize restoring the 2,925,000, restoring the funding to the Office of Thriving Families to continue funding trusted family success centers like the one at Community of Hope. Thank you so much for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you for your testimony. Kelly Sweeney McShane.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Kelly Sweeney McShane. I'm CEO of Community of Hope, and we operate the Bellevue Family Success Center. So I'm here to talk again about the Family Success Center. When CFSA first announced the Family Success Center funding in 2019, I was excited about the vision to provide a neighborhood-based, neighborhood-driven, neighborhood-led approach aimed at reducing disparities and creating stronger and more resilient families through meaningful access to district services and support for eligible families living in DC. Community of Hope was pleased to be chosen as the home of the Bellevue Family Success Center in Ward 8, where our headquarters and largest health center are also located. We were just starting a community health center when the COVID pandemic hit. Despite COVID, we launched the Family Success Center, and the services were incredibly important to help the community navigate finding resources and addressing basic needs in a time of great uncertainty and confusion. We have served almost 2,500 people from 2020 to 2025 in this program. We are in another moment of crisis in our community, where costs are rising, resources are shrinking, and there is once again uncertainty and confusion. This is not the moment to eliminate funding for Family Success Centers. The Family Success Center plays a key and unique role in helping Community of Hope achieve our mission. For many of our healthcare and homeless programs, and we serve about 20,000 people a year, you must be enrolled as a patient or referred through the Department of Human Services. However, with this funding, any community resident can access the Family Success Center and receive short-term support from a family success specialist. The specialist can refer people to Community of Hope's on-site healthcare services, and healthcare staff can refer patients for services that address the social drivers of health. The CFSA grant of $325,000 represents only about 60% of the cost to operate the Family Success Center. And this is true for many of the other Family Success Centers. We leverage another 40% in private fundraising and support from Community of Hope's infrastructure. We've also offset costs as they increase every year, as has been flat funded for several years. Without CFSA funding, Community of Hope will be forced to significantly reduce or close the Family Success Center, which will leave residents in our community with a significant gap. I do want to address quickly your question on data. We do track numbers, but the data is also in the stories you're hearing today, the impact of people who are in need today, who need support today, and to prevent further challenges in people's life. So once again, urge you to complete the funding. Something is better than nothing. And we as a collaboratives together are working would be involved in would be open to having conversations with you and CFSA about how to use that funding as best as possible. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Angela Drawn.
Good afternoon. I'm Chairperson Parker and members of the committee and my wonderful esteemed colleagues and the great people from FFDC CFSA. My name is Angela Drawn, and I serve as the Family Success Center Manager for the historic Anacostia area. I am honored to speak about the impact of the grant that has on the community we serve. The Family Success Centers are an important part of the community because it gives participants a glimmer of hope during challenging times. Beyond offering essential supports and resources to families navigating moments of crisis, we are deeply inspired by the profound transformation we witness in those who engage in our prevention and family strengthening programs. For example, these vital programs include our Baby and Me program, serving 100 participants annually, our District DAS program, serving 50 participants annually, and our powerful evidence-based program, Strong African American Families program, can serve up to 50 individuals and caretakers and their children between the ages of 10 to 14. And we know what's happening with our children, and we know that they need some sort of guidance. In the first cohort of our SAF program, a preteen came in with his mom, closed off, shy, and disengaged. And by the end of the program, he was outspoken. His mother expressed a significant change in their relationship, as well as his overall performance at school. She also invited us to be a part of his honor roll ceremony because she was very proud of his progress. And of course, we went. The Strong African American Families program does create leaders, and this young man has become a leader on and off the basketball court, and we're super proud of him. Another example is that we recently hosted 123 participants for our first ever Women's Health Summit. It was her seasons from menstruation to postmenopause. Using a panel format, the participant learns about physical health, mental health, nutrition, and the importance of healthcare advocacy. Afterwards, the five women were connected to endometriosis support groups, and participants were also connected to health screenings and emotional wellness resources. This multi-generational event also had a breakout workshop for preteens and teen girls, where they covered topics like managing emotions during critical, stressful hormonal times. Notable, our Community Advisory Council is thriving as they now are leading and setting agendas for their meetings. They have gone from community strangers to community advocates and champions that support each other through new and lost opportunities and happy occasions. I want to encourage the District Council to consider keeping the grant because during our peer-to-peer learning trips, our best practice exchanges and best practice exchanges with family resource centers throughout the country, we have learned that Washington, D.C. is truly leading the way in family strengthening, particularly in the area of prevention and concrete supports in times of need. D.C. stands out. Its upstream approach is investing in supporting families before crises occur and is indeed a best practice, and this approach is helping to keep families safe and keep them together. See, finally, resilience isn't linear. there is still much work to be done. We noticed this with the feedback from the Women's Health Summit, in that the participants are still requesting information of when we're going to do the next one. What is the next topic we're going to cover? Our community want solution-based answers. They want to be a part of the conversation. So please support the Family Success Center's initiative by fully funding these programs in the upcoming budget. As a frontline service provider, from experience, I can confidently say that the gap in service will be a tremendous strain on the collaboratives, nonprofit organizations such as Martha's Table and Community of Hope and many of our other community programs. And also for the district employees, they're already strained. And most importantly, especially for our communities. So I'm asking you, even if it has to be, tweaked, still consider funding the program because our families need it. And I don't think we understand the trickle-down effect of what's happening with the economy and how it's impacting MLK and all the other Ks.
Absolutely. Thank you for your testimony. I believe that is it for this panel. Again, for the sake of time, I'm going to keep it moving, but just know I'm going to do everything possible to fight for collaboratives. And what I've heard pretty clearly today is that the approach, it seems like the collaboratives are recommending is to divvy up what is available across the collaboratives. Not collaboratives, family success centers. And I wasn't clear whether or not we should identify one or two of them, but it seems like there's consensus to try to support all of them as much as possible. So thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
And we will be in touch if necessary. Next, Matt Miller from Martha's Table, Tanika Chu, Danella Jordan, Esther Hardesty. I said, oh, I didn't see Miss Hardesty here. And you are here. You see how my face lit up when I saw you? It's so good to see you. All right, so Shamira Vang should be virtual. Jacqueline Cameron should be virtual. And I'm just gonna call some more virtual folks for the sake of time. Heather Holt, Claudia Sosa, Yvonne Hargrove, Patrice Lancaster I saw here in person. But maybe Patrice is online now. Patrice, if you can hear us, just let us know. Kelly Hood, Simone Hunter, I'm calling everybody. Doreen Barnett, Tamika Liverpool, Talia Chestnut, Peggy Ann Brown, Courtney Hester Green, Kimberly Jackson, Diamond Gray. Lancaster is in person. Tell her, Patrice, we'll take you on the next panel, or you signed up virtually. But it's good that you're here in person. That's the time. But I'm going to go through those virtual witnesses one more time, just in case they're online. Shamira Vang, Jacqueline Cameron, Heather Holt, Claudia Sosa, Yvonne Hargrove, Kelly Hood, Simone Hunter, Doreen Barnett, Tamika Liverpool, Talia Chestnut, Peggy Ann Brown, Courtney Hester Green, Kimberly Jackson, Diamond Gray. Okay. After this, we should have one more panel of in-person witnesses, and then we'll turn to our government witnesses. Thank you for being patient with us, Director. With that, Matt Miller, you can begin with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker. My name is Matt Miller, and I serve as the program coordinator for the District Dad's Fatherhood Program at Martha's Table, which is also a component of the Historic Anacostia Family Success Center. I'm honored to speak today about the impact that this grant has had on the community that we serve. The District Dad's Fatherhood Program was founded and constructed as a result of our neighbors and community members in Ward 8 communicating to us that it would be highly beneficial if it had access to a program or programs that centered around fatherhood supports. Since starting up during the beginning of the pandemic, we have served over 170 fathers in total in the greater Ward 8 community, with almost an 85% graduation rate. While attrition presented a challenge, it was primarily due to the majority of the participants finding gainful employment during the 17-week cohort. Although their new work schedules conflicted with program hours, we actually consider this a significant measure in our program success. We've met fathers who have had to navigate life after incarceration, enrolled them into our program, and have heard and seen the great influence that it's had on these men and their entire families, including their children. Our alumni are eligible and able to complete workshops in training and financial stability, individual and family counseling, workforce development, and career placement and job readiness, as well as certifications in automotive maintenance, ACE, flagger safety, and forklift operation. We've also certified 5 of our alumni fathers from the program to become facilitators within the program starting in the new fiscal year. Our alumni delegation convenes regularly to co-design the next level tier of our program. One great project that they have in the works is to create a teen fathers mentoring program, which will be visiting local high schools in Ward 8 to offer guidance and social support to any teen fathers who are enrolled in these schools. Each year, we've celebrated and highlighted fatherhood during our annual Father's Day celebration, which we will now host our second annual Fatherhood Summit coming in June of 2026. And in September 2026, we'll host our second annual Men's Health Summit to increase awareness of men's health issues, risk factors, and on-site screenings for African-American men. And I'll throw a plug in. I got to shame my colleague here for not giving us any credit for us being the catalyst for the women doing theirs. But it's a great thing. We have this friendly competition we got going on here. So in the previous years, we have actually traveled to other locations for peer-to-peer learning, only to observe that our program, under the hood of the Historic Anacostia Family Success Center and other programs throughout the other family success centers, are providing, we are the example and we are becoming the models for what other programs nationwide are begging to obtain.
And
so this is just.
If you could give your last thought, because you're a minute over.
Okay, I'm done.
Yes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
great. I love it. I love efficiency. Tanika, or is it Tanika? I knew it was Tanika. Okay, Tanika, you may give your testimony.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and members of the council. My name is Tanika Chu. I'm a proud resident of Kingman Park, and I'm here today to in support of the continued and fully restore funding of family success centers. I learned about family success centers through the Carver Langston Family Success Center and throughout the community outreach from other residents who spoke highly of its programs and support. In a community where many people are looking for direction, resources, and encouragement, the center became a safe and welcoming place where I felt comfortable seeking support and growth. Since becoming involved, I have participated in workforce development, entrepreneurship, community support programs that have truly changed my life. One of my biggest accomplishments was successfully completing the entrepreneurship program. Throughout that program, I learned how to properly structure and operate a business in Washington, D.C. I was able to obtain my basic business license and gain a better understanding of how to run a business correctly and professionally. That experience gave me confidence, knowledge, and motivation to move forward with my goals. I also participated in group sessions held at the center with Paving the Way. Those support sessions helped me in ways that I did not expect. The discussion, support, and safe environment helped me make peace with parts of my past and focus on healing and growth instead of remaining stuck in old situations and emotions. It reminded me that growth is possible when people have access to support, encouragement, and community. What makes the Family Success Center special is that they meet residents where they are. They take time to understand families' real needs and provide programs that help them create real opportunities for change, whether it's workforce development, entrepreneurship, wellness support, food distribution, or community programming. These services are making a direct impact on neighborhoods like mine. I respectfully ask the council to fully restore funding for the Family Success Centers so they can continue to help residents strengthen families and create pathways to stability, healing, and success throughout our communities. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Donella Jordan here? Oh, yes, you may give your testimony.
Good afternoon, chairpersons and members of the council. My name is Donella Jordan, and I am a Ward 5 resident from the Carver community. I am here today to testify in support of continued and fully restoring funding to Family Success Centers. I am also the parent of a 13-year-old son who currently attends Two Rivers Public Charter School. I first learned about the Carver Langston Success Center through community flyers and word of mouth from other residents. After attending for the first time, I quickly realized that this was more than just a resource center. It was a place that truly cared about helping families grow and succeed. I participated in the workforce development cohort, and it helped me in many ways. I was able to update my resume, apply for jobs that align with my interests and goals, and gain professional confidence. The program also gave me the opportunity to connect and network with other community residents who are trying to better themselves. That support and encouragement made a difference for me. The center also has a positive impact on my son. He has been able to connect socially with other children in the community, which helped him build friendships and strengthen his communication skills. He also uses the computer lab, which has helped him strengthen his technological and academic skills in safe and supportive environments. If this program was taken away,
She must be here in 5 minutes.
I'm sorry. There you go. Ms. Hargrove, you came off mute. I'm sorry.
Okay, if the program was taken away, our community would lose more than just programs. We would lose support, resources, and opportunities. Family would lose access to food assistance, hygiene giveaways, the computer lab, and one-on-one service navigation that helps residents connect to important resources and services. Many families truly depend on these supports. I respectfully ask the council to fully restore the funding to the Family Success Centers so they can continue to help families that like mine and strengthen communities across Ward 5 and throughout the district. Thank you for your time and cooperation.
Thank you. Next is Esther Hardesty.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilman Parker and members of the committee. My name is Esther Hardesty, and I'm a resident of Langston and a community advocate. I am the former president of Langston Resident Council, and I currently serve on the Carver Langston Family Success Center Community Advisory Board. I am here to advocate for continued funding for the Family Success Center. The Success Center needs to remain in the community. The center has helped feeding the community through their meal program, and they also provide for basic needs such as essential baby items and adult hygiene. The center has been a great help to the community. I've watched and heard from residents that they are grateful that the center is in our community. The center has helped our residents with their needs such as job searches, job training classes. While the center serves Carver and Langston, they are for Ward 5 community. The center is here for all residents, seniors, young people, young babies, and families. I can personally say the center's service has helped me a lot. Because of a decrease of my income, I rely on the help center to give with my basic needs. Our community of Langston was a struggling community before the center came. Without the funding for the center, I am scared that residents who are in dire need will not receive the help they need. In closing, I strongly urge the council to fund the Community Family Success Center. Without these centers, our residents will feel the absence of critical services. Thank you for your opportunity to testify. And just a note, the Family Success Center is a success.
Awesome. Now, they brought in the heavyweights when they asked you to comment. They know what they're doing. Exactly. It is good to see you. Then we have a host of people that are online. Is Shamira on? I don't see her. Jacqueline Cameron. Jacqueline Cameron, you may provide your testimony.
Good afternoon, Council Member Zachary Parker and the committee. My name is Jacqueline Cameron. I'm a family support worker at Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Strengthening Collaborative, where I have been employed since September 2016. This year will mark my 10th year anniversary with Edgewood. Prior to this role, I served in similar capacities at Columbia Heights Shaw, which is now CSC, and LAYC, where I supported youth and families across the community. I choose to remain in this field because I was raised in an underserved community where families and children often face significant barriers. I lived the experience, continue to guide and strengthen my community to do this work. My experience at Edgewood has been a very positive experience. The management team is intentional about staff safety, self-care, and there's a strong emphasis on creating supportive work environment that goes beyond compensation. It is meaningful to work in the organization that prioritize both the well-being of families we serve as well as the staff that the staff that works at Edgewood. In addition to this supportive culture, the organization provides a strong benefit package and retirement options for support long-term stability. On December the 3rd, 2025, my mother passed away unexpectedly. During a difficult time, HR management and staff were incredibly supportive. They attended the services, consistently checked in on me, and ensured that I had access to EAP services for my mental health and grief process. That level of care reflects the value of this organization. Continue and sustain funding for the collaboratives and the Success Center is essential. Adequate investment in these programs will not only support employees like myself, but also strengthen the critical services we provide. Our work directly support families across the cities as they move towards stability and self-sufficiency. With continued funding, we can ensure that these essential services remain accessible, consistent, and effective. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Jacqueline.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Heather Holt? Yes, Heather Holt, you may provide your testimony.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Heather Holt, and I'm a former resource parent through CFSA. My husband and I closed our foster home last month after 4 years and 6 placements. I'm here because I believe the system can do better and because the children in it deserve nothing less. CFSA cannot retain social workers, and children pay the price. One child in our care had 5 different social workers, not one transition included a meaningful handoff. Each new worker came in, misread the case, fought the wrong battles, and moved on, while the child slipped through their cracks. And when a child comes into care or transitions to kin, the same chaos follows. The resources and therapeutic support to help children through that transition, they do exist. Life books, transition planning, trauma-informed therapy, but CFSA does not help families navigate any of it. The burden falls entirely on resource parents to find and coordinate these supports, and too often we're denied even that. Children are moved without preparation, without anyone at the agency taking ownership. That's not a staffing inconvenience, it's a child's life. The agency also fails biological families. Children linger in care not because families aren't trying or because there isn't kin or fictive kin available to step in, but because the agency creates barriers instead of pathways. Children in DC remain in foster care longer than necessary, not because their situations require it, because the agency they fail to move cases forward with any urgency. Imagine being a parent doing everything you can to get your child back, or a grandparent or aunt trying to bring their family member home. The agency does not function as a support system, it functions as an obstacle course. The focus must be on children and reunification. Right now, it's not. What CFSA advertises and what it delivers are 2 different things. For example, the summer camp stipend that was been mentioned, it exists on paper. In practice, the agency can test it so consistently that most foster parents stop trying. The respite program exists on paper. In practice, it's unreliable, riddled with self-imposed restrictions, and available only when convenient. The agency knows this. They've chosen not to fix it. Part of the solution is straightforward. CFSA needs dedicated respite-only homes. Instead, the agency remains fixated on recruiting long-term resource homes, operating under the assumption that families willing to do respite will naturally convert to long-term foster homes. That's not how it works. The result is that good potential respite families are never recruited or supported, while longer-term foster families have no relief available. They burn out and close. CFSA is losing on both ends. With one medically fragile placement, approved reimbursable expenses accumulated to over $10,000 out of pocket before we received a check, and only after escalating directly to the director. That can't be the expectation of foster families. Rather than investing in retaining experienced families, they pour resources into recruiting new ones, which costs far more and means more children are consistently placed in with families that are still learning. The result of also them not being able to, it's functionally incompatible with working parents, so fostering becomes sustainable only for those who don't rely on outside employment. The result is the DC foster care is concentrated into only a few homes or outsourced to Maryland, taking children away from their communities and families. After my time with CFSA, I can tell you with certainty the children are not the hard part. Working with and supporting families are not the hard part. It's the agency that'll break your spirit. We did not close our home because we stopped caring. We closed it because CFSA made it impossible to continue. The committee has oversight authority, and I really urge you to use it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Yvonne Hargrove.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson Parker and other members of the committee. I'm coming to you today as a DC resident born and raised. Right now, I live in the Bellevue community in Ward 8. I'm the coat of arms for the Bellevue CAC, and I just want y'all to know how much of a lifeline they have been when it comes to supporting me and my family, helping me and teaching me how to advocate for myself, providing training, just so that will help me be a better parent and a better person to my children. I had no idea about ACE scores until I took a training from the Family Success Center, motivational speaking. I mean, they helped me get coached for my children. Some people wouldn't even had a Christmas in Bellevue without the Family Success Center. They do so much. I can't even name it. They are a lifeline in this community. Ward 8 is the poorest area in DC. Most of the people here live well below the poverty line. We need these centers. They provide a space for me to speak to my neighbors, to get to know my neighbors. These same people that used to walk by me now, we like, hey, Miss such and such, hey, Miss this, that, and the third, how your baby doing? How your mama doing? They provide a real sense of community. We really need everybody to stand up. We need these family success centers. It's the needs. This is the worst time to get rid of things that strengthen families, especially the families that need it the most. We are hurting here. And the Family Success Center has provided vital first aid for a lot of families and a lot of communities in my area. Please do not cut this funding. I beg y'all. That's all I have to say. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Claudia Sosa.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, council members, Parker. My name is Claudia Sosa. I have been a resident of Zone number 1 for over 20 years. I want to tell you that I'm happy to be a part of collaborative solution in the community. I'm start being involved when they have a community service table on the street. And through some member of the organization, such as social worker, who come to my son's school at Columbia High Education Campus. For the past 2 years, there was being a part group of the school where we all meet to receive information on how to help our children in the school. That's where I'm being to learn more about the community support services. I signed up so they would call me to let me know if I was available for one of the services they offer, such as parenting class, jobs placement, job placement, financial literacy, housing assistance, and other services. As a part of the parent group, I feel very proud to be a part of this group where we need more support for this organization, such as collaboration solution for the community to provide greatest help to the communities that need it today and always, where they involving us as individuals and make us feel like part of the organization, like families where we learn to know our right and to be valued, learn to have a better relationship with our children and a better parent, and to have or need her in our families and in our community. Thank you for the opportunity to hear me today.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have, I don't see Kelly Hood. I don't see Simone Hunter. I don't see Doreen Barnett. Next, we'll have Tamika Galloway.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, it's Tamika Liverpool. Sorry about that.
That's fine. It's Tamika Galloway, Liverpool. That's fine.
Okay.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chairman Parker and staff and members and CF organizations. My name is Tamika Liverpool Galloway, and I'm one of the CAC for Bellevue Family Success Center. And thank you for having me. I just want to quickly just read my testimony really quickly. Thank you. I think that it's extremely important to keep the Family Success Centers open and thriving because it serves as a safe, supportive,
empowering space for families, youth, and community members. The center provides valuable resources, guidance, and opportunities that strengthen our neighborhoods and help families overcome everyday challenges. For our youth, the center creates a positive environment where they can learn, grow, and stay engaged in meaningful activities. It offers mentorships, educational support, life skills, and programs that help young people build confidence, leadership, and build brighter futures for us, for families, just as well as myself and my family. When our youth have access to safe places and caring adults, they are more likely to succeed and make positive choices. For the community, the center brings people together. It creates unity. It connects and support among neighbors. Access. It helps families access services, promotes awareness, and gives residents a voice in improving the neighborhood. Centers like the Bellevue Family Success Center and other organizations, it is not just the buildings. They are lifelines that creates hope, opportunity, and stronger communities. Bellevue Family Success Center means investing in our children, supporting our families, and building a future for everyone. Also, I want to thank Family Success Center for helping me and my family navigate when my daughter passed away. And, at the time that I didn't know where to go, who to turn to, how was I going to navigate? What can I do? But when I met Miss Latoya Matthews and Dawn and a couple of other members, they guided me. They gave me the tools that I needed to navigate with me and my family just as well. Also, I think that the Family Success Center is a great opportunity for growth, just as well as it can provide educational stability. Also, the Family Success Center it also excuse me, I'm trying to get it all out in my minutes. It's also extremely important to keep it open and thriving because it serves also as a safe supporter and empowering space for families. Also, the Family Success Center also give us guidance and opportunities to strengthen our neighborhoods and help family overcome everyday challenges, especially for our youth. The center creates a positive environment where they can learn, they can engage in meaningful activity. It offers mentorship and educational support in life skills. I definitely like where they interact with the families and also have opportunities where we can interact as a community with events that they provide for us. The program also it gives us the community where it brings the community together and to create unity, connection, and support among us. And I believe that the Family Success Center also gives the residents a voice in improving the neighborhoods. Neighborhood centers like this is not just a building; they are a lifeline to our families. And it will be a great opportunity to keep the budget going for the Family Success Centers. Thank you for the time and thank you for having me.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Doreen Barnett.
Hello, good afternoon to the council members. I just want to really quick Success Center is, again, we've heard it over and over in the community. It's a place where just to go, sometimes not just pieces, but assembly. Someone like she's saying, I've had a heart attack, all while them, and they supported me through all of that. It's a place my grandfather was autistic can go and socialize kids where he normally would socialize. It's definitely important for my family. On four levels, I can count it as time for what they done for me. My family has resources we have. So again, they are super important for this community, and I beg you to keep it here. So keep it short. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Peggy Ann Brown.
Okay, here I am.
Good afternoon, Councilman Parker and the members of the council. I am Reverend Peggy Ann Brown, a 50-year resident of Ward 8 in the Bellevue community. I have been a volunteer for X amount of years at the Bellevue Family Success Center, and I was on the CAC, the Community Advisory Council. Thank you for this opportunity to submit this statement in support of refunding the Family Success Center. The Family Success Center is a central resource in our community, providing families with the support, skills, and connection they need to thrive. The work of the Family Success Center is grounded in equality, dignity, and respect. Staff build genuinely partnerships with families, working alongside them rather than directing them. This relationship-based approach to helping adults, youth, and children grow stronger together. The Family Success Center plays a critical role in developing all family members by supporting the adults, youth, and children in building skills for long-term success, teaching families how to support one another and contributing positively to their community, advocating with and for families to assess needed services, both formal support such as government or private agencies, and informal support such as extended families, neighbors, and friends. The Family Success Center program directly strengthens families by focusing on parental resilience, helping parents manage stress in healthy, constructive ways, positive parenting practices, some parents who may have experienced harsh discipline or negative childhood messages to developing, nurturing, effective approach. Social connections, encouraging families to build support, relationship, and engage actively in their community. The Family Success Center is not an optional program. It is critical. It is a critical infrastructure for family stability, child well-being, and community safety. Without it, families lose access to trusted support and at moments when they need it most. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the Family Success Centers be restored to your budget. Its services are deeply needed, and its absence would create gaps that no other program is currently positioned to fill. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Courtney Hester Green.
Good afternoon to all stakeholders involved. My name is Courtney Hester Green. I am a district resident as well as a district native. I am here to speak about the allocation of the budget, the portion of the budget that has gone towards CFSA. CFSA is underspending its allocation while parents who need those resources are falling through the cracks, and that has real consequences. I want to share one mother's story. She earned $600 a month in 2024, which was well below the poverty line. Why? Because she was spending the vast majority of her time caring for a very severely disabled child without the help of home nursing. After CFSA removed her seriously disabled daughter, the agency incorrectly reported to DHHS that she earned too much to qualify for SNAP. That was false. Even after her daughter's removal, her single-person household clearly qualified. It took 5 months and intervention from a nonprofit attorney outside of family court to correct that error. During those 5 months, she couldn't pursue job interviews or connect with nonprofits for reunification support. Instead, her entire schedule revolved around finding food and supporting her daughter, who had fallen ill 2 months after removal. In fact, so ill, her daughter had to be admitted to Children's Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. She was laid off, likely due to the stress and hunger from the job she had at the time, and took a new job that required her to travel to a different site every day. CFSA had provided her a transit card to help cover those commutes, hospital visits, and job searches. But because her entry and exit stations varied on the record, a direct result of her job's requirements and the requirements of doing intake with various nonprofits that offered help, the deposits were automatically cut off. No notice, no inquiry, just silence. She then had to spend hours taking slower bus routes, losing time she could have used to earn income, demonstrate stability, or simply cope with the trauma of losing her child and potentially losing her child for good due to sickness she received while in state care. This is what underspending looks like from the ground. It isn't just a budget line. It's a mother going hungry, losing her job, and losing time she needed to fight for her daughter. Here's the fiscal reality. Underspent budgets get cut in future years. That reduction will fall onto the next parent who needs help, the next family raising the next generation of DC residents, workers, and public servants who are to care for us in the future. CFSA has the resources. The question is whether those resources reach the people they're meant to serve. I urge this committee to examine not just how CFSA spends, but how it spends and what happens to families when administrative failures consume the support that should reach them. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And then I believe last on this panel is Kimberly Jackson.
Yes, afternoon, evening. Let's see. So, I was gonna I'm saying I'm with Mothers Outreach navigating with the system. I personally stepped up and on a temporary basis to help care for relatives, children, and I'm a member of Ward 7. I have children that are under 14. I think that the CFSA funds should help support parents in the household, because sometimes if they're not working, it's still a big struggle for them to help to pay bills and get food. And a lot of times the parents have to face the system alone without a lawyer. And sometimes they are not made aware of even being under investigation, especially in a single parent home. Let's see. The money should go towards two things. First, direct, flexible financial support for parents during removal and reunification, so they can show up for their children and close the gap the system created. Second, I'm asking the council chair to allocate funding for pro bono lawyers or appointed counsels for parents at the start of a CFSA investigation, not just a trial. Legal help early means fewer wasted trips to the courthouse, fewer parents lost in the process they don't understand, and faster, fairer outcomes for families. These parents are not looking for someone to do it for them. They just need someone in their corner to help them get their ducks in a row.
Is that
Did it go out?
That's funny. Okay.
Yes,
Thank you
No,
for your testimony.
I just wanted to give you some analysis. Thank you,
Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Parker.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Hardesty, I have one question for this panel. I'm going to ask it to you. You said you take advantage of the Edgewood Brooklyn Family Success Center. Can you just elaborate in what ways you or other neighbors receive support from the Success Center? If you could talk into the mic.
Forget about this. You know that Langston Carver is a low-income area. I am retired, and also my funds were cut. So I have to depend on someone, not a whole lot, but I am one of the ones that have to depend on something. So I know that those that don't have a job, never had a job, and trying their best to do what they need to do, they need that help that we get from the families.
But I guess I'm just trying to better understand when you say that help, if you could just elaborate, and if you don't want to talk about your situation, that's fine, but what supports our neighbors going? Is it for
Job
food?
services.
Is it clothes? Is it job services?
Job services, when they need their, medical records or whatever they need, they're there to help them get what they need, what they desire. They have given clothes, they have given other items to the residents also.
Okay.
That's needed. So it is a, like I said, a low-income area.
And what kind of restrictions are there for access? Or are you able to just say, hey, I need help with my rent this month, or hey, I need help with my utilities bills? Are they saying, if we help you this month, you can't come back next month? Are there any restrictions?
Well, I've never had to ask them for rent help. So I cannot answer that question truthfully. So, but I am almost certain that they will do the best that they can to help that resident get the funding that they need.
Understood. Understood. Okay. Thank you for your testimony,
You
and
bet.
thank you all for your testimony. And it's good to see you, Ms. Hardesty. All right. I think this should be our last panel in a marathon day, and then we'll turn to our director. And director, we're going to be as efficient as possible to get through our questions. Maker Taylor from Global Gains Consulting, Shelton Donaldson, Kimberly Williams Jenkins, Patrice Lancaster. And we may just need to pull up an extra seat on the side, which I'm fine with. Crystal Daniels, Wanda Duckett. All right, I'm going to go through those names one more time. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Maker Taylor, Shelton Donaldson, Kimberly Williamson, Patrice Lancaster, who I see up here, Crystal Daniels, Wanda Duckett. Young man, what's your name? Okay, you're Shelton. So we have Shelton, and you're Kimberly. So I'm assuming we don't have Maker Taylor. All right. I see Patrice Lancaster. Is there anyone here that signed up to testify that was not called?
Yes.
And I'm sorry about that. I can't see her name. Dalen Chestnut. Is that your name?
So my name is Talia Chestnut. I did not realize that it showed up as my son's name.
Okay. Talia Chestnut. I will have you go on this panel. Is there anyone else that signed up to testify that did not get a chance to share? Going once, going twice. And is there a Rebecca Adaku? Okay. After these three people, and then we'll turn to you, Ms. Chestnut. and then we'll turn to our director. So with that, Kimberly, you may begin and give your testimony. And if you could push the microphone.
Sorry. Thank you, Councilman Parker, for allowing me to speak today to share my experience with you this afternoon and for the council members. My name is Kimberly Williams Jenkins. I am a foster parent with the National Center for Children and Families. My husband and I are current foster parents. We've been foster parenting for 16 plus years, and we have serviced and supported over 67 children in our home to date. And we currently have 3 children in the home now. Our first call 16 years ago was 3 girls and a boy. So we've been moving forward ever since. But today I would like to speak with you to compel you to please consider increasing the foster parent stipend. As you are aware, it has not been increased in over 9 years. But for those 9 years, foster parents supporting kids in DC have continued to flourish, to continue to support the children that are in our care. We have 3 children in our home right now, but I'd like to focus on 2 that have been with us for 5 years. So I'll just reference them by their first name to protect their privacy, Kevin and Amira. I want to just walk you through what we do with the current stipend. And still yet, these kids and all the other kids in our organization go without because the stipend is so low. So Kevin and Amira, Kevin wants to be a paramedic. Amira is already an award-winning talent. She's an artist. She won an internship this summer to produce Prince George's County's 2026 Black History Month poster. With that stipend, she was awarded $500. I want to tell you how she chose to spend that stipend. So with our monthly stipend, my husband and I, we cover the basics as the first, order of business. Do they have their clothing? Do we have transportation funds to get them where they need to go? The little one's in tennis, first sport he's ever taken, he's 7. Kevin has a lot of tutoring needs, so we have to get him 3 days a week outside of the community for tutoring. And Amira, she should be in the most advanced art classes we can afford to send her. So we make sure that she gets where she needs to go, and she's attending a school outside of the community because she was awarded a slot at a performing arts school. So we help with transportation. So with providing the food, the shelter, we then look at what's available. We don't even think about room and board that foster parents are entitled to allocate for. We then look at what have we done to enrich their lives. So they've been to the Kennedy Center for many years. They've been with us 5 years. They've been to many performances at the Landover Public Playhouse. They've been to many performances at the Roundhouse Theater in Virginia. And then we may go to dinner afterwards. We look at what we can do to enrich their lives beyond the basic room and board support and parenting. And with all of that, there is still so many things that are going undone. So for Amira, she needs braces. Her Medicaid insurance does not cover the braces, and the stipend doesn't allow me to provide for that. Kevin came to us 4 grade levels behind in reading and math, verified by his school, verified by the Gateway Boarding Academy. The Gateway Boarding Academy is a partnership NCCF has with that organization that provides free tutoring to young Black boys. I take Kevin outside of the neighborhood 3 days a week. I wait 3 hours while he's doing the tutoring. But there's a mathnasium in a Huntington tutoring facility 15 minutes from my home, but my stipend doesn't allow me to get him there so that he can get the tutoring he needs. He wants to be a paramedic. He will absolutely need to bring up his reading and math abilities in school, and he's capable of doing it. He's willing to do it, but the current levels of the stipend don't allow me to get him in the community. So I take advantage of all the programs I've heard about today to get him anywhere where he can go to get the services he needs. Amira, similar situation. She's an artist. I take her to Laurel, an hour one way from my house. I wait the 2 hours and bring her home. It is economical. It's funded by Park and Planning. So the classes are under $130 for 6 classes. But she really needs to be in the Hirshhorn Art Center right here in Washington, D.C., but those programs have a significantly higher cost rate to get her where she really needs to be. With the remaining time, I want to tell you a
You're
little
about 2
bit.
minutes over time.
Oh, I am so sorry. Sorry, I did not
I
recognize.
really appreciated your testimony, so if you want to give a concluding thought, but I really take it to heart. And have you submitted your testimony?
I did.
Okay.
Yes, the agency did. So thank you. I did not recognize that. I'm looking at 2 minutes thinking I'm on the good side. I apologize. So 2 quick closing things. My husband and I realized we were going on vacations and noticed a kid who left our home went to Jamaica with the next home. And we thought, what are we doing? We've never taken our kids that far away or any place outside of the US. And after that, we decided to take 3 months of our stipend to take Kevin and Mira, our 2 kids, and ourselves, and we've taken them to Puerto Rico in 2023, and then Alaska in 2024. Those are choices we made to go above and beyond the stipend because it doesn't allow for me to take my foster kids with us on vacation. So I will close with, we're asking to consider increasing the rate for our stipend, something above the 3% typical cost of living. And then hold us accountable, ask us to come back and to tell you what we did with those funds for our kids. We're happy to do that.
Thank you. I have some questions.
Yes.
I recently connected with foster parents, and so I want to make sure you share your contact with Allie, who's on the computer, if you haven't already done so, because we want to just stay in touch with a cohort of foster parents to see how we can better support you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have, I've lost my place. Sorry. Shelton Donaldson.
Dear Chairman Parker, my name is Shelton, and I am a resident of Bowie, Maryland. I am 14 years old, and I have been in foster care since I was 18 months old. I am here this afternoon to speak about my experience with NCCF and receiving tutoring support in reading and math. Before I came to my current placement, I live in Glenarden. Back then, I was not doing well in school. My grades were lacking, and my education was suffering because of my reading level. I felt sad and depressed, and I hated my life. Foster care helps you a lot with all your education problems, and the foster parents and staff at NCCF can make sure you get up to par. They realized I needed help, and I was enrolled in a 6-month program of intensive tutoring and reading and math. This year, I will finish 8th grade with an improved GPA and am on track to start high school in the fall. I plan to enroll in college and want to study supply chain management. This tutoring has been life-changing for me, and I think you should keep services like this in the budget because it helps foster children become smarter and have more opportunity in the world. Instead of being stuck in the wrong classes and not having people to help them with their education, foster children can use tools like tutoring to get a good education and build a future. Without this support, I will not be where I am right now. I will still be behind in the wrong classes. Councilmember Parker, I want you to know those of us in foster care are willing to take the opportunities presented to us. We are willing to take those opportunities and face any challenges we have to overcome our experience. Please continue to support programs for foster children so we can help opportunities to take. Thank you for this opportunity today.
Thank you for your testimony. You did a great job. Everybody doesn't get a round of applause, by the way. So, Patrice Lancaster.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I'll be brief, believe it or not. My name is Patrice Resource Queen Lancaster, and I proudly serve as a member of the Community Advisory Council for the Bellevue Family Success Center in Southwest Washington, D.C. I'm here today to strongly urge this committee to preserve funding for the Family Success Centers. As a CAC member, as a CAC member, I have had the privilege of helping identify the real needs of our community and in shaping a prevention-based strategies that empower families before they're in crisis, and then especially in our economically disenfranchised community like Bellevue. This fiscal year alone, the Bellevue Family Success Center has regularly supported more than 500 families with food assistance. And these are parents that are trying to keep their children fed, seniors who are trying to survive rising costs, and families that are just doing their best to remain stable. We also hosted a successful inaugural Fall Literacy Festival, where we brought in authors who read books to children. We distributed hundreds of books and promoted literacy. And it helped to combat illiteracy in our community. And it helped to combat illiteracy in our community. We also hosted a wellness program where we focused on nutritional meal preparation and self-care as well as mental health strategies. These are the kinds of preventative investments that reduce the long-term social costs while strengthening families today. What makes the Family Success Center unique is that residents themselves help to guide the work. There's nowhere else in the community where the neighbors have a meaningful voice in advising the grassroots solutions while also having access to stable funding, a stable funding pipeline that allows programs to be measured, improved, and sustained over time. If we remove funding from family success centers, we're not simply cutting programs, we're removing a trusted community infrastructure that is actively helping to stabilize families, to prevent violence, improve health outcomes, and strengthen our youth and family engagement. I just want to note that we don't have violence interruption in Bellevue anymore. So this is another factor as to why the Family Success Centers at this granular level can identify needs or prevent crisis. I respectfully ask the committee to continue investing in the Family Success Centers and the communities that depend on them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. I didn't catch your name.
There earlier.
Oh, okay, yes, you can give your testimony.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Parker. My name is Rebecca. I am a neural behavioral health clinician. I serve in pediatric patients. Thank you for the opportunity to share my written testimony regarding housing instability and its impact on child and youth well-being throughout the district. The reason I'm here today is to amplify and talk about how health outcomes are deeply interconnected with housing stability, child welfare, educational attainment, and family well-being, which is why preventative public health strategies must remain integrated across youth-serving systems throughout the district. I do recognize the recent efforts to strengthen transparency and accessibility within the Housing Choice Voucher Program, including updates related to simplified and randomized selection processes and project-based wait list. These reforms reflect meaningful progress toward improving housing access to district residents, especially Black families. However, housing instability remains an ongoing public health crisis. While housing instability is often discussed as an economic and housing issue, it is also a significant child welfare and public health issue that continues to disproportionately affect Black communities across Washington, D.C., especially in Ward 5, 7, and 8. I am a former resident of Ward 5. Historically, Black families in the district have faced generations of housing inequities that contributed to poor health outcomes from the 1930s to the present day. Substandard housing conditions, overcrowding, and environmental exposure have been associated with chronic respiratory illness. We've seen a lot of asthma, long-term health complications, and limited access to stable housing, nutritious food, and safe living environment also has contributed to higher rates of obesity, hypertension, and type 2 diabetes. As the Committee on Youth Affairs continue its oversight on the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children in the Child and Family Services Agency, I encourage continued collaboration between youth services, public health programs, schools, housing support systems, and family stabilization initiatives. I'm asking for things to include, that includes strengthening trauma-informed youth services, expanding school and community-based mental health support, investing in preventative health and nutritional programs, and last but not least, improving coordination between child welfare agencies and housing assistance programs. Thank you so much again for considering my testimony and for your continued service. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And then last online, we should have Ms. Chestnut, if you're still there with us.
How you doing? Thank you guys for allowing me to speak, council member and the rest of the committee. My name is Talia Chestnut. I am a mom and a resident now of Ward 7 when I used to be a resident of Ward 8. I am here to testify and strongly urge that you reinstate funding for the family success centers. I have multiple reasons why I think it is appropriate that you reinstate funding. I started off needing help with utility assistance, and I was actually going to Far Southeast where I met Miss Bussy Reader. And then I ended up having a miscarriage and needing mental help after that to try to cope with things, where I met Miss McShane. And it was funny because I did not have a clue about Bellevue's Family Success Center after going to the doctor's office for so long. Long story short, I came back for an appointment and they had just opened the Bellevue Family Success Center, and they opened it in a time where I needed a lot of help. And as a person who doesn't like to ask for help, I actually had to open my mouth and ask. I needed help with so many different things, being as though I'm a mom of a child who has severe medical needs. I didn't know how to advocate. It wasn't until I actually met Miss Latoya Matthews, who you saw earlier, that I was able to get all of the help and guidance needed. I was able, because of the Family Success Center, I was able to pretty much obtain information and speak to people in a way they understand my needs versus the anger that I had. Miss Reader, Miss Dion Reader, I give thanks to her because coming in contact with her a couple of times, I was able to be put on the right track to get to the Bellevue Success Center for all of the other things that I needed help with. Now, as a resident, I've had to go back and forth a couple of times due to my own illnesses and ailments, but it would be very detrimental to Ward 8 and all the other wards that have success centers, the family success centers, if you guys close them down. And I am begging with my whole heart and soul that you guys please find the funding for it because we need it. pretty much it.
Well, what a note to end on. Thank you, Ms. Chestnut, for testifying, and thank you all for sharing. I did have a question, Ms. Lancaster. When you talk about the Bellevue supports and how the Success Center is standing in the gap from violence interruption to other supports that community members need, can you elaborate a little bit more? Are you just speaking to how having these supports is a preventative step that might prevent someone getting into violence, or are there certain programs through that Bellevue center that they're running that is violence prevention focused?
I wouldn't say violence prevention focused, but one of our mandates is to have one-off community events periodically. And what we've been able to do successfully is collaborate with partners in the community that might serve as violence interrupters, opioid prevention programs, mental health supports, other community health providers. And with those one-off events, for example, our most recent successful one was our wellness event. Because we had the draw, we had spa services there, a community member came and provided those. We were able to engage and create engagement opportunities for other members of the community. So if they did have those needs or needed that information, they would know that, hey, we have these resources here. So it served doubly as a wellness event where we talked about self-care, showed nutritional ways to make food, but we also showed them the resources that they might have to address issues that we might not have known about. So
Understood. Thank you for that. And then Ms. Williams-Jenkins.
Can I quickly add something to that?
Sure.
So I stand with what Patrice said. Also, what I saw with my own eyes, which I thought was amazing, was that there was an event where I did see two individuals or two groups. They had an issue, and members of members of the Bellevue Family Success Center did a small mediation to where as though a resolution came about, and whatever the beef was actually resolved. So sometimes a small mediation with the Family Success Center can go a long way, even though I don't think they realized they mediated and remedied a beef that could have been detrimental.
Understood. Thank you for that. And then Ms. Williams-Jenkins, I wanted to come to you just very quickly. Some of the things we heard from other foster families included a lack of transparency or clarity around certain benefits that are afforded to them. And a request was, can it just be in a central place on the website so that I know what programs exist and how to qualify or how to sign up? I'll throw that out. I'm asking if this is your experience or if you would add anything to it. Something else we heard was about respite and the bond family system and how that could be more, what's the word I would use, Director? How that could be more, beneficial to the parents, more consistent, reliable. One of the concerns we heard from some parents is that it's not always guaranteed when they put in a request for relief that they would get it. And then the third thing I would just throw out was sometimes the challenges that exist getting the birth parents to sign off on things like medical treatments and or school enrollments. And so I know I just threw a lot at you, but we've been working and talking with the agency about those things. And since I have you, and I didn't get a chance to talk with you before, I would love for you to weigh in.
Your first comment was on transparency. So always transparency is super helpful if there's one place to go to get whatever the ask is from the bio family or from the foster parent family. I don't experience that with NCCF because we are a transparent organization. We meet maybe 4 times a year with the entire body of the organization. So we're talking freely. The parents, the foster parents are on the board. We're able to, dialogue back and forth, take comments. And then after our meeting, meetings, our executive team is following up on the comments that were raised. So I don't see that at NCCF, but the question about transparency, talking from CFSA down, absolutely transparency would be great to have that one-stop shopping. I'm in favor of checklist to be able to explain what should happen. What are the
Okay,
processes?
that's helpful. That's
Yeah,
without a-
totally. In reference to respite family, bond for relief, again, in our organization, we have a dedicated team that you call to say you need respite, and they do their very best with a couple of weeks' notice to try to find that for you. But what we advocate for at NCCF is to, all the reasons why we meet 3 or 4 times a year is to make connections with each other. So that I have my go-to foster
So you
parent.
have those informal
I
networks.
have the informal, so I'm not asking for respite for you to find it. I'm telling you, Ms. Johnson says she's going to do it. Ms. Johnson's on my text. You can confirm whether these
Understood.
are the dates. So we're trying to be proactive and have our foster parents make the connections. We're an organization. We're supposed to be walking together versus calling someone to say, you find me respite. So I would just say it's probably a practice shift to be more proactive so that you have found it. And on rare cases, emergencies, we have our families that are set up to say yes because they're professional foster parents. So they are aligned to receive those additional calls at midnight. The last comment you asked about was birth parent engagements. That can be problematic to try to catch a birth family to be able to sign for medical records or if they have educational rights. So I'm not sure I could say much beyond it can be a challenge to keep up with someone else to come in to sign and I'm caring for the child. But we do work that out.
Okay.
I mean, it's part of the process. We
A
stand up.
little impromptu feedback. So thank you.
Yeah.
I know that wasn't necessarily what your testimony was on, but I thought since I had you, I would get that information. I want to say thank you all. Shelton, you again did a great job, and I take your testimony to heart, and it will be informing how we move forward. So thank you all. Okay, it is 5:49. I'm going to take another 5-minute break to allow the director to transition up to the desk, the director and team. Why don't we be generous and say 10 minutes so you could take a drink of water, coffee, what have you, and then we'll get started. So we'll recess and resume at 6 o'clock. Director? Yes. 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 We'll have you go first. I'm going to call back to order this budget oversight hearing. We are going to move swiftly. Is the operative word. And we're going to first hear from Patrina Jones-Jez, our Ombudsman for Children, and then we'll hear from Tanya Torres-Trice, our Director for the Child and Family Services Agency. Madam Ombudsperson, if you could stand and raise your right hand. In fact, I'll have both of you stand. It is a practice of the committee to place government witnesses under oath. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to provide to the Committee on Youth Affairs is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
Awesome. And you may proceed with your testimony.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Council Member, and good afternoon to you and to the committee and staff. My name is Patrina Jones-Jez, and I serve as the Ombudsperson for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, also referred to as the office or the OFC. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to discuss a budget plan for the office for fiscal year 2027. Joining me for this discussion is the agency fiscal officer, Antonio Baxter. We appreciate the DC Council's ongoing support as we continue to implement OFC's mission to help improve outcomes for currently or formerly CFSA-involved children and youth in the district. Further, OFC is grateful for the mayor's proposed funding of OFC and the partnerships we have established with private and government agencies and community members in the district. For background, the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children was created by enabling legislation, DC Law 23-270, to be an impartial and independent agency serving the community by helping to improve outcomes for CFSA-involved children and youth. This legislation became effective in April 2021. After CFSA exited the 30-year federal class action lawsuit, LaShawn A. versus Bowser, there was an outcry from constituents who advocated for the creation of an office with the authority to initiate investigations based on the nature of received complaints, assess on its own systemic issues in the child welfare system, make recommendations for improving the child welfare system, and serve as a resource to families who need assistance with connecting to services. Our mission is to work collaboratively across systems that impact CFSA children to foster improved outcomes, strengthen service delivery, and increase accountability. Highlights and accomplishments for fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026 include intake and response. So that is data in regards to our complaints and concerns. Since February 2023, the OFC has received 291 complaints and concerns. In fiscal year 2026 to date, the office received 69 contacts, 25 were information and referral, 34 were classified as investigations and resolution. And as reported in the OFC fiscal year 2025 annual report, the office received 104 complaints and concerns. We have issued 3 reports to CFSA with our findings and recommendations so far in the fiscal year. OFC has gained access to data sets from MPD, CFSA, and OAG in fiscal year 2025 to identify the number of crossover youth by calendar year from 2021 to 2024. These numbers were published in the fiscal year 2025 annual report. Child Protective Services data is being monitored specifically regarding agency screenouts of child abuse and neglect reports. OFC completed an analysis of hotline screenouts and has created a report on its findings. OFC has filled 2 positions during the fiscal year 2026, the most recent being the Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson position. The Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson will attend mediation training next month to maintain the office's ability to offer mediation when appropriate as a remedy for complaints. In regards to the fiscal year 2027 budget overview, needs and priorities, the office's budget priorities for fiscal year 2027 are centered around funding staff positions and maintaining office functions, such as purchasing community engagement supplies, professional memberships, and paying training fees as appropriate. The district's proposed budget includes funding for OFC for fiscal year 2027 at $733,094. In addition to the proposed budget, the OFC is requesting additional funds to reestablish the Chief Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson's role. Further, due to the duties of the Office on Crossover Youth Monitoring and Reporting, we are requesting additional funds to establish a data analyst position. This role would be responsible for oversight of OFC and partner data, including implementing sound data management, strengthening data quality, and producing accurate data analysis and reporting. The OFC has established a legal analyst position to assist the office with the analysis and interpretation of child welfare-related federal and district laws and policies. This position will be responsible for making recommendations to improve juvenile justice legislation. We are requesting the funding of this position in fiscal year 2027. Finally, I respectfully request additional funding to broaden the scope of OFC's oversight duties by adding the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. We believe the OFC is uniquely positioned to examine DYRS concerns and complaints and make agency practice recommendations. A vision for the expansion of OFC was set in the initial committee report about the establishment of the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children. This written proposal set an expectation to grow the office over time and ultimately engage all child-serving agencies under one umbrella. It is my recommendation, with the understanding that thoughtful consideration must be made on how this division will operate, that we begin working towards the establishment of a new unit within OFC that has oversight of DYRS. For the fiscal year 2027 budget cycle, the OFC is requesting funding for 1 deputy DYRS ombudsperson and 2 ombuds analysts. These additional requests for funding increase OFC's overall budget request to $1,574,220 in fiscal year 2027. This budget request is aligned with the office's fiscal year 2025 budget, which was approximately $1,200,000. In conclusion, I want to express appreciation for the DC Council's support of the office as we continue to engage families, provide oversight to the child welfare system, and operationalize the office's goals outlined in enabling legislation. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's jump right in. The mayor did not eliminate your funding this year, which that's a win.
Yes.
Progress is progress.
Yes, it is.
However, you are flat funded. How do you see the current funding plans? Let me rephrase that. How do you see your office's ability to meet your mission with the current funding level?
So just kind of looking at this year as an example, it would allow us to continue to fund the 4 filled positions that currently exist in the office. So that would be the ombudsperson, the deputy CFSA ombudsperson, and 2 ombuds analysts. In regards to other needs of the office, including training or not necessarily occupancy, and I let Antonio talk about occupancy because that's something that's always earmarked in our budget, but we've don't have to, we haven't been charged for it. So I would say training, purchasing supplies, any kind of community meetings. If we needed to, make a donation or pay for it, it would allow us to do that.
But my
travel.
general sense is you have sufficient funding to execute your responsibilities.
We have been able to make it work. Yes, that's correct.
In your testimony, you are calling for the creation of a deputy DYRS ombudsperson position.
Mm-hmm.
And we've heard some of that in our testimony from public witnesses. What challenges do you see if we were to establish this role and say, now you have access to DYRS as an agency?
Yeah, I think initially, and this is more so in regards to the office's structure. So on a positive note, we have a structure we can model, but we would have to build it in a way that supports the DYRS work. So for instance, we have a case management system. It's focused on CFSA related cases. If we were to edit that system to include DYRS. That's going to take time. It's going to include writing requirements, working with Octo, and then the cost of it would be another, consideration, I think.
And I'll be honest with you, I'm skeptical. And maybe that's more frank than I want it to be. I'm skeptical of your office's capacity to take on something new. In my view, you all are doing good work. You are making progress with CFSA. It seems to me to be a risk of derailing that progress by saying, okay, now you're going to take on an entirely new agency that has a host of new challenges, as you will then, I would imagine, turn to a learning posture there. That doesn't mean that I don't see the value in independent oversight or potentially seeing these two things existing in the future. So just transparently, and I haven't figured out how we can make this happen. I can see a world where we establish an independent person that's working with DRS, and then maybe over time we work to have that person merge with your office. But I'm skeptical of mission creep while there's still worthy progress needing to be made at CFSA. I welcome you to provide feedback or pushback on me, but that is my gut reaction when I hear we should do more at OFC with DRS.
And I appreciate your thoughts on that. It would be listening to the testimony today and listening to the testimony at the DYRS budget hearing, it would be a significant increase in our workload. I would say to that, though, it really comes down to resources to me. Hiring the right people in the right positions and having the funds to hire those people would be one.
Yes.
And then I think secondly, if we can leverage what we've already learned so far as we've worked with CFSA, I think that would help us actually be quite successful with DYRS. I think and I would welcome working with your committee to think through some of the areas that may not fall under an ombuds office. For instance, the visiting of the facilities. I've heard that testimony throughout, I've met Mr. Jordan and talked to OIJJFO staff. This was some time ago, just to get to know what the work that they did. And so I believe that would take a very specialized person on our team. I think it would definitely add to our workload, quite frankly.
Okay. I'm going to keep moving just for the sake of time. You also requested additional funding for a legal analyst to make recommendations regarding juvenile justice legislation. Can you clarify your vision for this role?
Yeah, so we operate with the knowledge that we have about child welfare, quite frankly, and it's significant on my team. A great addition for us would be to have a legal analyst that can help us think through some of the legal implications of things, some of the policy implications and how those policies align with the legal authorities, and even some of our other work, just kind of getting that additional input from a legal perspective. I would also say we have engaged legal consult within the government when we've received a complaint from a constituent in regards to DYRS. And this youth was actually a former CFSA youth. And so we wanted to be clear on our abilities to go forward with that complaint. So to have a legal person on the team when we receive those kinds of complaints would be helpful too.
Okay. In fiscal year 26, OFC faced a reduction of 1 FTE. It's worth noting the entire office was cut and we were only able to save a certain number of FTEs.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe how OFC has adjusted workloads to account for this?
Yes, so the position that I believe you're speaking of is the Chief Deputy Ombudsperson. So that role really focused on a systemic look of the child welfare system as a whole. And had some oversight in terms of our operations, if you will, the review of correspondence with constituents, the development of internal reports that we use, the development of internal policies. Those roles have primarily fallen on me. I've absorbed that responsibility.
Okay. And is that sustainable, you would say?
I think it would be more efficient to have another person. I wouldn't say effective, but I would definitely say efficient to have a person who is not, who is completely focused on some of these other, areas of importance.
Okay. And you mentioned you recently backfilled the deputy ombudsperson role
CFSA ombudsperson.
for CFSA. How will your workflow change once this person is fully onboarded?
So the original deputy CFSA ombudsperson resigned in February. So it's just been a few months. I've absorbed those responsibilities as well.
So you're taking on a lot.
I am. Because there's only been 3 of us after he retired. Once this person is, fully trained and fully adjusted to, our work, then I think we'll just hand off those duties.
But no, say more though. Like in practical terms, like are you fielding phone calls? Are you leading investigations? Like what is the work that you're taking?
I'm heavily involved in investigations, more so than I have been in the past, yes. And then the documentation of, the approval of whether it's an investigation or an information and referral, I'm spending a lot more time like really studying what the complaint is, making sure we have adequate information, making sure it's classified correctly. And then I'm the go-to person when our analysts have questions or want to, talk through next steps. And some of our complaints are, they can be a little complex. So yes, I've taken on all that.
Speaking of which, in your testimony, you shared that OFC received 69 contacts, 25 for informational purposes, 34 for investigations that required resolution. Can you share more about what type of cases are categorized as information and referral versus investigation? So like parse that out a little bit more.
Sure. An investigative case is a case where we've determined that there is a need to review policy against practice to determine whether or not CFSA is carrying out their policy.
Give me an example of like someone's calling and they may say what?
Okay, so let's say, for example, that there is a parent whose children are in custody and they have court-ordered visitation, a right to visit with their children. And they call us and they say, I'm calling because I have the right to visit with my children, but the visits continuously are interrupted because the foster parents are taking the kids on trips. And so the date that I'm supposed to have my visits, I can't have my visits.
That's a good example. So then that's when you and your team will launch an investigation working with CFSA to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah.
Now, what might be an informational call?
So an information and referral may be, so here's one that occurred rather recently where we didn't feel like there was an investigation needed. It was more of a communication issue. So for instance, there's a family, the children are in foster care. They're in separate placements. I think there's multiple foster parents involved because the children are not in one placement. One of the children is out of the jurisdiction in Maryland. And there is concerns about visits. Visits is a kind of a popular complaint for us because the agency had decided, or the caseworker had decided that the visits needed to start at 2:00 and the kids are still in school at 2:00. So that was one concern for the parent, that she didn't want the kids taken out of school for the visits. Secondly, the parent also works and has therapy sessions that interrupted that. And so it wasn't necessarily an investigation because it was very unique.
I got
we
it.
determined with this family. It was more of CFSA and the family and the foster parents need to come together and have a conversation.
So even the informational calls may require some follow-up.
Absolutely.
And triaging between CFSA.
Absolutely.
Okay, I wasn't sure if informational just meant they needed a phone number or they needed an address or
That occurs, sure, but not that often.
Got it. Okay. What are the most common complaint areas that have come up in fiscal year 26 to date when you receive contact?
I would like to give you I'm going to give you my reaction to the question, but I'd like to give you some actual data on that. So I would say visits is definitely one of the top. I would say also grandparents that call because they're now the caretaker of grandchildren. Their case is closed, and now they are having some challenges in getting the resources that they need in order to care for the children that they've taken in. And so then they call us because of those concerns.
Okay, and it sounds like you will follow up with more concrete data.
That's exactly right.
Okay. How many child fatality cases did OFC review this past fiscal year?
Yeah, sure. Child fatality. So we reviewed 4. Our goal is 5, but with the changing in staff, we have 1 more to review.
And I believe at Performance Oversight, you were at 2. So
yeah,
you've completed another 2. I would imagine in the next couple of months, you'll get to the 5th one.
Yes, sir.
And I remember one of your recommendations that you floated was that you all should have your own child fatality review process. Is that still a recommendation? If so, why? If not, why not?
So I would say that our child fatality review process, we're hoping will add value by adding this kind of second look to the case. I do think it will add value going forward. We have talked to other state ombuds that actually have responsibility for child fatality. The Washington State ombuds, all child fatality reporting goes through his office. And so, I think understanding more about the numbers.
But in the 4 that you've reviewed,
yes,
is there something that you've shared with CFSA to say, we disagree with this conclusion, or you missed this step?
Not so far.
Not so far. So then should I interpret that as CFSA's review process as sufficient based on what you've seen so far?
I don't want to say that.
It's okay, yeah, because it goes against your recommendation.
Yes.
Understood.
Yes.
But I also don't want us finding a solution in search of a problem. And so if we don't need to create a new process, let's not do it.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying, that in other jurisdictions, there is this check and balance.
Yes.
So I'm not against it per se, but it doesn't seem like there's a smoking gun reason why we should be implementing that type of process.
That I would say is a fair statement. I think it would lean towards a more systemic look at what's occurring with child in the realm of child fatalities, or what's affecting the death of children. I know, like, sitting in the Child Fatality Review Committee meetings, there's definitely trends around gun violence and safe sleep. I think we could go a little deeper maybe with the safe sleep discussion, because I often...
See, I think that's where your value add.
Yes.
Like, not so much the review. I think you should review their review, but it seems like there's not much there. But then what solutions, recommendations, strategies should the agency employ to prevent future fatalities?
Yes.
I think that, to me, seems like a greater value add than kind of looking over this is going to sound worse than I mean it, looking over their shoulder to say, did you do this right? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So anyway, just food for thought. I think that would be a greater value add, and I would love to thought partner with you on
Wonderful.
what that could look like.
Yep.
Okay. You, in your testimony, said you issued 3 reports to CFSA in fiscal year 26.
So far, yes.
What recommendations has OFC made for policy changes, and how did the agency respond? I recall one of the points of feedback before is that the agency doesn't always respond. So just where are we with that?
So firstly, we had decided not to wait until it was time to publish the annual report to make sure that the agency had plenty of time to refer before we actually publish. In terms of recommendations, there are definitely, and this is off the top of my head, I would like to give you more concrete information, but off the top of my head, the focus has been around Child Protective Services policy, and additional.
Does someone here on your team have the policy recommendations? If somebody could pull it?
Daphne might have it.
Yeah, you got to put your team to work. Got to put them to work in real time.
I'm used to being self-sufficient.
No, I get it. But you can't have a tribe of people here with you and they're just watching you out there swim. So while they're pulling it, so keep going. You're saying the policy recommendations.
Yes, and then we can get more specific.
Yes.
And then some training recommendations as well. I think it would be helpful, and I think this is where, if she can find them, the context of the case would be helpful to explain, some of our findings and recommendations as well.
But zooming out, are you finding that the agency is still unresponsive? Are they more responsive? Is it to be determined?
Well, I will say this, the 2025 reports that we provided that were not responded to in time for us to publish their responses in our annual report was a bit surprising, quite frankly, because it did feel like we were moving towards more responsiveness, greater communication with the agency, as they actually spent time catching up on 2023's complaints, 2024's complaints. So
is that year 25 or fiscal year?
Fiscal year 2023's report, fiscal year 2024's report. We had recommendations in both of those reports, as well as fiscal year 2025. We didn't necessarily have comments from the agency for those years, but they caught up, quite frankly, last year. So it was a little surprising.
So I'm just trying to understand what you're saying to me. So you're saying since the fiscal year 25 report, you haven't had the follow-up from the agency?
Not on the reports that we've sent so far.
Got it.
But
and that's the part of the report where you detail the case study and here are the recommendations.
Our findings and our recommendations.
And many of the recommendations, if I recall, were about training. Lots of training
and policy revision or review. Yeah.
I will follow up with the agency about that. Okay. We heard today from a shelter provider about a lack of communication on the status of abuse and neglect reports once an investigation is initiated by CFSA. Namely, that was DC Safe, if I recall correctly. I'm going to ask CFSA about this, but I would imagine, well, I'm not going to speak for CFSA. I'm going to ask CFSA about it. But my question for you is, has OFC received similar complaints regarding a lack of communication once the initial referral is made?
So a report to the hotline is what we're speaking?
Yes. I'm assuming they were making those referrals to the hotline, or maybe they have a specific point of contact. But yes.
We have had those periodically. So the reports that I'm most familiar with are from the school system. They will often, when they do reach out, they will express a concern about a particular student who, may have who has some needs and they're just concerned, and they will tell us that they've made reports. They don't know what the action is that the agency is taking, And they haven't heard anything, and the child hasn't improved. The child looks, the same or is in the same condition. So we have had some, yes.
Okay. Have we gotten those policy recommendations? Not yet? Okay, let's keep finding them. We'll be here at least for another hour, so hopefully we can find them. What are your preliminary findings regarding CFSA screen outs?
Oh, sure.
Because that's something you're actively looking at, right?
Yeah, and I'd like to refer to our report for that. So in regards to our finding, just a little bit in regards to our methodology. So we reviewed 460 screen outs. The reason for the review was because we had started reviewing their hotline calls report. And we started actually in February 2025 and found that there were 1,800 screen outs in February 2025, 1,978 screen outs in March 2025, 1,540 in April 2025, and 1,824 in May 2025. We decided that we would pull a random sample of the screen outs. We're a small team and have lots of duties, so we were able to land on a 6% random sample of those cases. And so that was 430 screened out reports that we reviewed in that 4-month window. So that's just a little context there. The majority of the reporters were from the daycare school system. And in regards to findings, 70% of the reports reviewed that were screened out were received via the school's educational neglect reporting form. Many of the reports that were received from schools were made solely for compliance practices of the schools, meaning the child reached the 10 unexcused absences. This requirement for a report has been outlined in CFSA's operating procedures. The operating agreement between the schools and CFSA specifically outlines steps that the school must take prior to engaging CFSA. Those activities like exhausting community-based interventions, referrals, et cetera. We assessed that many of the school reports made to CFSA's hotline or submitted through the educational neglect reporting form noted that schools had not taken those steps. OFC agreed.
That's what CFSA says. So you're corroborating what they're saying.
Very good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. OFC agreed with 83% of the screen outs. That were 83% of the screen outs.
Those that you sampled.
That's correct, of the ones we sampled.
Okay.
OFC assessed the hotline staff carefully followed the agency's hotline policy as well as the procedures outlined between CFSA and schools. So that just kind of gives more context. OFC assessed that 9% of reports reviewed could have benefited from a connection to the 211 warm line for services.
So in other words, I'm not escalating you into the system, but we should have handed you off to 211.
Yep, there's a need there. It didn't get
And
addressed.
what percentage was that? I'm sorry.
That was
9%?
9%. That equals slightly less than 40 of the 430 reports.
Okay, so
we
we're
reviewed.
at, what is that? 92%? So 83% you said were good, 9% could have been handed off.
Yep.
And what about the rest?
OFC assessed that 2% of the screen outs reviewed had elements in the report that rose to the level of a screen in per the agency's hotline policy.
Okay.
So that gets us to 94. So the 6%, I will have to find out. It probably is probably is not.
And were there any trends on those cases that you think could have been screened in?
Yes.
The 2% that you said could have been screened in, like what trends did you see, if any?
Yes. And that is something that we did not explicitly include in our report, but I can get that information to you.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. Like if you're saying, I don't know what you might say, but all of these cases had scenarios where mom is a victim of domestic violence, let's say. Like that might be something that internally CFSA can hone in and train around if you can identify those trends.
That's right.
Yep. Okay. That's super helpful. When are you going to publish that or make those findings final?
We have shared it with CFSA. And so, you know, I think when we have an opportunity to meet with the agency and talk about any kind of responses that they have to the report.
But we should see that by the end of the fiscal year.
Oh, sure.
Which is September.
I would say so.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. It seems like you may have an update. I have 2 more questions for you and then we're going to pivot. So one, but I'll come back to the policy findings in a second. How has OFC participated in CJCC cross-agency efforts
Yes.
to better understand and serve the needs of the district's crossover youth?
Yes, we have been very active in that committee, primarily because the crossover youth definition falls within our agency. The Georgetown CJCC project is more focused on active cases. So these would be youth who are receiving services from CFSA, DYRS, maybe another agency as well, and ensuring that there's communication occurring across those agencies to ensure that proper service delivery is being provided to the youth. Of course, our definition is not only looking at current CFSA youth, but also previously involved CFSA youth. So we're at the table and there's a lot of interest in OFC because we have that responsibility. There's an interest in OFC actually being the keeper of the data, quite frankly, because we get data from agencies that aren't going to send that data to any, you know, we're independent. So they feel.
See, that is really insightful. I know we are not fully aligned on the definition. I know people have different definitions of the crossover youth. I do think like the active cases matter.
Yes,
I also
I agree.
think that what no one is really talking about is how do we take what we know to focus on the young people before they end up in the system, like the preventative steps.
That's right.
It would be great if your team could think through that and front load recommendations for our schools and or family systems to say, here are some warning signs. For instance, if your child is chronically truant, they are X percentage more likely to end up in detention. If they are truant and in the child welfare system, they're even more likely. That way it allows our ecosystem to be paying attention to some of these warning signs a little bit earlier. So
I totally, wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying. I think that's the end game for all the work that goes into, you know, gathering all this data and producing these numbers and really understanding the experiences of these youth, as you mentioned, truancy, or whether or not they graduate from high school, or you know, did they receive mental health services and did they connect to those services? I think there's a lot of opportunities to understand the outcomes for youth in those areas that can lead us to what you're proposing, council member, in regards to understanding or developing prevention type strategies that we can start implementing. I think that's great.
A last question for me, and then I would love for you to share on your policy update before we pivot. But part of OFC's statutory mandate is reporting on crossover youth.
That's correct.
You highlighted your office's success in gaining access to the data from NPD, CFSA, and OAG, I believe in fiscal year 25. Understanding you are seeking funding for a data analyst in this year's budget, how has your office dug into the data so far to understand how we might disrupt these patterns? Like, in other words, what work already has been done in this space while you advocate for this data analyst position?
Yeah, so our primary focus has been on tracking the numbers, and We had an internal staff person who was very helpful in doing that, had been through, understood Tableau, which is a data analysis software. And then we also used a contractor to help us with the macros involved with creating the data. So it's been primarily focused on the numbers and data quality. We want to add more data from other agencies to our data set to really start understanding the experiences of these youth.
Okay. Okay, I'll leave it there. What updates do you have on the policy?
You were interested in recommendations, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so for this particular case,
So if I remember correctly, for fiscal year 26, you've issued 3 reports.
yes.
You don't have to go through every single policy recommendation, but if you can synthesize or summarize what you're finding and what are the recommendations?
So we've recommended CPS social workers and supervisors receiving enhanced training on their investigations policy. We have.
Because what are you finding?
So that is in regards to specifically, I need to go back to the findings. So this particular case, just real high level, the complainant was interviewed and reported concerns alleging a lack of intervention regarding a child's school attendance. And then the complainant alleged educational neglect. The child had missed 119 days of school, and he's failing all his classes. Further, despite multiple referrals to CFSA, several meetings with the family, and involvement with non-emergency MPD truancy officers, there's been no significant improvement in his attendance.
And my guess would be CFSA screened that out.
Let's see.
Hence, you're saying the investigation training. But that doesn't align with the data you just gave, where you said the vast majority of the cases were properly screened out.
That's correct. That is correct. So this likely falls within that category of a case that may have needed to be screened in, quite frankly.
Yeah, 119 days, something's going on.
Something's going on, yes. So our focus was in regards to, so the investigations policy section A. So this is general considerations for investigations. The initial phase of the investigation shall include seeing and interviewing the alleged child and all children living in the home outside the presence of caretakers. Then we also recommended that social workers review or receive enhanced training and ensure future compliance regarding investigations policy, the same investigation policy, but specifically visiting the child's home at different times of the day, visiting the child's school and or daycare to locate the child, contacting the reporter if known to elicit additional information about the child's location. So I didn't read the whole case summary, but apparently this child was not always accounted for.
When might these reports, that's going to be part of your annual report?
That's correct.
Understood. Okay. Was there anything we didn't cover? I know I kind of went pretty fast through the questions.
No, I think we actually covered the highlights of the work. I was glad to be able to talk about the screen out report. I'd be happy to, again, partner with the council in ways that we can expand on this information and learn more.
Yeah, you threw CFSA a hardball. You took about 30 questions I had on screen outs that I shouldn't ask now because you're saying, no, they're doing what their code says. So.
Yep.
Okay, with that, I'm going to leave it there. But let me just say for the record, I appreciate the work that your team is doing. I support the office of the Ombudsperson.
Thank you.
I was proud that and happy that the mayor kept it for whatever reason. I was happy that the mayor kept it in the budget. And even while I'm skeptical of adding oversight of DRS at this time, I do want to find ways that we can continue to partner and deepen your work in CFSA's space. So
I would like to just add
Yeah.
to that. I think what stands out to me are parents who have children that are in a DYRS facility
Yes.
that have questions about the safety and well-being of their children and are not getting the answers that they need from the department. So I think about those parents and I think about us as being a possible source for them
Yes.
to help answer those questions that they might have about their child's situation, why something happened the way it did. And so even if we don't add some of the other pieces like the visiting out of states and the review of the facility itself, if we could be a part of that discussion, that very much aligns with what we are work with CFSA as a starting point.
I'm open-minded. I'm just telling you my bias.
Understood.
I'm open-minded, as my team will tell you. They can persuade me. I would say let's keep having a conversation about it. What I do think, though, unequivocally, is that we do need to expand the independent oversight of DRS. I know it's sunsetted, but there is just work that a committee can't do. For instance, flying across the country to view facilities. Like, we just don't have the capacity to do that, or frankly, to be on the ground in the agency every single day, where a Mark Jordan, for instance, can be. So
Yes.
those are things we're looking at. I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
For your work and your partnership.
Thank you.
And we're going to turn to our Child and Family Services Agency.
Thank you so much, Councilmember.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a long day, Director. While you're here, let's do the swearing in before you take a seat. Okay, if you can raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to provide to the Committee on Youth Affairs is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Awesome, thank you. And Director, you may provide your testimony.
Good afternoon, well, good evening now, Chairperson Parker, members of the Committee on Youth Affairs, committee staff, those in the room, and those tuning in today. I am Tanya Torres-Trice, Director for the DC's Child and Family Services Agency, CFSA. I'm a social worker and a proud 5 district resident. I am honored to testify before you today on our budget plans for fiscal year 2027. I am joined by Executive Team members, Dedrick Wilson, Chief of Staff, and Justin Kopka, Agency Fiscal Officer. I want to begin by thanking Mayor Muriel Bowser for her leadership and her continued commitment to children and families across the district. This year's proposed budget aligns with our missions and strengthens the programs and supports that help CFSA carry out this work. On April 10th, 2026, Mayor Bowser released the FY27 budget and financial plan, the district's 30th consecutive balanced budget, advancing the vision to grow DC. The mayor's proposal continues to prioritize resources for the communities we serve, strengthen both our child welfare responsibilities and our prevention and early intervention efforts. The mayor's proposed budget ensures we can provide prevention-focused, community-based services that keep families safe and stable, maintain a responsive placement array for children who require foster care, and achieve permanency by creating lasting connections and forever homes for children who cannot safely return to their families. The support is essential as CFSA continues the evolution into a leading child and family well-being system, one that meets the needs of the district's most vulnerable children and families. Our updated mission reflects who we are and what we strive for, ensuring the safety, permanency, and well-being of children who have experienced abuse and neglect while supporting families through prevention strategies that help them thrive, all towards a goal of keeping DC families together. CFSA uses a careful, mission-driven approach to budgeting. For FY27, our budget will decrease by 5.6%, which includes a 14.5-cent vacancy savings factor. Each year, we begin by removing one-time enhancements from the current year's budget and then realign remaining resources to ensure we can continue delivering the strong services, even in challenging fiscal environments. Some of the one-time enhancements include $1.35 million for Safe Shores, $200,000 for the social work retention bonus, $200,000 for home visiting, and $530,000 for school transportation. The FY27 budget is approximately $203.9 million, which is a net decrease of $12.1 million from fiscal year 26. Some of the reductions include $4.6 million from the Office of Thriving Families, $2.2 million in agency management contracts and consulting, and $5.56 million in reduced rent, along with $135,000 in non-personnel savings across divisions. This budget also includes targeted investments. The local funds increased by $273,000 across divisions to support non-personnel needs and shifts resources from in and out of home care to well-being divisions. Additionally, the well-being division received $648,000 primarily to address the rising cost of school transportation for children in our care. These adjustments strengthen our ability to support the holistic needs of children and families. CFSA's proposed FY27 budget reflects the district's continued commitment to child welfare prevention, early intervention, high-quality foster care, and ongoing program improvements. Guided by the experiences of children, youth, and families we serve, our priorities remain grounded in real-world needs. For FY27, CFSA will work towards our mission by maintaining key investments in prevention, strengthening our placement array, prioritizing recruitment and retention of both staff and our resource parents, and leveraging technology to streamline and support our work. In FY27, CFSA continues its commitment to prevention by maintaining key investments in programs that help keep families together, safe and in their home. Some of them include the collaboratives, the grandparent caregivers, the close relatives caregiver program, and the 2-in-1 warm line. These investments reflect our focus on supporting strong, stable families and reducing the need for foster care. By prioritizing prevention, we help create conditions where children can thrive safely with their families. CFSA continues to adjust its placement strategies to meet the rising needs. Since 2023, we have seen an increase year over year in the number of children in the foster care population. As of March 31st, 2026, we served 624 youth in foster care and supported an additional 1,536 youth in home. We remain focused on placing children with kin whenever possible, but still need foster homes for children from birth to age 20. While we are recruiting professional resource parents and offering a competitive wage, community response has been very limited. Our congregate care facilities remain pretty full to capacity, and the Maryland foster care contracts reach capacity multiple times this year. We are also seeing trends with significant service costs, including an increase in children entering care with autism. Resource parents often struggle to meet these specialized needs, even with additional training and support. To ensure appropriate care for these youths, CFSA contracts with a specialized provider. In 2022, we had 4 beds for this population, with 2 remaining open at all times. However, today we have 13 beds, with 15 beds expected by July 2026. The annual cost per child for these beds is $282,833, and that is with an additional cost of $108,000 from OSSI. This is just one example of several specialized needs driving higher placement costs. Our goal remains a diverse and responsive placement array that meets every child's unique needs, something we feel our 15+ placement type meets. Because the needs of children coming to our attention can shift quickly, we have built the flexibility to pivot in real time, expanding, adjusting, and tailoring options as circumstances require. We continue to refine and strengthen these placements to ensure the best possible outcome for children and families we serve. In 2026, CFSA expanded its partnership with Foster and Adoptive Parent Advocacy Center, or FAPAC, to strengthen our recruitment and retention efforts. Through this partnership, FAPAC supports the recruitment of DC-based resource homes, modernizes outreach, and provides a dedicated point of contact with lived experience to guide prospective parents through the licensing process. Since the contract was launched in January, recruitment efforts have expanded throughout the community through community information sessions and direct referrals. 30 applicants have been completed, 20 homes have been licensed, and 10 information sessions have been held. These targeted efforts are helping us build a stronger, more reliable network of resource parents in the district. CFSA also continues targeted strategies to recruit and retain social workers, particularly for the Office of Hotline and Investigation, where staffing needs are most acute. These efforts are essential to maintaining high-quality services for families and children. In FY26, CFSA launched a comprehensive recruitment plan that introduced open until filled postings, daily applicant screenings with weekly interviews, job interview processes, and the use of our new education pathways to licensure. Thanks to the one-time $200,000 enhancement, CFSA did have the chance to implement a $5,000 hiring bonus to support social work retention. To date, we've hired 28 social workers. We will continue this targeted recruitment model to maintain a steady pool of qualified applicants and use rapid onboarding to offset turnover. This approach helps keep caseloads manageable and ensures youth and families receive timely, effective support. As we strengthen our child welfare system, our technology investments continue to play a critical role. We are now 10 months into rolling out our new Comprehensive Child Welfare Information System, or STAND, and are focused on stabilizing the platform and adding essential functions over the next several months. STAND is one of only 4 operating systems in the country, and our work has drawn national attention. STAND provides frontline staff, resource parents, kin, and partners with modern tools for documentation, planning, application, and real-time information. One of the most meaningful improvements has been the integration of AI-supported documentation tools, which have reduced social worker paperwork by up to 2 hours per day, giving them more time for direct engagement with children and families. We continue to manage STAND's development responsibly, reserving resources for ongoing stabilization through FY27. Moving forward, our focus is on reducing reliance on implementation vendors, consolidating services, and further shifting staff time away from data entry and toward meaningful, high-quality work with the children, youth, and families. In conclusion, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge Team CFSA for your hard work and dedication. We serve some of the most vulnerable children and families in the district, and it is never lost on me how demanding this work can be emotionally, physically, and personally. Every day you show up with compassion, resilience, and a sense of purpose. Your commitment is the heart of our mission and the reason we are able to protect children and families. Thank you, Chairperson Parker, members of the committee staff, for your time today. The FY27 budget for CFSA reflects our ongoing commitment to keep DC families together. We are making thoughtful investments in essential prevention services, monitoring and strengthening our placement options, supporting the recruitment and retention of our resource parents and staff, and advancing the technology needed to sustain and enhance our work. This budget supports CFSA's continued evolution into leading child and family well-being system, one that our community deserves. This concludes my testimony, and we look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Awesome. Thank you. We can jump right in. As I said with OFC, we're going to move swiftly through the questions we have. The Office of Thriving Families funding for the Family Success Centers is eliminated in the proposed budget. That's 9 centers equaling roughly $3.5 million. As we heard today, and I'm sure we will continue to hear, and as you know, these centers are lifelines for many residents, namely in Ward 7 and 8, providing food and housing, employment support, et cetera. The executive has identified that the Family Success Centers are duplicative, but CFSA has also noted it is currently working to identify with the Human Services Cluster where supports provided by Family Success Centers can be absorbed. Can you clarify both the rationale for eliminating the Family Success Centers, but also what progress has been made in terms of finding alternatives to absorb these cuts in communities?
Yeah, so first I'd like to thank every single person who came out today. Their voice does matter, and we did not make this decision lightly to eliminate the success centers. The rationale behind the elimination was based on utilization, and so the success centers are entering year 6. They have been here year 1 through 5. How we tracked our data look different than we're tracking our data now. And so I do not want to confuse and say that I don't feel like they are filling a gap, but we do have to use the data that is at our fingertips, and when making tough decisions and mission-focused decisions, it is one that I made.
Okay, say more about that. So the data you have it sounds like you're saying you're not persuaded that it's reaching enough people to justify the expense?
Yes, well, that, and I'm saying that if I have to fight, I'm going to fight for resources for children in foster care, the placement array, and the high cost of placements. And so while we do allocate our budget for preventative services, our mission is to serve children in foster care. And so there is a balance there. And again, you just heard one cost of $283,000 for one child who has autism. I have to find the balance, and the balance will be on the children who do come to our care and attention, while recognizing that prevention strategies are important to the community.
And then what alternatives have you all identified? And that's almost a trick question, because I know if I go to the Committee on Human Services, a lot of those programs are also being cut. So are there assurances? Are there transition timelines if we aren't able to find the funding?
Yeah, so I cannot make any assurances, but what I can say is we are looking at our federal funding to see how we may be able to fill some of the gap that may exist from the success centers being cut. But again, I can't make assurances right now. They would be funded through the end of the fiscal year.
I see. So it sounds like you all are exploring, could federal funds be used at least to cover them through quarter 1 of fiscal year 26?
Not setting a time frame, but I would be interested in the community's feedback, as I would in yours. After the success centers testified, we did speak in the hallway, and they do want to share their perspective on success centers and the gaps that they are stepping into, and what they feel would be missing, all things that we've considered. But if I'm leveraging federal funding, I don't know that I can leverage 3.25 million, but there may be funding that can fill some of the void, not saying necessarily in success center, but for prevention work.
Okay. I'm fascinated by that. We heard something similar from Human Services, that there may be some federal dollars falling from the sky.
They're not falling,
that
but
will prevent folks from losing their vouchers. And we can talk more about that, but maybe you know something that I don't know in terms of access. Another question I asked folks testifying today is, if let's say we were to find $2 million, do we fund fully 1 or 2 of the family success centers, or do we break that up across the 9? Do you have a take on that or a perspective?
I do. I've been speaking with the team on the success centers and where they're located, and looking at for CFSA, if we want to serve all 8 wards, how can that look if we had limited funding, if we did find federal funding to support prevention work? We have not landed on that, and again, interested in feedback. Also, we'll heavily rely on data from each success center. There are success centers where there aren't collaboratives, for example. So these are some of the things that we are talking about internally.
Okay. More to come. It's going to be challenging, certainly for our committee to find the money, and there are any number of cuts. So I do want to just manage expectations that I don't think we have a magic wand this year. But we will do everything we can to find funding. How are you measuring outcomes for the collaboratives?
Sure. So they are measured in 3 areas: service navigation, on-site support, and evidence-based programming. Each of them, again, they're neighborhood-based, so they chose how they fit into these 3 categories. So every center looks different, but they do have an accompanying KPIs as well. So they're measured in 3 areas: service navigation, a unit of 250 DC residents served. For on-site support, 250
DC residents served in a year.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm remembering the Edgewood Brooklyn Collaborative gave a number. Now that was for their success center, and they were at about 139, if I recall that number. Did I make that up?
Maybe. Let me go see.
It was based on her testimony today.
So I am seeing a number. So to date, all success centers have served 688 individuals. Now they have.
And that's all of the success centers total.
That is correct as of March. However, I will note that they have served in multiple capacities. So you were asking lines of questioning around, do people come back multiple times? Yes, we count them once. We count them once.
Yes, we should. Are there any success centers? And I know I'm conflating collaborative with success
Yeah.
center. Are the metrics the same for the success center?
They are not the same. Are you saying for the collaboratives or for all 9?
When you gave the 250 number, that's for collaboratives.
That is for success centers.
That's for success
Yeah.
center. Okay. Are there any success centers that have met that benchmark? And if so, which ones?
No, they're not.
None of them
No.
have met that.
No,
Which
not as-
ones are closest to that benchmark?
The closest is Bellevue.
Let me guess. Oh, I thought you were okay. All right. Bellevue. I wasn't expecting you to say that.
Bellevue, followed by Knoxville, Buena Vista.
Okay. So that's and what's the lowest on that list?
To date, the lowest is Brightwood as of March,
Interesting. And that's counting from October of last year.
October 1st through March 31st, yes.
Okay. So are you saying that they should be at 250 people throughout the fiscal year or right now?
Throughout the fiscal year, that is our service goal
Got it.
in each category, so of the 3 categories.
So, okay, if that's the case, then we wouldn't expect them necessarily to be there now.
Not at this point. We're about halfway through the year.
Understood. The lowest one, which you said was Brightwood?
That's correct.
What's their number in terms of engagement?
It is 11.
Okay, so they probably will not make it to 250.
If we are following trends, if they're following trends, that is
continues, they
correct.
likely will not make it. Now, on the flip side, you said Bellevue was the top of the list. Where are they right now?
134 residents.
So they very well might make. Understood. Fascinating. All right, remind me, the other metrics?
Sure. So service navigation, on-site support, and evidence-based programming.
Evidence-based programming. So can you say more about that?
Sure. So some of the parents who testified today spoke about the parenting groups that they get.
Yes.
Effective Black parenting, for example.
Yes.
Somebody spoke about that. So that would be an example of evidence-based programming. They have a service target of serving 50
And are those
residents.
pre-approved programs from CFSA? Or are these programs that they're choosing to run that you just say, we can find the evidence behind this program?
So the federal government shares a list of evidence-based programming, and they can select what works best for their
Got it.
success center. So we
Got it.
don't necessarily pre-approve. They have to use the list provided by the federal government.
And are family success centers doing programming outside of that list as well?
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Yes.
I'm sure they are.
So in terms of success in that metric, is it about the number of evidence-based programs you're doing?
Yes, it is. They
Got
have
it.
a service goal of serving 50 residents in the fiscal year through evidence-based programming.
Got it. And so who's at the top of that list?
Bellevue, again, is at the top
And
of
who's
that
at the
list.
bottom?
A success center that is no longer open. So let me go to the next one. That would be Historic Anacostia.
And what's the numbers for the two?
The top is 24. Historic Anacostia have not yet had evidence-based programming at their site as of March. Again, we're halfway through the year.
Okay. We're 6 months in. No, we're more than 6 months.
We're 7 months in.
We're about 7
Yeah.
months in. And okay. And then that third category.
Yes, is on-site support. A goal is to have served 250 residents. You're going to ask the top and the
Yeah.
bottom, okay? The top is,
Bellevue.
no, it's not. It's Congress Heights.
Okay.
And the lowest currently is Brightwood.
And the difference between this and that first category of navigators support, I think you called it,
Service navigation.
service navigation, the former group is just, we're triaging you and trying to connect you to programs that exist. This latter group is you're receiving support and services here.
I walk in, I need diapers, I need formula, I need
Got it.
interview clothes somebody spoke of today, I need resume assistance. They're walking in and saying, I need help right now, something
And
typically
Congress
tangible.
Heights is at the top, and what's their number?
897.
800.
Yes, and 97.
Wow. 800 unique individuals. Wow. And or you don't count it.
Let me, they have served 59 unique individuals. We are, if their number is this high, we are seeing return residents, which they spoke of as well.
Yes. And then what group is at the lowest? You said it was
Yeah,
Brightwood again.
Yes, it's Brightwood. So Brightwood, remember, has served 11 individuals to date, 76 for on-site support. So 76 could have repeat, likely does have repeat if they've served 11.
Okay. Very helpful. Can you share that data with us?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
I think that is important context to have. I still believe in the success centers, but I do think if this is the benchmark of success and folks aren't meeting it, we need to have a conversation about that.
Mhm.
And how do we then justify $3.5 million? And are there other avenues to support them to meet those goals and or to get services directly to folks? For the sake of time, I'm going to keep it moving.
Okay.
Have you all thought about the impact of eliminating the 211 warm line from the family success centers? So if we eliminate funding there, the warm line goes away. How many people are being served through those services?
Sure. So have we thought about the impact? Yes. Again, and no decision is made lightly. About 900 to 1,200 calls come into the warm line each month. That trend continues. The trend continues of seeing utilities and rent being the highest need through the warm line. Some of the things we are working on are looking at expanding the resource pool behind the warm line. So right now, the warm line is solely funded through FTEs by CFSA. And so we have always set out
At
to
the
be.
various success centers?
No, so we're currently located at DBH, the
Yeah,
call center.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
got it.
So we are only funded through FTEs. And so we are and have been working to, number one, look at our trends that we're seeing as it relates to service needs, and then working with the clusters to highlight the needs. So one area we see is in, I'll just use youth, our youth needing engagement and helpful engagement for their parents is lacking. So we are speaking with the school system just about how we may be able to team a little differently there around the warm line. Warm line was always supposed to be a district-wide line. So we're working to expand the
What I'm hearing you
district-wide
saying is
line.
we have the manpower to maintain the warm line because it's FTEs stationed at DBH that will maintain, and we'll work to get the word out about the warm line should family success centers go away.
Yes. Yes, so yes, and we are working with our community collaboratives who do take the community residents who need additional support beyond just a referral and resource. That will continue. I will continue to monitor and manage the collaboratives. They spoke to their flat contract. Again, I value the collaboratives. 30 plus years of partnership is something that can't be taken away. So we absolutely have thought about the effect and are looking to see where, if by removing the success centers, yes, there will be gaps. So I am working to try to figure out, number one, how and if federal funding can be used, and how we can leverage our existing resources in the district to field some of the calls. So a lot of the success centers, they do have residents just walk in and need tangible supports, diapers, formula, the things we heard today. We have a part of our agency, Partners for Kids and Family, which I know you heard about recently on our site tour, who receives nothing but donations all day long. Maybe that's how we can fill it. So we're balancing the proposed elimination with existing resources, and then increased communication and collaboration with the clusters.
Okay. Okay. One of the things that came up earlier, I'm pivoting, but you mentioned the resources available were the flex funds. And we
Yes.
heard from a number of moms about not having access to those funds. There is being a lack of clarity of what is available. What is the current policy around the flex funds, and what is the current allotment available?
Sure. So all in, so between the resources that exist at the community collaboratives and those that we use or tap into for CPS and our in-home families, around $600,000. Flex funds are just that. They are flexible. They are open to need. They are individualized. And so we do always ask, have you exhausted all resources? Because they're not unlimited. They're a pot of funds. Our flex funds are all federal dollars. And so there aren't limitations on what they can be used for, but yes, there are limitations on how many times you can come forward. So if we want to be able to spread the $600,000 as widely as we are able to, so if we do see somebody coming back multiple times for the same thing, our approach needs to change, and we need to then try to figure out what's underneath that need.
So I'm hearing you say people can go through the collaboratives to seek help and pull down on the flex funds. They can go, I'm assuming, through the investigation or directly through CFSA. You may support a family acquiring a bedroom set, for instance, if that's something. What other avenues are there, or are those the main avenues?
Those are the two main, and the warm line at times identifies needs and refers to the community collaboratives for flex funds.
Okay, and then essentially you can, what are the parameters of the use of the flex funds? Are you paying rent? Are you buying furniture? Are you buying food?
We pay for items that will stabilize a home. So if it's rent, first time deposit, utilities, it can be uniforms.
And is it a cap that you've set that no more than $3,000 a person?
This past year, I don't have that with me, but I'd be happy to get that to you. We did set caps because we were seeing families that were receiving thousands, $10,000, $20,000 of flex funds. Again, if we only have a $600,000 pot, that limits the number of people we're able to serve. But I'd be happy to
And I think I heard you say it's a one-time benefit.
It's not necessarily a one-time, but if somebody is coming back multiple times for the same thing, I think your line of questioning earlier was right on. What are we doing as a system to help this family be able to sustain whatever support we're putting in place?
Understood. And so then we heard testimony. It was a little confusing because we heard testimony saying, I've been denied flex funds, and then it wasn't clear that they actually even apply for flex funds. But should a family be denied flex funds? Is a rationale given, or is it come back?
Yeah, so there are instances.
In other words, if you could just paint the process for me.
Yep. If there are instances, I'll give you an example. There are instances where we have paid utilities for a family 3 different times within a year period. Like they are going to likely come back for the 4th time. So instead, we do work with the collaboratives, we do work in the community to try to understand what is really going on with this family. So that would be a denial. That would be a flex fund denial for that 4th time, because we've supported several times. Now, we're not denying and saying good luck. We're denying and connecting and working with said resident to try to figure out what.
Then we heard from one mom, sorry for stepping over you. Then we heard from one mom that said, well, I was told in order to qualify, I would have to have an open investigation. Is that the policy?
That is inaccurate. I have not heard that before, and that has never come to my attention.
So that is not the policy. You do
That is
not have to
not
have an
the
open
policy.
investigation.
Nor are there strings attached. I did hear that statement made. There are no strings attached. They are here for flexible use, and we do want to use them on flexible resources for families.
Okay, one more question here. Does a family need to have a child in the system? I'm assuming the answer is no. If you're going through a collaborative, you can just simply be a family in need that needs to stabilize the home where there might be young people living.
Yes, you can. However, we do prioritize families with children in their homes. So we do want to stabilize homes for children as our main mission.
Okay. What is the current balance of the flex funds, and what is the projected investment for 27?
So the projected investment is $600,000. The current balance at the collaboratives is $246,000. And
remaining for the rest of the year?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And within our in-home CPS part or pot, there is a remainder of $164,000.
So you've spent more than half of the funds so far this year?
That is correct.
And that is a different trend than I remember a couple of years ago, where maybe you all had $300,000 or $400,000 left.
Yes.
It seems like you're spending down more of that.
We are spending down more of that. We also have a partnership with the Doris Duke Foundation for the Opt-in Initiative, where we are able to give additional flexible funding to mothers of children between 0 and 3 who come to the attention of our hotline. So that's something very separate from these flex funds in a
Okay.
national partnership.
Now, I'm sorry, Director. My office gets calls about people needing help with utilities. Can I send them your? I say that in jest,
Yeah.
if I could send them your way, but in all seriousness, if they have children and there's a collaborative nearby, maybe that could be somewhere we say you should go check in with the collaborative.
That or the 211 warm line, and we will help them navigate. Sometimes we find that they're not aware of the resources there. Sometimes we find that they are aware and they've called them and they've exhausted all the resources and they still need help. So I would say the collaboratives or the 211 warm line, absolutely.
Okay, that is good to know. We're gonna pivot
Okay.
to staffing and capacity. Last year, we provided a one-time enhancement, and I heard in your testimony, 28 new social workers. So you found where all the social workers were hiding.
They came out of hiding, yes.
Is that type of enhancement still needed? Now, I know you're not gonna turn down money, but in other words, do you still need to hire another 28 social workers?
Yes, we are still, well, we hired 28 social workers in the same period of time, 28 left. And so we
the
are.
plot thickens.
Yes, the plot thickens. And so for a variety of reasons, everything between retirement, separation, there have been a few separated.
So I have been touting like, oh, we got 28 new social workers. I didn't
Oh, you
realize
should.
that 28 left.
Yeah, this is about on trend of how many depart each year. So it's not like we're
Yes.
in a different place with the departures. It should be touted because without these 28, we would be more unstable. So
Understood.
it is appreciated.
Okay. And what was the incentive that you provided for those social?
Sure, $5,000 sign-on bonus, so $2,500 at time of hire, and then $2,500 after training completion, and or before September 30th.
Okay. Your fiscal year 27 grants and contracts documents list $50,000 for recruitment and retention. This line item builds on the same amount budgeted for fiscal year 26. What is included in that scope of recruitment and retention for $50,000?
Yes, so our $50,000 supports our enrichment activities with our resource parents, our recruitment efforts, whether it be through media, publication, you name it. Really our recruitment efforts and the funds that are needed to support that. I also spoke of our FAPAC dollars that we added to them as a grant for recruitment. So those dollars are funded completely through federal monies, in addition to the $50,000.
Understood. Understood. Okay. Pivoting again, the council recently passed an amended version of the permanent youth curfew bill, which includes a provision that will leverage now CFSA due to an amendment as a last resort destination for youth detained for curfew violations. It's important to note in that amendment, the intention was not to send all of the kids to CFSA, but it was to ensure that there were many preventative steps from the kids ending up at DRS. And we could talk why, but the research is clear there. I am clear the agency opposed this amendment. I'm clear that the agency is concerned about constraints. So walk me through what happens with the current MOU, because there was some ambiguity there. My understanding, well, I'm gonna walk through my understanding. You tell me if I'm right or wrong. My understanding is that there have been 3 youth transferred from DRS to CFSA this calendar year, so since January 1. And that you've taken to DRS, the Youth Services Center on the what do we call it? The non-confinement side, non-secure side, is there until about 5:36 a.m. If mom, dad, or guardian doesn't come, then they're transported to CFSA, which I imagine then you go through your process. Is that generally what has happened in the agreement?
Yes, that is correct.
So when I hear that, I hear, okay, CFSA has capacity to manage youth that are detained. Then we heard from you all, we actually don't have capacity. This is going to put pressure. So I'll turn it over to you to just elaborate the constraints that this amendment might pose to the agency.
Sure. So, well, we are a 24/7 agency. Our evening shift staff are typically in the field doing investigations. And so it's not like we have people sitting waiting at CFSA to do this work. And that was one of the reasons the MOU was written as it was, so that DRS would first do their efforts. And if they were unable to get parent, then yeah, that is potential abuse or neglect, and we would step in and continue to the efforts to find the parents. So the constraints that it would put on the agency, number one, we would need staffing. So while we do have one supervisory social worker and hotline worker in building, the supervisory social worker also goes out on investigations if we have immediates or if we have the need for that. So we have very, very, very minimal staff in the building overnight, and that would be number one constraint. The second constraint would be potentially for security. Our staff is secured down for the evening hours because, again, we are not in the building like we were pre-COVID where we had 2, 3, 4 teams there. This is not the case any longer. So that'd be an additional constraint, cost constraint that we haven't yet been able to price out since this legislation came down.
Okay, so if I could push it a little bit, what stops the agency from restaffing in the evening hours to say, we're going to ask 5 staff people to be here over the evening? And I know I'm making that sound easier than it is, and I'm aware of the hiring constraints. But when I hear that you don't have the staff in the evening, that seems like a staffing decision versus an agency capacity.
I believe it's both. So it is very hard to find overnight staff. So again, I would prioritize first investigators and social workers. So this work seems more along the lines of resource development specialists or somebody who doesn't need clinical skills. We don't have that in the agency now that exists that will be able to fill this void in the evening hours. The additional thing I want to highlight is we're not a locked facility. And while I don't think that young people violating curfew necessarily need to be locked up, nothing stops them from walking out of our door, and then we're going to call the MPD again because now they've walked away from us and we can't contain them in our building. That's a concern.
Food for thought. Understood. And you're saying because they're going to the headquarters, which is my understanding.
That is correct.
On I Street. And what I'm getting from you is that it's not outfitted to hold 3, 4 young people responsible for curfew.
At this time, no, it's not.
Okay. Okay. I think you're clear on that. Let's switch gears, but before we do that, can we talk about Safe Shores?
Sure.
Why did we cut it again?
It's a one-time enhancement, so it wasn't included in this FY27
It was a
budget.
one-time enhancement because the mayor cut it last year. And we have to keep finding the money, and it's increasingly difficult to do so. If we don't have Safe Shores, if you could just spell out what might be the consequences of that.
If we don't have Safe Shores as it is now, our staff have been trained, cross-trained on forensic interviewing. However, we would have to outfit our building to have the two-way mirrors and such, which would come at a cost.
And that's not feasible, right? That's not in the budget. So, it feels like, I'm saying this, you're not saying that, it feels like to me the mayor knows we're going to fund it. So it's kind of like, let's cut it, they'll figure out how to get it back in. And it's unfair. It's unfair to the families that depend on this, to Safe Shores, but also it just creates a headache. But I'm clear that, and I just want to make clear, if we were not to fund Safe Shores, we would go for the foreseeable time, perhaps the fiscal year, with no investigatory resources for child sexual abuse, because as much as CFSA may want to do that work, you're not equipped to do that work, nor is there funding allotted for you to do that work.
As of today, we are not equipped to do that work.
Okay. Okay. Grants and contracts.
Mhm.
We're on a roll, Director. We're moving swiftly. More than half, 56% of fiscal year 26 CFSA contracts were non-competitively bid. How does the agency ensure it is receiving competitive quotes and spending responsibly with so many non-competitive contracts?
Sure. So of those that were non-competitively bid, there are 18 of them, many of which are exempt or sole sourced. And I can give you examples of those if you'd like. Many of them are placement related, and one was a task order from Octo. So we do ensure that we are following the laws as it relates to competitively bid contracts.
When you said they were exempt because they were placement, can you say more about that?
Sure. Let me go to the contracts tab. I'll give you the first top one, Smart Trip cards for youth. It's WMATA. Nobody else can do WMATA. It's exempt. That's an example of one. I'll give you. Another is a small human trafficking. We had this
Remind me, what was the contract with?
WMATA Smart Trip cards.
Smart Trip.
Mhm.
Got it. That makes sense.
Mhm.
Okay. Yes.
Another one was we had to stand up a placement for a young person who was sex trafficked and was not successful in any other program or home that we had. Again, it's a contract we had to stand up out of need, out of her individual need. That's not competitively bid because Courtney's house was the only person able to provide that level of care. The only
And how did you make that determination?
by relationship and by where she runs to every single time and comes back to.
Got it. Okay. Okay, I will come back to this. CFSA's updates to stand were set to be completed by the summer. Can you share an update on the progress or setbacks the agency faces in completing those IT updates by summer?
Yes, I can. Well, as my testimony said, we are 10 months in. We are not tracking any setbacks at this time. Hold on, they did make a wonderful PowerPoint for me. Nope, that I can't find readily. Thank you, Dedrick. Thank you, Dedrick. We are on track as we anticipated. We have not seen setbacks. We are still working through the build out of the management reports, which we talked about the last time we were together. That is underway. We do understand and recognize there were some data quality issues as we were transitioning. We are working to reduce our FACES operation, but we do have to keep some level of it running for some years per federal guidelines. So that will happen, but at a much, much lower rate. And the impact to our budget is $1.2 million in reduction in IT as we fully become right with our state system.
You do anticipate it being up and or being finalized by this summer?
I anticipate it being finalized. Again, we will continue to monitor for glitches and setbacks. That is something that has happened. And we're working to offboard Microsoft, the main builder.
Now, while we're on IT, I've heard from foster families that there's an app that they already use that social workers aren't using, that they don't know how to use. That's not the same stand system, or
It is. And there have been some growing pains on both sides. So we do have the ability for our resource parents to denote that they're available or unavailable for placement. And this is taking quite longer than we thought. We thought people would be so excited about it. But we are having some growing pains, both with our team and with our resource parents.
So I guess I should ask, not only will it be up and running by the summer, like what is the efficacy of people using it? It seems like internally, well, you tell me, what is the efficacy of the team using it?
Sure. So internally, all of our staff, all of our contract providers, our collaborators have been trained on their piece and stand, as have the OFC. So usage-wise, we are all on there using it. Everyone who is supposed to be is using it. Now,
But I hear social workers aren't using it.
They're using Stand for contact notes, for court reports, for some of the common things. Some of the additional features we haven't fully embraced yet. But again, the goal of Stand was to make it simpler for the social worker. For example, our Cora, our AI tool, allows them to dictate a note into Stan, maybe while they're driving home, maybe while they're sitting there waiting for whoever,
Mhm.
and it goes in automatically. So I do have some early data, which I'd be happy to share on how Stand is effectively giving social workers back time when they use all the features. Now, again, we are still in the process of hearing from our social workers on what and how they benefit Stand and where there is some growth there, with the understanding we don't have an unlimited budget to make too many changes. And it was built with social workers in mind by social workers that we detailed to Stand when we were on setting this project.
Okay. We will follow up about this. I guess my concern is we've spent all this money now. Let's make sure people are using it.
That is my concern as well, and we will use Stand. Again, growing pains, but we will get through them.
Okay. You noted in your pre-hearing responses that, nope, I'm gonna go somewhere else, sorry. Yeah, why don't we, the committee and the council have also noticed frequent retroactive contracts from the agency. Can you speak to the progress the agency has made in ensuring the contracts are brought to the council for approval in a timely manner? And I remember it was this instance, I wasn't gonna approve the contract. And then you all went to the chairman and it was this whole big thing. Because I just feel as though we should be following the law. I also get that the work you do is very dynamic. And so not funding a contract couldn't be the difference of placing a kid or not. But what is your process for ensuring that contracts are timely?
Yeah, so again, our goal is never to have any retroactive contract. In the instance of this year, it is transportation. And so what we are seeing and continue to see is an increased number of children coming into care. And because we don't have resource homes in Maryland, in DC, we are sending them to Maryland, but law requires that we keep them in their school of origin. Well, that comes at a $240 to $400 cost per trip. And so while we do our best. Per trip, that is correct. Morning and afternoon.
I'm not, so why does it cost $240 to take a kid to Maryland?
Because that is the going rate for transportation costs, unfortunately, at this time.
We're in the wrong business.
Yeah.
$240 to drive a kid to Maryland?
That is correct. And so NCCF earlier testified about a freeze put on transportation. Same freeze is on our transportation because we don't want to go retroactive. We are monitoring it closely. We had a sibling group of 4 and 5 come in last week. Thankfully, NCCF were able to find homes mostly together. They got to go to school. They got to go to school here. We don't have the transportation cost. So our staff, CFSA staff, too, are driving kids to and from school because of the high cost of transportation.
Wow. Okay. That is certainly something we should look at.
And you know, you didn't ask this, but I'll share. We are also monitoring closely our no-show. So part of the contract is being a good contract administrator, and with that comes a no-show. This year alone, we have spent $71,000 on no-shows, meaning the transportation provider shows up at the door, either the young person doesn't come out, they are no longer there, communication broke down, they're there. Now they're going to charge us $240, no matter what, $71,000. So close monitoring and management of contracts is ongoing. We meet often with our contract and procurement office, both with the teams responsible as the CAs, contract administrators, but also with our providers. We are ensuring that we are processing invoices timely that we get, but that the invoices are accurate when we are getting them, so we are not seeing delays in payment. Again, not our goal to have retroactive anything, nor to submit ratifications. Transportation and placements have been the ones that get us in sticky places.
And what's been the total spend on transportation?
I do have that.
That's a staggering number, $71,000 for no-shows.
Yes, we're in the wrong business to respond to that. Oh. Oh, my tab. Thank you. Okay, so there are currently 42 children on transportation with NCCF and 9 with CFSA. The contracted amount in FY26 is $2.7 million.
That's for 42 kids?
42 plus 9, so yeah.
42 plus 9, 51 kids. 51 kids is costing what million?
$2.7 million, which is why you did see an increase in our budget in 27 to right-size this contract to be over $3 million by the end of the
And this
increase.
who is the provider?
The provider is All Pro.
All Pro,
Mhm.
and that's like school bus service.
That is correct. It is pool transportation as much as we can to cut down on costs. Many of our young people do need additional support, so they do need somebody to ride with them. We have young people who don't want to be in Maryland, so they, for example, jump out of the ride when they're headed to school. So all things that require professionals and additional supportive staff. Again, it is our obligation to keep
And is
the children here.
Was that contract competitively bid?
It sure was. And we did not get many people stepping forward, but it sure was competitively bid.
Okay, let's put a note by that. I don't know what there can be. Let's just work on that.
Mhm.
That is a staggering amount.
I agree.
The Office of the Inspector General in fiscal year 25 provided recommendations for follow-up. They listed an open CFSA recommendation to implement and monitor procurement controls. Has that recommendation been completed?
Yes, two of the three have been completed and one is in process. The recommendation centered around increased monitoring and work internally, which we have done. We have retrained our CAs. We are ensuring that our CAs are getting their delegation letters timely. The contract and administering team, contract and procurement team is ensuring that they are doing random audits of the CA's files to ensure that we remain in compliance. So as of today, right now, 2 of the 3 are completed and 1 is in progress.
Okay. CFSA received a one-time rent abatement negotiated between DGS and the CFSA's headquarters on Virginia Avenue Southeast. Can you say more about that?
I'm actually going to turn it to Justin Kafka.
Yes, I'm Justin Kopka, the agency fiscal officer. Chairman Parker, so we're one of the few agencies that have our fixed costs actually budgeted within our agency, and that's we can do Title IV-E reimbursement on those. That's why we keep it in our budget. We ordinarily receive our fixed cost allocations from DGS saying this is what you're going to budget. They came to us towards the end of the budget process and said, we worked with our lessor at CFSA headquarters. They've renegotiated that lease. It resulted in a one-time abatement of the lease of $5.5 million. So essentially, we're not paying rent. We're not scheduled to pay rent on Virginia Avenue for 1 year in FY27.
And that's because the fixed costs that they provided included that amount?
Originally it did. And then towards the end of the process, they said, we've renegotiated with the lessor on the property.
I see.
And as
so
a
now
result
for
of
the
that-
coming year, I got it. Okay, I'm gonna pivot to hotlines and investigations. All jokes aside, I thought it was just serendipitous that OFC said, yeah, we looked at the hotline referrals and 83% are pretty spot on. So
I was glad they had the chance to share their findings.
yes, kudos to you. Your team may have been smiling in the back. We heard today from a shelter provider about a lack of communication on the status of a report once a referral is made to CFSA. In that instance, it was about domestic violence and the concern of the child. Can you just say what the protocol is in those instances, given the concern that there is insufficient communication back to know what's happening?
Yes, I do understand their feedback. The insufficient communication is something I think we'll never agree on, and it is because we cannot share the investigative process or results with the individual reporter. I do recognize, as does the team, that they are living in their homes. It is shelter care, it is domestic violence. We completely understand that. We meet regularly with them and have changed our processes and protocols whereby if somebody does call from one of, not only that shelter, any shelter, we will meet with the center manager and say, hey, we got a call on one of your residents. Now, they are not privy to the investigation nor the outcome, and that will always be a rub. So what they want to know is what safety plan did this family make?
Yeah, you can't
We
share
cannot
that.
share that.
Can you share that we are looking into it, or you don't even share that?
We can share we are
So
looking into it.
referral was made, you can communicate back. In this case, we're investigating.
Yes, and again, we do meet very regularly with them and take their feedback and are responsive as we can be without violating the rights of the individual being investigated.
Okay. The agency shared that the current policy document for screening hotline calls was going to be updated to align with current practice by April or the end of March. Has that been updated, and were there any substantive changes to screening protocols made?
That has been updated. I will get that. I do not believe there are any substantive changes, but I'd be happy to share that with you.
In your performance oversight hearing, the agency shared that there were 432, or roughly 12% of investigations that were unfounded in fiscal year 25, and there were 36, or roughly 9% of investigations that were unfounded in fiscal year 26 to date. Has that percentage of unfounded investigations changed?
I don't have the percentage, but I do have the numbers. To date, we have screened, there have been a total of 14,911 calls to our hotline. 2,544 have been screened in, 12,361 have been screened out.
Okay. I'm going to pivot for the sake of time. Crossover youth.
Yes.
How many youth in the care of CFSA experience an episode of abscondence in fiscal year 26 to date? And the reason why I'm asking this, I'll just give you some context. As we were talking about the juvenile curfew, I heard from several parents, well, it's as there was all this discussion about holding parents accountable, there was also feedback that, well, we should be holding the system accountable because some of the kids out there are CFSA kids. I don't mean that in a disparaging way, but kids in the care of CFSA. And so do you all keep a track of abscondence rates, and even more, how many of them may have had run-ins with the law, even if it's about the curfew?
Sure, we do absolutely keep track of our abscondence rate. I don't have that with me today, but I'd be happy to give you those numbers. And to date, as of today, we have 20 youth who are in dual custody of both the ORS and us.
And how does that number compare to, let's say, last fiscal year?
Slightly higher.
Higher.
Mhm.
One of the things I talked about with OFC, and you were here for it, instead of having them necessarily reinvent the wheel with the fatality reviews, is perhaps think about, like, what are the preventative strategies we could be employing as a city to get in front of this crossover youth phenomenon? Is that something you think is worthwhile, or do you have other recommendations that you could follow up with us?
I look forward to being a part of any conversation that talks about how we can get ahead of child fatality.
Okay. In-home and out-of-home care. In your testimony, you referenced the shortage of placements with district-based resource parents in short supply, congregate care at capacity, and Maryland foster care contracts at full capacity several times in fiscal year 26. What contingency exists when Maryland is full and DC congregate care is also full?
We have to address capacity and increase our capacity. So you asked Mr. Belk about any modifications to his contract, and we recently had to
Yes.
increase. And then again, we're going to request an additional increase. So Our efforts again to recruit DC homes are underway. It can take up to 150 days for licensing of a full home. So we heard today some testimony also just about respite or quicker ways to licensure. We are looking at all of what contingencies are underway are. We are reassessing our training. We are reassessing how accessible we are when people raise their hand and say they want to be resource parents. We are working to make sure we're not the ones in the way of that. So
What about the subsidy rate?
yeah,
We heard testimony about that.
yes. So subsidy rate, they are correct, has not been changed for quite some time. It is something that I recently spoke with. I have a preliminary analysis of how much it would cost to increase by said amount. Again, we would have to fund that federally, and I would really am considering it. However, don't want to set the standard that we cannot maintain in our budget. But I do understand the cost of raising a child has increased and the subsidy rate hasn't.
When you say you're thinking about funding it federally,
Right, so if we did
like
increase
federal
the subsidy.
grants?
Yeah, so we have a number of federal grants that can be flexible. So while they're being used for a purpose now, they could be repurposed for something like
Got it,
this.
got it.
Whatever changes made, though, I'd want to be sure, obviously, that we could sustain them long term. Would not
So
be.
you're not saying
Yeah.
this is the subsidy rate for this year and then.
Yeah, wouldn't be
Well,
fair.
that makes sense. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but the $50,000 for resource parent retention across the entire placement system is serving roughly 624 children and is a very modest investment. I think we would agree. What is the agency thinking about resource parent retention in terms of that direct investment?
Yeah, so
I
in
know you talked
addition.
about permitting.
Yeah, so that is one fund that supports. We also have a whole team who support our resource parents by way of our resource parent support worker. That is the name of the unit. So we have team members who are, in addition to the social worker, solely work with the parents. So I consider that an investment in retention. They work to help them problem solve, help them take the call at 3 a.m. when things aren't going well, to connect to resources, to sometimes navigate the relationship between the social worker and the parent. So while the tangible investment, the dollar investment is 50, we do have additional FTEs that support our resource parents directly to teams of individuals.
You also pointed to rising trends of children with autism
Yeah.
entering the system, leading to more specialized placement needs with greater costs, roughly $282,000 per placement and $180,000 for OSCE-covered education, like staggering amounts of money. I
Staggering.
guess there should be an assessment of the cost of some of these programs, but I digress. Is there a shortage of specialized placements?
100%, yeah.
Yes, I figured that was the answer. And how do these rates compare to providers in other jurisdictions?
So these rates, so this provider they specialize in this. There are very few programs across the nation that do specialize in this. So our rates range anywhere between $38 for a traditional foster parent to the $2,800 a day hospital for sick children, and everything in between. Again, we have about 14 to 15 different placement types in our array. However, we also have 18 children in residential settings. That is separate. Our placement array can't accommodate that, which is, again, why when I have to make tough decisions, I will prioritize placement and the children in foster care because their needs are significant at times, and we have to be responsive no matter what. We can't say, we can't do this, we have
Yeah,
to
because
turn
the
them away.
consequence of not doing it is
They are not well.
that kid is not receiving the care
Yeah.
and support education that
Correct.
they deserve. But I don't know if I was clear. So
Okay.
how do the expenses we're seeing for our array compare with other jurisdictions? Like, is $282,000 a going rate for specialized placement?
It is. We are sending our children to the same places. We are calling other jurisdictions and saying, hey, we have this young person, here's what they're presenting with. We've tried everything. What do you know? Who do you know? It is on par. We are sending our children to the same places a lot of times.
Okay.
Again, not the goal, right? We want to keep them home, but we then have to figure out that infrastructure to support them. And autism is something, again, we are seeing high rates of. And
so if we're seeing an upward trend, the budget funded this flat for fiscal year 27, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And so it seems like there's going to be a cost pressure there.
Potentially, we are monitoring our placement budget very closely. We do build in some flexibility into our placement budget so that we can pivot. We do budget for psychiatric residential treatments categorized as just that so that we can fund things like this.
Okay. Foster parent support. As you know, Director, I've recently met with foster parents. We talked about that, and I just wanted to get this on the record. What respite is available to licensed foster parents?
Sure. So every foster parent, licensed foster parent can participate in the bond program. The bond program is a lead parent who keeps a bed open essentially and has capacity to do respite if they choose to participate. We have 11 bond parents, and not all parents choose to participate. So if available, they can receive respite from the bond parent, but they also oftentimes more than not, build community amongst themselves and provide respite amongst themselves. So bond is one place where respite can be given. We also team with an organization called DC 127 for babysitting and respite type needs. Again, it's based on their staffing availability.
And one of the things that came up with the foster parents, we heard it from the Kin Care folks. We also heard about it, about the flex funds, is this need for there to just be a one-stop shop, increased clarity about programs, resources that are available. How do I qualify? How do I apply? We talked about that. Is that something you all are working on, committed to, increasing transparency in those areas?
Sure. Last, I believe it was either my confirmation or performance oversight, we committed to putting the rates on the kinship map. That's there. We committed to putting the application and making sure it was clear on the requirements. That's there. So we are definitely committed to being transparent.
And for foster parents, what I heard specifically is that the licensing requirements, resources for bond families and how to apply, the different rate add-ons is how I would describe it. Apparently, if you have a child with more special needs, there is a different rate.
There is.
There are some families that say, oh, I didn't know that until after the fact. And so is there a commitment to make that a one-stop shop on the website so all of this information just kind of lives in one place for families?
I will make the commitment to hearing their feedback and address amending our resource parent website now to meet whatever their feedback is. I would say that as it relates to rates, I am committed to hearing their feedback for sure. What I would not want is a resource parent asking for a child with a higher rate. And that is something.
Because they can see that.
That is correct. That is correct. So for example, the traditional rate is $38. The intensive need for children who have complex needs is $49.50. What we wouldn't want is for a resource parent to turn down a child because their $38 rate. Ooh, children aren't money and they shouldn't equate to that. And so I do have to consider some of these things.
Okay. Well, I do think there's something to there just being greater clarity, even about the flex funds, about how do you qualify? What are the ways that you can gain access? What are the requirements? Because it was clear that some people had some misconceptions around the fund. We're almost done, Director. Believe
we
it or
are
not.
here together.
It's been a long day. And there are some questions that I'm skipping for the sake of time because I don't want to be here at midnight. And people may say, oh, it's because I'm ready to go. But what you don't see is that there are support staff here. So I'm also being mindful that in order for this to run, we're holding people, and I don't want to do that. So I will likely send questions and just ask for responses.
Absolutely.
That we don't cover. The last set of questions will be on home visitation.
Okay.
Oh, before we go there, SOUL Act.
Yes.
I would be remiss if I didn't talk about that.
Yes.
Are you open to working with the committee to ensure the FIS accurately reflects core needs to get SOUL up and running and to avoid delays?
Yes, I am open.
Okay. I will leave it at that, and I look forward to working with you. Home visitation. Last year, the committee recommended a one-time enhancement of $200,000, and it was our understanding this will help fund a gap in needs versus the federal funding for the home visitation program, what it would cover. Can you confirm for the record that there is no gap in federal funding this year and whether the committee should take action to address this again?
So again, our federal funding is, can be flexible. And so of our home visiting programs, currently there are 3 of them that are funded federally, 2 that are funded solely locally. And so we, again, will be looking at our federal dollars and how to make the most out of the dollars that we do have.
Okay. CFSA listed 4 home visitation programs funded through this fiscal year. Can you share more about outcomes of these programs? I see Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative, Horton's Kids, Collaborative Solutions for Communities, and Community Family Life. What I don't see on here is Mary Center. Is Mary Center not one of our visitations?
It is.
It is.
Yes, it is. Yep.
So there are more than just these 4.
There are 6 total.
There's 6.
Yes.
Okay, so we don't, and I'm missing one then. So Far Southeast Family Strengthening, Horton's Kids, Collaborative Solutions, Community Family Life, Mary Center, and
APAC.
APAC. Got it. Do you have information you could share with the committee on outcomes of the home visitation
I
services?
do. Would you like me to share that now or submit to?
You could follow up with
Okay.
it. How many families benefited from home visitation services in fiscal year 26 to date?
I have it broken down by home visiting program, communities, family services. 48 are currently being served. Mary Center has 26. CSC has 50. Oh, she's adding in real time. 260 total. Look, it's right up here.
260 total.
Yes.
Got it.
Thank you. He was adding as I was saying the numbers.
It's all good. I am just scanning. I have questions I didn't ask, but I just wanted to make sure I got all of the most pressing ones on the record. Is there anything I didn't cover that you think we absolutely should get on the record?
No, again, just thank you for the one-time enhancement for the social work bonus. It did make a difference, so please don't think it did.
No, I do think. Awesome. I'm going to leave it there. It is 8:02 p.m. We will follow up with more questions. I want to say thank you for your flexibility. Thank you for the nearly 90 public witnesses that we had today. Your testimony is heard. We will do everything possible to right-size funding for the agency as a whole and support lifelines that the agency supports, including our collaboratives and family success centers. As a next step, Director, what I will have the committee do is send over questions that we didn't necessarily cover today for the sake of time, in hopes that you will provide an answer in short order so that we can get that before we have our markup.
Absolutely.
With that, the time is now 8:03. I am going to adjourn this roundtable. Oh, it's not a roundtable. It's an oversight hearing. But I want to thank you as well as the team at the Ombudsperson for Children for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.